Okay, the countdown has been and gone, and things are probably looking and sounding okay, so let's get it underway. It's Nancy Drew's Secret of the Scarlet Hand. Someday I will complete all mainline Nancy Drew games, and on that day the Grim Reaper can finally take me, but until then, we march forward with another one. I believe this is the 6th in the series. Feel free to correct me on that one. It's not like I keep great track of this. Let's get it underway, shall we?
Welcome to my latest case, Secret of the Scarlet Hand. To start playing, choose either junior or senior detective. If you're new to adventure games or need some help, choose tutorial. Dear Dad, greetings from the new deputy curator at Beach Hill Museum in Washington, D.C. I miss you, by the way. How's Africa? I sure hope this letter reaches you in Ouagadougou before you move on to Nairobi. So I got the internship. Your old friend Franklin Rose was awfully nice to submit my name to the rest of the members of the museum's board of directors. What an opportunity while I'm in between cases. As you probably know, the museum specializes in ancient Maya culture. My supervisor is going to be Joanna Riggs, a well-known archaeologist. Maybe you've seen her name in the news recently, in conjunction with the discovery of a strange Maya monolith. Apparently it's created quite a buzz among experts in the field. Well, Beach Hill plans to feature the monolith in an upcoming exhibition. Just imagine, this artifact has been buried for hundreds of years, and now it's going to be unveiled to the public for the first time. The museum is short-staffed at the moment, and they're expecting such a huge turnout that they've closed their doors to prepare. I can hardly wait to dig into this exciting project and learn how archaeologists and historians solve the mysteries of ancient cultures. I'll keep you posted. Love, Nancy.
Nancy Drew, I presume. I'm Joanna Riggs. Welcome to Beach Hill. I was just checking the lock on this display case. This is one of the museum's most treasured pieces, a carving of King Pakal.
Who is King Pakal?
Pakal assumed the throne at age 12. Can you imagine? That was 615 A.D. He ruled for 68 years at the height of the Maya civilization.
Is that jade?
Yes, the Maya loved jade and used it for many of their carvings. There isn't another piece like this in the world, and it's priceless, which means I practically had to sell my own grandmother to get it.
How did the museum acquire it?
Leave it to Taylor Sinclair. He's a wizard when it comes to these deals. You'll meet him later. Now then, Nancy, you're coming on board at a critical time for Beach Hill. An exhibit of this caliber is not kid stuff. Franklin Rose assures me you're a real trooper, and I hope he's right because I'm not here to babysit. I don't care who your father is.
If there's one thing I've learned from my father, it's the value of hard work. Just tell me where to start.
There's a list of tasks for you in the lab. Once you've knocked those off, we'll regroup.
Where's the rest of the staff around here?
We've had to make some, budget cutbacks, so we'll be relying heavily on our volunteer staff. Namely, you. Besides Henrik and me, the only people who will be around to pester you are Taylor Sinclair, my ace art dealer, and Alejandro Del Rio, attaché to the Mexican consulate and executive thorn in my side.
Tell me more about Alejandro Del Rio.
Ugh, wouldn't you rather hear about the monolith? It's a massive pillar of stone, nearly 1,500 years old with Maya glyphs carved into it. We've installed it in the garden. Wait until you see it.
Could you explain what a glyph is?
A glyph, as in hieroglyphic, is a picture that represents a word or an idea. Henrik is the human encyclopedia on the subject.
How many glyphs are there in all?
Henrik can help you with that.
Who's Henrik?
Henrik Vanderheun, world-renowned expert in Maya hieroglyphics. He's the latest addition to the Beach Hill Brain Trust. I told him I don't even want to see his pointy Vander head till he's got a translation on that monolith.
Any last advice before I get down to business?
Semper ubi sabubi.
That phrase, ooby sabooby, just came back to me from the run we did of this in the Nancy-a-thon. I say we. I wasn't the one running the games. I did my 3 Nancy games and then I sat back and had a solid month of laughing. I have never laughed so hard in my life, and I have laughed a lot in my life, watching everybody else run the other, 30 or so Nancy games. So another good reason that I'm coming to Secret of Scarlet Hand today is that I've forgotten the game. I really like to come back to my Nancy games once I have forgotten the twists, and especially who the suspects and the main perpetrator are. So I have no idea on this one. Even though I watched the whole game before, I've got a very poor memory, and that can work to my advantage at times. But if the suspect is a male, it's probably going to be someone who's fat, balding, ugly. And if it's a woman who's the real enemy, then she's probably going to be horrifically ugly, either on the inside or the out. Yes, now it is your time to laugh, Franco. Don't laugh yourself into an early grave. So this is one of the old Nancy Drews. You can tell by the UI here. You can't skip through dialogue. You have very few of your items that you can see at any one time. And please tell me it doesn't have a time mechanic. Oh, I thought the time mechanic was only relevant in the first few Nancy Drew games. Here we are in the 6th one. I do not like the idea. It was a really clumsy mechanic.
How are the tasks coming along?
I really like the animatronic style animations of the characters, though. It's old and horrible, but it's got such passion in it.
I haven't seen the list yet.
Well, get cracking. The last deputy curator was like a tempest in a teapot around here. Caused me nothing but grief.
What kind of grief?
I'll tell you about Sonny some other time.
Sonny?
I've got work to do.
Bye!
Was Sonny the cook in Shadow Ranch? No, that was Shorty. Ooh, so like I said, this is the second most Spanish Nancy Drew game that I could think of. The first one, of course, being the now no longer for sale 7 Ships, which is the first Nancy Drew game I believe I ever did, and it was horrible. I really wish more people could get their hands on it, so they too could do it for my pleasure, maybe someday. But this one, we're in America, but we're learning about New Spain. That's Spanish enough, right? Oh, Prudence Rutherford. Wait, is that who I'm thinking of? Is that the really annoying lady that you get on the phone? Rutherford. Definitely a recurring name in the game.
Topeka Commission for the Arts. How cultured.
Fascinating stuff. I hope I don't need to pay attention to any of it, because I didn't read any of it. But I do want to get away from this. Oh boy, these old Nancy Drew games, they do not control pleasantly. Alright, Miss Ooby Sabooby, you said I have some tasks, but where are these tasks? You probably told me, and again, I probably didn't listen.
How are the tasks coming along?
Actually, I haven't started them.
Well, get cracking.
I've got work to do.
Bye!
She sets you up in Venice, and doesn't she first get called in Moon Lake? Ooh, I don't know, the Greater Nancy Drew lore is impressive stuff. Alright, this layout, we're going to be spending a lot of time here in the museum. So maybe good to keep our eye on this. I can't take this with me. How disappointing. Some big old chunky headphones for the tour. You know, back in... Is this game in the 90s? This game come out in the 90s? Or early 2000s? Can't just scan a QR code and have your phone give you the audio tour. There's plenty of that in Spain. Feels so lazy, but I guess it is efficient. Oh ho ho! Ooh. The temple key card. Surely I want this. Yeah, there we go. Sticky-fingered Nance on the case already. There's nothing this lass can't or won't steal. My little mouse pointer magnifying glass is nice to highlight when something is clickable. But it's not always easy to get away from things. Can I take the elastic bands? No. Alright, Nancy, get away from this, please. Please. There we go.
The knob is missing. I need something to get this open.
Slide the key card up and down it. Oh, I'm actually very surprised that worked. It's what I would do, of course.
I need something to get this open.
So we can unhinge the latch or unlatch the hinge, but we need a knob.
The knob is missing.
Well, Dark Young is in chat.
Come in. Come in. Come in.
Okay, there's still you there, and I still don't have my task list. Where's my task list?
How are the tasks coming along?
I haven't seen the list yet.
Well, get cracking.
I've got work to do.
Carpe diem.
Oh, I know that one. That means seize lightning. Kind of a seize the moment idea. Alright, what more is demanded of me here? The offering bowl to the war god Balak. Oh, bollocks. Hopefully I don't need to remember this symbol, but there's probably going to be some kind of horrible translation stuff. If only I had my headphones, I could listen to the audio. Also, there's no mystery yet. We're just here to do yet more unpaid labor. Yet we get to work somewhere prestigious because of Daddy's connections. Nancy Drew is such a... would she be a beneficiary or a benefactor? I always get those two mixed up. Oh, okay, we'll just start stealing things here. Great, I knew all my experience in Kingdom Come Deliverance over the past couple of weeks would come into its own. Such an exciting week for games. Kingdom Come Deliverance, but also Monster Hunter Wilds is out tomorrow. Better believe I'm going to be no-lifing that if it's any good. Which makes 2 games that I'm going to be dedicating myself to, but not streaming. Oh, well.
It's locked.
Well, it might be locked, Nancy. It didn't stop you popping open the other one, did it?
It's locked.
Is there anything here you want? A ham radio used in 1955. Yeah, I guess we're in America here, so something from 1955 certainly belongs in a museum. The benefactor is the one giving, the beneficiary receives. Had a wordplay joke with a friend of mine called Benny, talking about the Benny factor. That man disappeared with 90 quid of mine.
It's locked.
And I still want it back. 3 masks. The corn god. God of corn. Sure, that's a mistranslation, and it's actually Crom. Tozelkin calendar. The stones compute the ceremonial year. Computational stones. A jade relief, origin and function of the stylized piece unknown. Nancy Drew's already trying to figure out how she can steal this. Steal the whole exhibit if she can. The mention of jade naturally got me thinking about Draken earlier on. Jade is the currency in Draken. Dined without jade, stay dead. 90 quid buys a nice bottle of scotch. I'd want it too. What bottle would I be buying 90 quid? If I hadn't gotten horrifically bloated in the auction, could have bought that Penderyn whiskey that I really wanted for 90 quid. As it stands, it went into the triple figures. But I have it. Pascal means shield. Pascal claimed divine descent. Ruled until 1683. Wait, wasn't this the one that, yeah, came to power at age 12, claiming divine descent? That would mean he came from above. I guess if it was ascent, he would be acknowledging your mortal start. 11th ruler, you know what, I don't care. Find me the mysteries, find me the puzzles, and also find me this task list, which I'm pretty sure Miss Ubi Sabubi told me about, but I wasn't listening. They've got a numerical notation with bars and dots. Okay, great. Are you going to show me any? I guess it's these, right? So what does it go? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like many, many, many lots. I We'll believe what you're saying here. Hang on, hang on. Little dot thing there. We turn around. Where's the dot? Scribes are important. Thank you, museum. Scribes, variety of writing tools, inks and inkwells. How do they make ink in old Maya? Maybe that'll be one of the mysteries. Replica's body shaping device is very good. It feels great to have forgotten this game. Well, I mean, this game's probably going to be horrible to play, but it would be significantly worse if I just remembered everything and went through it bit by bit. Maya ball game artifacts. Ball game? Maybe this is showing the ball game? I don't assume they kick around these giant ceramics. Yeah, Ardbeg wouldn't be my go-to whiskey. But hey, more for you. Little garden area around the back. Limestone panels. Surely they wouldn't just have these out and on display. I was going around the Alhambra and all the signs saying, for the love of God, do not touch the walls. Your disgusting body oils will rip away at the supports and all that. Altar dedicated to the reign of Copan Man. Beach Hill's permanent collection. So here's a question. Why are all these main artifacts over in Beach Hill, USA? I think we're in Washington, USA. I don't know if that's DC or the state. Shouldn't these be in, oh, I don't know, Mexico? Little is known about this relief. Can't believe how on display they are. It's moments like these that I'm thrilled there are over 600 Nancy Drew books for them to keep making games from, so Jake will always have a Nancy Green to turn to. Yeah, it's a deal I've made with my own mortality. I'm not allowed to die until I've beaten all the Nancy Drew games. Now, when I made this pact with death, you know, he must have been laughing, thinking, can't be that many Nancy Drew games. I'll have your soul before the day is done. But he has been tricked.
This side looks damaged.
Nancy Drew,
Oh,
or should I
Christ.
say, Detective Drew. I'm Sinclair.
Okay, so I'm immediately assuming that you are the bad guy in this because you are fat, male, and balding. This is a common theme of the Nancy Drew male antagonists, so I'm calling my shot early.
Who told you I was a detective?
I was at a meeting with the BOD recently, and I caught wind of your appointment and your credentials. Very impressive, if I do say so myself.
The BOD?
That would be the board of directors, those cranky old cats. They do keep the ducks squared away around here, I'll give them that. So, how's this for a specimen? Ever seen $1 million worth of rock before?
But Beach Hill didn't buy this piece, did they? My understanding was that it's on loan from Mexico.
Ouch. Well, they did say you were sharp. Seriously, though, thank goodness you're here. I'm afraid the museum may be in terrible jeopardy.
What kind of jeopardy?
Joanna told me to butt out, but I'm so fond of Beach Hill, I just hate to see it fall prey to scoundrels.
What scoundrels?
It's a sensitive subject. Meet me in my office later and I'll explain everything then.
Where's your office?
707 Bing Cherry Boulevard. I've got to go. Enjoy your first day at Beach Hill.
Okay, very telegraphed as our antagonist, but I'll be very
Looks like this
impressed
side is missing a part.
if I'm wrong. But honestly, when am I wrong? Well, as we play more of this Nancy Drew game, we're going to come to the conclusion that it's more often than I want to admit. Don't you give me that, Nancy Drew. It's the most condescending thing she can say. So often you're stuck on a puzzle, or stuck trying to find a puzzle, and Nancy will just give you the, So much so I dedicated an emote to her. this is just back the way I came, is it not? That conversation with evil mustache man really threw me. Well, if there's jeopardy, that means there's mystery, so Nancy Drew, better get on the case. I don't seem to have a phone, but there might be a landline. Then I can call up the Hardley boys. Or Bess and George. I forget which of the supporting characters are here in Scarlet Hand. What I most remember about Scarlet Hand is that I used it for some very tenuous tie-in for an episode of RimWorld. Yeah, I started calling all the RimWorld episodes after Nancy Drew games. It was something like The Secret of Ivor's Scarlet Hand when Ivor showed up. Marriage between Shield and Jacques. Okay, well, I'll just leave them be. This place is getting unnecessarily spooky. I have a feeling that there's going to be stuff in this garden that I need to go and pixel hunt for. Or maybe rather than pixel hunt, it's scene hunt. Gotta find the right angle to pick them up. I did pick up one of these blocks, but I would not be surprised if there's more. But we will comb over there if need be. Oh, crivens. Ha equals water. Can I activate the water? Absolutely not. Go and pilfer some of these items. It would seem not, or at least not yet. I'd be very surprised if we don't pop that open with a key later on. The Professor Layton episodes are still my favorite. Do you mean the first one before the total party wipe, or do you mean feeding Don Paolo to the rats? I tried quite a bit to make the rat pit economy work, but ultimately I don't think the numbers were happening. I thought it could be self-sufficient. I certainly hoped that it could. Wait, who does 0 to 8 on one of these things? Okay, well, I'm going to need some kind of password. I've got my pen by my side. Let me add paper to that delectable combination. Okay, so I've got this notebook here, and it's 90% full of notes from my streams. I've got some drawings on it. Can you guess what they're from? What game have I been playing recently on stream that I've needed little diagrams for? Because that's the last thing I've got on my notes. The music ain't bad, but the audio quality in Nancy Drew games are notoriously terrible. It doesn't tend to get very balanced. Oblivion. Oblivion was a while ago now. B is 8. A is 7. C is 5. Foxtrot 6. Echo is 7. Wait a second. I can manipulate them.
Strange supernatural creature.
Get away. You're the auto-narrator. Okay, that might be useful later on, but for now, we'll just make a mental note that it's there. Maps of something. I wouldn't really call them maps, but they're certainly diagrams of something. There's numbers on them and things that look like gauges. Sunny stuff. Ooh, floppy disk. How large are floppy disks again? 1.41 megabytes? Oh, and I'll just steal it. Can I steal this as well? Good lord, Nancy. Show some restraint. This is somebody's stuff. No cracking our way into this, sadly. No, it wasn't House of Da Vinci either. No, it's from Pilot Wings 64. I had to make little drawings of the gauges so that I could correctly angle myself to redo the Canon minigame. Game was quite horrible, but the experience of doing the one-shot was quite fun. And blasting those kids to their death over and over again was pretty fun too. I hope I'm not expected to read this. This is hard to read. Covered bowl, ceramic, made of clay. found in Tobacco, Mexico. All of which we got on loan for 90 days, and they're all insured. Hopefully not relevant, because that's way too much reading. Scale machine, something that looks like a gift wrapping station here. I wonder if I should save and save often. Load and save game. Alright. Save. Your game has been saved, yay. The game does have second chance, but let's not assume that the game won't crash on us at a certain point. Now, what kind of person plays through several hours of a game and then doesn't save? I thought this old game from 1994 would autosave my progress. Is there really nothing else for us here? Can't pass this because the net is in my way. It looks like it's just holding loads of bubble wrap. I too hold loads of bubble wrap. I've still got it all left over from my move to Hungary from Sweden. Ever prepared. Alright, laboratory. What's going on? More stuff to steal, hopefully. Steal some pens. Steal the lamp. Steal the books. Oh boy, we've got the state-of-the-art Dynaham model. Dynaham must be a radio, right? Kramercom, asymptotic, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The space-age digital keypad allows you to enter a 4-digit frequency or channel. You can listen to the activity. Fascinating, but I don't care. That's probably going to be relevant later on, but well. Ooh, can I take this? No. I might need to call up this Sheila Schultz director, and if it's an old school Nancy Drew game, I'm going to need to put in the phone number manually. So just in case, I'm going to write this down. Her name is Sheila Schultz. Must be a German migrant down to Australia. And that is 1505. Is that really how you do phone numbers in the USA? 555-1222. Nobody calls landlines anymore. And thank God for that. I haven't had a landline in ages. Miserable things. Never bother with them. Ooh, right. So here's our Model 2000 series. Doesn't seem to be on, though, does it? Breaker 59. This is ND.
I shouldn't be messing around with this without permission.
We just stolen half the museum, Nancy, and now you're worried about permission. Buy milk. Can we
It's locked.
make our way through any of this?
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
I think they've used that same "it's locked" line for so many of the Nancy Drew games. But not the modern ones, because they replaced Lanny with some
I need to find another piece.
kid. Hey, I found a piece, but I guess I need another other piece. Okay, good to know. That's almost a puzzle. We can work. Oh Christ, how long have you been there?
You must be Nancy, the new deputy curator. I'm Henrik Vanderheun.
Okay, so notably, he's not fat and he's not balding. So he's probably not our main suspect.
Pleased to meet you. What are you working on?
Just some light housekeeping.
Why are you wearing that mask?
Oh, these dusty old artifacts are murder on my allergies. Anyway, what can I do for you?
I'm not sure what to do with those shards of pottery Joanna left for me.
Play around with those pieces until you've reconstructed the pot they once were. There may be a few extraneous pieces. Likewise, you may find yourself on a scavenger hunt for a piece or two, if I know Sunny June.
Did you know the deputy curator who was here before me?
Hurricane Sunny? I'm afraid I did. If he wasn't losing paperwork or setting off the fire alarm, he was cornering our visitors with his theory that the Maya were abducted by aliens. I'm afraid you'll be cleaning up his messes for a while.
I'm curious about your work. How do you go about translating a glyph anyway?
It can be a complicated process, involving research, piecing lots of different elements together, and a healthy dose of guesswork.
So there isn't a definitive dictionary of Maya glyphs where you can look things up?
Oh, I'm afraid not. You see, glyphs are so intricate and full of subtleties that multiple meanings may be embedded in a single glyph. So 3 distinct-looking glyphs may all translate to mean sunshine, roughly, but with different nuances. There is so much we still don't know. Lucky for me, I guess, or I'd be out of a job.
Can I give that ham radio a try?
Absolutely not. The radio is a tool, not a toy. One has to be extremely careful about the kind of information one sends out over the airwaves. And I do not have time to monitor you. And besides, the vacuum tubes have been terribly fussy lately. If another one blows, I think I'll go mental.
Joanna turned me loose without too many instructions. Do you have any advice for me?
Well, as you've probably heard, the museum is closed in preparation for the exhibit, so you'll have free run of the place. Please explore. The sooner you get to know your way around, the better. Think of the lab as your home base, your center of communications. Anyone who wants to get in touch with you will leave a note or a voicemail here, so check in often. I'm very busy with my work, so you're going to have to be pretty independent, but I suspect you wouldn't have it any other way.
See you around, Henrik.
Will do.
Oh, Tarkin Rex is in chat and he's just turned 25 today. You go, guy. And here I thought I'd only know Tarkin Rex as that guy that sent me a really awful Pokemon weekly one-shot. Do not use that permission. Well, could I use it anyway?
I shouldn't be messing around with this without permission.
This is one of the most restrained Nancy Drews we've ever seen. Also, there's something off about that fire extinguisher. Like, the thing is tiny. Come on, Nancy. You should be filling your boots with all the fentanyl you can find around here. Oh no, please no periodic table of element puzzles. I do not know my periodic table. I'm not a chemist. Getting yelled at by chemists. Oh dear. Like how many of these could I name? H is probably hydrogen. CO is probably copper, Ni is probably nickel, Zn is probably zinc. I might have reached my limit already. N must be nitrogen. I think we're about as far as I can get. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know which one's gold. It's not a G, but yeah, we're out of here. CO is cobalt. Cu is copper. Of course. How could I be so blind? He is maybe helium. Gold is Au. Why? Anyway, so hopefully that's not actually something that's going to be used in a puzzle. Because then I'm going to make Aristocrat look positively big-brained when it comes to chemistry. And if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, could somebody link Euristo Boom into chat? It would make my day. Oh, the knob! We needed the knob. Also loads of Cocoa Crinkle chocolate. Super Archiver farming tools. As soon as possible, order the bubble wrap and other packing. But we've got loads of bubble wrap. We just saw that in the storage room earlier. Acetone, ethyl alcohol, mercuric sulfur. Okay, great. Call Dr. Bob. Bob.
You have no voicemail. Press 9 for an outside line.
Oh, I can just straight away call you. But, and it is a big but, I can't just click on this, I have to dial it in.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose.
May I speak to Franklin Rose, please?
Who may I say is calling?
This is Nancy Drew.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, great to hear from you. How's the internship treating you? Are Joanna and Henrik showing you the ropes?
Beach Hill's an amazing place, and after that kidnapping case at the Royal Palladium, the mysteries of the ancient Maya are just my speed.
Glad to hear you're settling in. I'm off to a meeting, but feel free to call me if you have any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Rose.
That's what I'm here for.
So again, Mr. Rose here is one of Daddy's friends, and I believe he got us this internship. Nancy loves doing her unpaid internship. Must be amazing not to have to care about money. Damn rich kids of River Heights. So, finally, I've got the task list. Although I don't seem to be taking it with me.
I didn't finish it yet.
Sort out shards of pottery and reassemble a pot. I'm going to need to find another pot piece for that. Switch out the plain knobs with the Maya-themed knobs. Apparently I've done that already. Bring monolith loan agreement to Alejandro de Rio at the Mexican consulate. Wait, bring?
I haven't finished that task.
Order bubble wrap.
I didn't
Packing
finish
tape.
it yet.
Sticky labels. Match the recorded narrations to the appropriate displays. You'll need headphones. I will give it my all. Reorder the main numbering exhibit in the main exhibition. Couldn't I take this with me? I'd have to keep coming back here. It would be so much more useful if I could carry this with me. Okay, well, Nancy doesn't feel that way. She wants to use her brilliant memory. Sadly, I don't have a brilliant memory. I've already forgotten everything on the task list except for bubble wrap. Wait, if I have to order bubble wrap, shouldn't I click here? So I should do this. So it's 555-9963. Guess I'll do that. Gonna write this down. 555-9963. I don't think I need to put in 202, but maybe I do. Everything here is 202, right?
You have not.
So let's see, it was 555-9963.
Silvio's Curatorial Bonanza is open from 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. Please call back during regular business hours.
Crumbs. There is a time thing. Wait, it's 5:30? So is there a place we can go and sleep? Need to restore condition. Alright, well, we've got a knob at least. We can go and get our hands on... Wait, can I read this? Absolutely not. Maybe I can get my hands on that headphone then. Can I climb up this? Oh, wow. Shouldn't be allowed to do this, but... Here we go. Beach Hill Museum. Try your hands at this ancient Maya war game. Capture all the opponent warriors by bumping into them. Oh, so it's a game of sorry, right? Roll the corn dice. Be sure to place your temple card in the card slot to receive credit. I'd better get my credit then. Oh, God.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Alright, so I want to roll a 3 and bump into him. What a game of skill. Yeah, that was good for me, right? Hopefully. Wait, what happens when I go past someone? Oh. I can't wait to get my temple credits for this. Give me a 2. No. Give me a 2. Yeah. Okay, well, now that I've captured them all, I guess this is the final guy. Come a little closer. No! Do I risk it on a 4? Oh dear. The last guy they've got's on a rampage. He can't be stopped. Give me a 3. Oh no. He truly can't be stopped. I better not need these temple credits. Give me a 3. Oh no. No! How did he do it? Absolutely mogged by that one guy. Alright, come on. I don't know how necessary getting my temple credits are, but... better grab it. It could be... Oh, here we go. There we go. Let's get back to it. Had him enough of his Mayan hacks. Give me a 2. Yeah. Give me a 1, 2, 3. Oh, dearie me. These armies need to stop just passing each other. Alright, give me that 3. Give me that 2. Get in your place. Seems remarkably unfair that I can make my enemy pass his turn. I guess we just intimidate him into it. Oh, not again. Not this again. I'll let him take that turn because there was no way he could actually get to me. Alright, here we go. Best chance we can get. Give me a 3, 2, or a 1. Now get me the 1. Ugh. I know. It's unbelievable amounts of fun. Yes! We did it. We beat the bad guys. Get me my temple credits, please. Okay. For what purpose? Still better than Sherwood Builder. Hey, now you say that, but Sherwood Defense is coming out soon. I forgot if I responded to the affirmative about getting my hands on that key. Alright, we got what we need to reassemble the jug.
I should put in my temple key card.
Good thing we've got all our temple points. Oh, I see. We gotta link them. Because these have meanings. So it's 19... 19 ink. Road north. 19 ink, road north. Black. Alright, good. So 19 ink, road north, black throne. Oh, yes! Getting all of the temple points. But why?
It's locked.
Ooh, I bet if we get all the temple points, we can open up this wall and something. Good thinking, Nance. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Welcome to the Mr. Temple Museum Guide. Learn about Maya culture. Temple key. Play different games on each level. Once you've finished each activity, your keycard will unlock the entrance to the next level. How are we doing? We managed to win at Bool. We managed matchup, but now we need to do the quiz. Alright, quiz me up. Ah, crap. Okay, Pascal ruled over which city in present-day Mexico? Oh, I wasn't banking on actually having to pay attention. Okay. Sure, we can all work together on this one. I need to outsource my memory. I'm definitely going to need my pen and paper for this one. I can only assume that this information is going to be here in the exhibit, so could I just read this? Just looking for anything that says modern day Mexico. Start with trying Paris. Well, I promise I look it up. Oh, hang on. No, okay. So it was something about Pascal, right? I thought we saw a thing about him quite early here. Ek means black. Wait, maybe that was useful for the matchup game that we just brute forced our way through? I say we as if you had any agency in the matter. Wasn't this the guy? Yeah, here we go. Pascal. The mayor city-state of Palenque. Majority, city construction, da 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 da. Alright, so am I just looking for Palenque? It's not impossible, but I'll write it down. Papa, Alpha, Lima, Echo, November, Quebec, Uniform, Echo. We'll try Palenque. I'm going to have a look around just in case it says now known as modern day, not Palenque. Palenque is the name of the city-state, so what's its modern thing known as? I guess I can try my luck with Palenque. Not a big deal to try.
Needs a card.
No, 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 not like that. Took too long to load up. Palenque. Woohoo! What is the name of Pascal's mother? Mama. Alright, we need the mother's name now. What are the last 4 digits on your social security number as well? So, Mama Palenque. Mama? Mama Luigi? Where are we going to find that? Mother. In this relief, Pascal's mother offers her son, the divine thing, Lady Zach Cuck. Zulu Alpha Charlie Space Kilo Uniform Kilo. She was an ancient Austrian. Alright, let's go. I think I need autoclicker for this. Woo! A lot of clicking in the Drew Crew games. Right, so we know that it is Palenque. We know her name was Zach Cuck. Zach Cuck. What is the name of the calendar used to compute the 260? It's not the Mayan calendar. We saw information about this calendar earlier, though. So I know where I'm looking. No, not artsy craftsy. It was the god thing, had the stone calendar. Hurts the enemies for 50 odd damage in the 7th turn. The Tzolk'in calendar. Tango, Zulu, Oscar, Lima, Kilo, India, November. Pen and paper, so useful. Normally I'd just be taking screenshots or I'd be using a notes feature or Notepad++, but with ancient games like Nancy Drew here, I do not risk tabbing out any more than I have to. So pen and paper suits me just fine. Alright, quiz me up, because we know that it is Palenque. We know her name was Zach Cuck. And now we know that it's the Tzolk'in. Oh man. What is the name of Supreme God? Okay, looking for one Supreme God, please. So you think the facts in this game are accurate? Probably. We're trying to teach little American girls something that their schools are not teaching them. The deities are the rain, moon, and sun gods, yes, but who is the supreme god? Corn god, jaguar god, and sun god. What if the sun god is the supreme god? There's probably going to be some mention of who is the supreme one in due time. Maybe the overall plaque has information about the supreme god. Religion, da-da-da-da, different gods, different things. Main artifact, okay, but no mention of the supreme god. Tarkin is the supreme god. Kings are appointed by divine supreme god It-Zamna. India, Tango, Zulu Alpha, Mike, November Alpha. The NATO phonetic alphabet was absolutely drilled into me. M for Mancy. Alright, hit me up one more time, but there's bound to be a fifth question. So, Plenka. Zach Cuck. Tzolkin. It-Zamna. Wasn't It-Zamna in Persona 4? What is the name of a modern Mayan language? Damn. You'd think I would know this. If you were a fool, because I don't. No, not in school. Believe it or not, I had to go on a training course to get my security... would you call it certificate? Whatever, I needed to do training for security. And part of it was learn the native phonetic alphabet. And you know what? It did come in handy. Wait, I've already forgotten what I'm trying to look up. Something about a language. Fortunately, there's something right here that says language. Alpha, you're good with languages. Mine is considered distinctly linguistic. Modern variants exist today, including quiche. Alright, well, we can try all of these. So I can put in quiche. Or Kakchikel. And Ixil. Hate uppercase I and lowercase L. That's why I always knew it as the Lifa tree in Final Fantasy IX. Alright, are we ready to rumble here? It's definitely not Mexican. Alright, Palenka. Oh, wait, what? Palenk. Zach Cuck. My pen is covering my own writing here. Tzalkin. Tzalkin. Oh. Zolkin. It-Zamna. And then, can we put in Ixil? Congratulations! You've successfully completed level 1. You've already solved the other activities. Go on to the next level. Thank you. We're just getting... Well, we're not paid. We're an unpaid intern, but we are just being allowed to play around here. Ooh. This is pretty cool. Oh, God. I don't want another quiz. Okay, well, thankfully the game is offline. But it'll be online if I put in the username and password. So much reading in this game already, it's forcing me to yawn. Can I play the shooty game? Must be horrible to do this. Get it right, and then realize you hadn't put in your key card. Oh man, they use this quite a lot in Nancy Drew games. Oh. Yeah, this was in Shadow Ranch as well. Always having to adjust your angle and power to hit something. Okay, right. Well, probably a middle angle at pretty high power. Even more power? Can't even click on the number. Got it. Wait, can't we? As is often the case, I'm simply too strong. Wait, is this resetting every time? On the angle, I mean. It is. Oh, okay. Oh, but it's starting quite high. Maybe I want it high. Okay, right. So the first one is high 4. I'm going to actually write that down, because I probably have to redo this when I get it wrong. H4 is the first one. And now from here, we probably need to go down to mid 5. No. Oh, and it does bring you back. All right, so we know it's high 4. And you'd figure as we go further back, we need to lower our angle and increase the power. You'd think, but I already tried medium 4. Maybe for some reason we need less power. Okay. Okay, so medium 3 gets us the next bit. Now that we're further back, I'm thinking it's going to be medium 4. Medium 5, perhaps? Oh, wow. All right, medium 3. I've already forgotten what I just tried earlier. I think I tried medium 4. Maybe I'll try medium 5 here. Whoa. And surely the last one is low 6. I am the freaking man. No Drew prison can contain me. Whew. I am certainly going to have to look back on how long that took our runner in the Nancy Drew Marathon. I'm terribly sorry I can't remember who ran this game. I'm not that sorry. You want me to remember all 30 combinations of players and games? Not going to happen. I knew there was an M in it there, but yeah, the monk did it. A Dane stuck in a museum. At least finally they'll be cultured. Push the big red button and play a game of Yum. Whoa, this is going faster than even I can read. And I can read pretty fast. Notice the exposed jawbone. Notice the dangling... Oh, their eyes. Steals the bones of the eye... Marked by the death sign. Wait, I bet that's going to be relevant. I'm actually going to write that down. I'm going to draw that little symbol. ... with a weird gash in the middle equals death. What's this Abe's Odyssey style animation? Alright, hopefully none of that was relevant. Except for the death symbol that I wrote down. A lot of skulls baked into this vase. Can we play another game? I'd love to, but I only have a PlayStation 5. Better animation than Chefrin. Did Chefrin have any animation at all? I just recall Chefrin being a lot of still screens. Congratulations, you're in level 2. Who knows what awaits you in the bottom level? We need to do a maze and another freaking quiz. Alright, quiz me up. What is the name of one of the Shield Jaguar's wives? Alright, well, back we go. We need to find a wife's name. Not that we can capitalize on this anyway, because one of these systems are offline. Anyway, a Shield Jaguar wife. Shield Jaguar wife. Shield Jaguar wife. I feel like we saw that somewhere, but as for where, I can't remember. Shield Jaguar wife. Well, we get the Jaguar priests in Dominions, so surely it would be under religion. Wait, where was religion? Maybe gods is close enough. There's our calendar. There are gods. I bet this is going to come up, right? Might as well write it down ahead of time. So corn is yum. Yum cax. Jaguar. Jaguar god is X Balank. Isn't that from Nancy? Exabel certainly is. Sun god is Ahau Kin Hadouken. How does somebody miswrite writing, Chumro? Right. Deities, all well and good. Not seeing anything about the wives here. Religious practices, divinely appointed, majority of kings are male. There were several notable exceptions. The exceptions that prove the rule, you see. King Pakal. That's Zach Cuck again. Lord Pakal, rulers. Come on, where are these Jaguar wives? Scribes, notable positions, sounds, ideas, number system. Funny, I could have sworn that we'd found some information about Jaguar wives. But I do not see it. Unless they were out in the garden. Wouldn't be surprised if level 2 requires a bit more sleuthing. I bet this is going to be relevant. Rain God is Tlaloc. This is getting a little too educational for me. Okay, and the moon goddess. Moon goddess is Ixchel. Alright, but where are these bleeding Jaguar wives? Where is my wife?
It's locked.
It needs a card.
No. I don't have enough gym badges to open this door. I'm a little suspicious of the ground here. See, it's got some kind of stuff carved into it. Husband, Shield Jaguar's wife, Lady Shock. I'm writing that down then. Lady XOC. Kneels with her hoop heel tied around her knees. I couldn't imagine needing to know the word Hupil. Huipil. Huipil. Very good. Okay, let's see if we can advance on with the quiz. I'm going to write down the word Kahal just in case that's needed as well. Kahal. Might there be other information here, which I just walked right past? Maya ruler back tool. Maybe, maybe not. The goddess of chocolate. Famous British explorer Archibald Rutherford finds this thing and says, "This is mine now," but brings it to America. Traitor to the crown. All right, let's go, go, go. Oh, God, I need to reopen this thing. Let's do it. Quiz me up, because now we know it is Lady Zoc. Which Maya monster represents a continuous cycle of life and death? Rah, okay, damn. Life and death monster. Wait a second, I know this. It's Brelix. It's not Brelix, it's... Jeez, I can't remember. Right, get me out of here. Life and death. Life and death monster. I think that information we're going to find outside. All of them, Rolling Ninja. I just went through and deleted every single highlight. Went all the way back to my first run of Battle Brothers and Banner Saga. Not that it's a big deal. Highlights are not really watched by anyone. They're just there so I can export to YouTube easier. The only thing I was really perturbed about was how annoying the deletion process was, because I had 1,700 of them to delete, and there were no bulk deleting tools. And it didn't update, so I had to keep deleting things over and over. Right. That's the Rain God. Where is the monster of life and death? You see, Jimmy, there are two sides to biology. Life and death. Do you catch my reading? Yeah. You want me to kill Darwin. Not the boy, the plant boy. Yeah, clips are unaffected, but we're not much of a clips channel around here. Kind of the way content is going, though, isn't it? If you're not a 20-hour video game essay, you're a 20-second long TikTok or YouTube short. Can't stand shorts. Right, that's just stuff being tied around. Where is this monster of life and death? I don't recall coming across you. Serpent, contracted, miniature gods. Hang on. What do we have here? No, that's the the betrothal. The offering of the helmet. They did say monster and not god. Even so, I'll have a look at gods here. I don't remember anything being mentioned about life and death. Certainly not monsters of life and death. There's Yum Yum. Maybe I can take a wee breather from the quiz stuff and check out elsewhere. Oh, what's this? Beach Hill making payments of $250,000. 200 days.
I better deliver this to Alejandro right away.
Oh, why was this just folded up in the side? Also, where is Alejandro? Was he the guy that we were speaking to earlier? He said, meet us in our office, because I'm very evil sounding. Start here, hall, temple, garden. Don't think there's much more to the map. I think this is a relatively small and contained Nancy Drew map. Certainly hope it is. Don't like getting lost in these. Right, I can finally fix this. There we go, and we use our card to flick this up. And open you go. And I can get myself my very own set of headphones, right? Come on, Nancy, fill your boots. We already faffed around with these and got ourselves our little key card. Could you imagine if I hadn't found that key card early on? I was doing all these quizzes and everything without getting my temple points. I would be less than happy. Oh no. No, I have to open my mouth. I don't remember this game having a bleeding subway system. There's a Mexican consulate, there's the office, there's the museum, and there's the hotel. Right, can we just stay at the museum for now? Also, what time is it? It's 1:15 in the morning.
Good thing Franklin gave me the museum key.
Oh Lord, that is a long time to spend in one museum.
It's locked.
So that's the key to the whole museum. Well, lucky us. Oh well, there are still some things that we can do, including stealing your stuff. No, but I can piece this
now
together.
I can start putting this together.
I bet this is a superfluous piece, right? And does this turn around? Oh, it does. Oh, no. Looks good to me. Doesn't look good to anyone else, it seems. That looks good to me. Nice crunchy noise it makes, at least. And as we were warned, there might be superfluous pieces. No, it doesn't seem so.
That's done.
A for aces. Alright, yet another thing checked off on our to-do list. Where was that to-do list again? Here it is.
I haven't finished that task.
Yeah, there are a lot of things I haven't done here. 1, 2, 3, 4 things. Reorder the Mayan numbering exhibit in the main exhibition hall, but how can I even do that? Reorder the Maya numbering exhibition in the main hall. This is the numbering system, but how do I even... Oh! Oh! Well now. Wellity well now. How does some of them have 4 dots? Yeah, thankfully it's not a slider puzzle. Oh boy, I'd be losing everything over that. I hate slider puzzles so much. Am I really qualified for this? I don't want new Spanish kanji. Hang on, wasn't that... What was the question about the life and death thing? Wasn't that the monster that we saw a little animation about, now that I think about it? Let's investigate, shall we? Where was that? I think it was further down. Also, what the heck was this thing? Well, it's none of my concern, whatever it is. Nancy, you've been here all night? Oh yeah. Crime never sleeps, neither shall Nancy Drew. Oh, I didn't want to have to pay attention to this thing, but let's swallow. And very slowly turn around. Yum Samil. But that's a god. I guess I can try anyway. Yum Samil. But I thought it was life and death. Look at Abe's Odyssey go. Will I try Yum Samil? I want to check that again. Yum Samil. Yeah, okay. Thankfully I can quit out of that. Let's try our luck. So it was Lady Zoc, XOC, and we think this one is Yum Samil. Damn. Yum Samil. Yeah, okay. A Mayan monster representing a continuous cycle of life and death. I have no idea. But maybe someday I'll have an idea. Yes, it's 2:30 in the morning. What are we doing with our life? Right, I'll have to bite another bullet here. Oh, so it is Washington, D.C. Huzzah. Surely I should get back to my hotel. You've got a metro in Washington? Hard to imagine public transit in the US. Keitra wants to guess with the Ouroboros. I don't think we've seen Ouroboros mentioned anywhere, so I'd like to find it mentioned before I just plug it in blindly. Right. I do have a landline. I've got a real old chunky style laptop. I think my dad had one like this. Our little dog Togo. Dad's friend asked me to volunteer. Asked me to volunteer. I don't think that's how it works. Met my boss, met the dealer, found Sonny's diskette. Oh, maybe I can plug the diskette into my computer. Please enter your password. I don't know. The cultural center's number is da-da-da. Pottery, piece back together, pieces missing. Maya language, translating, papers, monolith, temple, tried bull game. This is essentially the junior detective task list, surely. Matchup. What's that? Matchup puzzle should have answers in the exhibit hall or garden. Oh, but I already just brute forced that. I should check in with Beth and George. I bet Sonny's login. Right, well, I'll need to find that, won't I? Sonny's just get his password protected. Look around his desk. But which desk is Sonny's? I've forgotten who Sonny is. Was he not the fat ass that we saw? Hopefully I can leave the diskette here without having to pop it back out. Good. Can set my alarm. This is our fast travel, so to speak. What else do we have back in our hotel room? Ginormous fat TV. Keys, luggage, functional mirror. Don't leave. No, don't. Still investigating. Can I look at Nancy's bed? There's not a lot of freedom of motion around our hotel room. Nothing in the drawer. Well, it stands to reason that there's not going to be clues about the exhibit in our room. I guess we'll fast travel to morning time so people might be a bit more approachable. $7 a.m. Let's go. Nancy gets her 3.5 hours sleep. No need to shower or anything, Nancy. Just get right back out there. Is Nancy still seeing Ned in this timeline? Ned isn't mentioned in all of the games. I'd say he's actually in under half of them. But not until we go to Iceland can we reject Ned's proposal. Establishing legal provenance is your duty to the art collectors. Sale, inheritance, gifts. Proving provenance was something that Nancy had to do in some game, but I don't think it's this one. I think it's the Greek one, which I guess I'll play when I eventually go to Greece or do something Greek-related. Maybe I can have a big fat Greek wedding or just go to a Greek restaurant. I'd like to go to Greece, but it's not really a high priority. Oh, no, don't take me out of here. Oh, hello.
How may I help you?
Hi, I'm Nancy Drew, the new deputy curator over at Beach Hill.
So, you're Joanna Riggs' newest pirate in training. How does it feel to join the ranks with the modern-day conquistadors?
Conquistadors?
You had better brush up on your history, young lady. When the Spanish explorers invaded Mexico, they became known as the conquistadors, or conquerors. They robbed the indigenous peoples of their wealth, not just their gold, but their artwork, their sacred objects. Anything they did not steal, they burned to the ground.
Yeah, well, you should have just defended yourself better, right? You had the same amount of time as everyone else, and what did you do with all that time?
Alejandro, I understand that many crimes were committed in the name of exploration, but that was hundreds of years ago. What does this have to do with Beach Hill?
There is more. In the 19th century, archaeologists discovered the ruins of ancient civilizations predating even the Aztecs. Many of the dig sites were robbed, and the stolen artifacts were sold off to art museums and collectors around the world. Today, finally, it is illegal among most civilized nations to remove an artifact from its native country. But sadly, there are thousands of precious antiquities with highly questionable provenance floating around the Western world.
What do you mean by questionable provenance?
An artifact's provenance is the story of its origin and ownership. For example, how it made its way from a temple at Chichen Itza to a museum in Washington, D.C. If the artifact's provenance reveals that it has been stolen, then that artifact must be returned to the country of its origin.
Then the relics at Beach Hill must all be legitimate, right?
No, not at all. Provenance documents are often tampered with or forged to cover up the theft. Because of this, thefts continue and a great deal of art is moved on the black market, even today. Unethical art dealers and greedy museum curators do nothing to stop this.
And to you, these people are no better than pirates, is that right?
If Joanna Riggs or that overstuffed pillowhead Sinclair had any decency, they would take measures to see that all Maya artifacts were returned to Mexico at once where they belong.
And what if these measures are not taken?
My country will have its due, Nancy, even if I have to begin reclaiming its artifacts with my own two hands.
I see. Well, I should probably get going. Here are the changes to the loan agreement for the monolith. I just need your signature, please.
Thank you. I have some business with Joanna at the museum later, so I will return the contract to her then, after I have looked it over.
Are you sure? I don't mind waiting.
You may consider your mission accomplished.
Well, okay then.
Goodbye.
Rather than take 40% of the country, it was an idea in the States to fully annex Mexico in the war. Wouldn't have to deal with this guy if they'd made that decision. Alright. This guy and his victim complex, we'll just have to leave him be. I imagine that was one of the tasks to do, surely, and I'm all about crossing off tasks here. After all, if I can get this game done within 12 hours, I might have some of my day left to enjoy. I haven't finished Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 yet. I will say, though, that the second half of the game is really dragging. It's nowhere near as fun as the first half. Right, not to do in the hotel, museum. No, we should go and check out Taylor Sinclair's office. And I should also save and save often, because I do not trust these ancient games not to crash and burn on me. So we shall do that right here. Load and save. Save and save often. And you can listen to this cool theme because I need to take a swift water break. I'll be back momentarily. I do like the fact that PP Populace is there to acknowledge the fact that I am indeed the monarch. Everybody had their chance to oust me, but they failed. Mine by divine right is that crown. But no, I'm back from Spain. Got back, not last night, but the night before. All right.
It's about time. Oh, my fears are like maggots infesting my poor old carcass. Want a cookie? They're from Oaxaca.
Thanks, but I'm trying to cut back. Now, what's going on?
The art world is being ransacked, Nancy. Prudence Rutherford, a major patron of the arts, had her fire ruby necklace stolen from her villa in Topeka. 2 weeks later, a whole display case full of rare Maya artifacts was heisted from a museum in New Mexico.
Am I meant to worry about the theft of someone who lives in a villa?
What does this have to do with Beach Hill?
I'm just telling you, this community, our friends and colleagues, my people are being systematically trounced by thugs. Who's to say Beach Hill won't be next? You've got to do something.
Does Joanna share your concerns?
I've urged Joanna to approach the board about making some security upgrades, but she just keeps saying that the timing isn't right to ask for money.
With so much writing on this exhibit? How can that be?
Who knows?
So, you're looking for a state-of-the-art detective?
We need your eagle eyes. We need your bat ears. We need you to sniff out the stink of trouble.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, but I'm just a detective, you know. I'm not bionic.
Don't play modest mouse with me.
Modest mouse? Most people call me Nosy Parker. But anyway, tell me something about the art business. Is that a contemporary painting?
You bet your socks it is. Would you believe I dug it up in my backyard?
No, but I could humor you. I guess that would make the painting a genuine artifact?
How about that rubber shark? The artist's name is Poppy Dada. She's a teenager in South Dakota. The art world is going bananas over her stuff. I'll unload that one for some serious dinero.
Is Poppy Dada her real name?
I don't know.
Joanna says you performed an act of wizardry in helping Beach Hill acquire the Pakal carving.
Getting those provenance docs together was a pig and a half. Oh, they're on the up and up, I assure you. But to have been at the height of my career back before the crackdown, those were the days.
What crackdown?
Maybe sometime I'll tell you a sad story I call How Mexico Lost Its Sense of Humor. Not today, though, Nancy.
Alejandro says you're unethical, a modern-day conquistador, that you're robbing Mexico of its cultural history.
And I say Alejandro is the real bully of the playground, a lunch money extortionist who loves nothing more than to see the other boys and girls go hungry.
When you sell a piece of art, what kind of commission do you get?
Standard, 10%. It's no king's ransom, unless of course you sell something for $1 million. Too bad I'm not allowed to put that monolith on the market, huh?
I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
All right, he's just seeming more and more evil here. I can't take this contemporary piece. Did I actually want you for anything? Or was it just to hear your mad ravings? No, it seems like mad ravings are what we're all about. But I'm really delighted to see these extra areas be very small. I did suspect this is quite a self-contained Nancy Drew game. Kind of cute that she uses a little pocket watch like that. I used to carry one. But it ran out of batteries, and you know how awkward batteries can be for little devices like
What's
that.
up? Seen anything suspicious?
I'd better get going.
See you around.
I think it's still in my... I thought it was in my drawer. Wonder where it got to. Right. I'll double check with the consulate just in case they have something more to give me. Replacing them requires a visit to something called a store. No, nonsense. I could open it up and change the battery easily enough. It's just after 1 or 2 changes I was done with seeking out those awkward little button batteries.
Buenos dias.
Why did Mexico choose to lend the monolith to Beach Hill and not some other museum?
Johanna Riggs outbid everyone. I had no idea a small museum like Beach Hill could afford such an expensive arrangement.
The commie here is even wearing red. It's a little on the nose.
Do you consider Henrik a conquistador, along with Joanna Riggs and Sinclair?
Henrik is a student of my culture and my heritage. Not trying to buy and sell it. We don't agree on everything, especially not baseball, but I have nothing against him.
I should get back to the museum.
Yes, you should.
Oh, he didn't beat around the bush, does he? You and your ilk will all starve together. A hand-charged mechanical watch, that never runs out. I used to have a hand-crank radio back in the day. That was great for when I was stuck in the Isle of Mull and bored out of my mind. I could just keep cranking that radio and listen to the very crackly poor reception that I got. Right, well now that I'm back here, what can I do? There are people that I can talk to now, and there are people that I can phone. It's 9:15 apparently, and I do recall that the packaging place was open from 9 till 5. So let's get on the case. Is something on fire? Should I grab one of the many fire extinguishers? Sounds like something's on fire. But I see nothing of the sort.
Beach Hill's been hit. Sit tight, Nancy. The police are on their way.
Don't worry, I'm on the headphones as well. That was drilling through my head. But it wasn't a fire alarm, it was another kind of alarm. And oh no!
I should talk to Joanna before I touch anything.
As if that would stop you, Nancy. It's the titular Scarlet Hand. Ivor was here. As well as being a cool character from Banner Saga, Ivor was the name of one of my childhood cats. Wasn't much of a going over. Right, I need to talk to What's-Her-Face. Wasn't her office area around here?
Someone has cooked up my worst nightmare and served it to me on a plate.
I'd like to have a look at the crime scene myself. Did the police turn up any clues?
The police took some samples for the crime lab, but they couldn't promise any overnight results. So if you want to put your little magnifying glass up to the scene, it's fine with me.
What were their initial findings?
Who knows? Right now, my priority is to get a move on this insurance claim.
I'm not sure what to do with those exhibit narrations.
Henrik can help you with that.
Can you explain how you want me to reorder that Maya numbering exhibit?
Check with Henrik on that.
Why did you become a museum curator?
I became a curator because I want to help make artifacts available to as many people as possible. That's all that matters, isn't it? Unless you're Alejandro Del Rio.
Do you think Alejandro would go to extreme measures, like stealing, to reclaim Mexico's artifacts?
Who knows?
When did Henrik come on board?
I got an email from him one day saying he heard the news about Beach Hill getting the monolith. He said he'd drop everything to come here and translate those glyphs. He was even willing to take a pay cut. What could I say except giddy up? You're hired.
Where was he working before?
At the Chaco Canyon Cultural Center in New Mexico.
I've got work to do.
Bye.
Credit to these older games, it feels like the dialogue passes by really quickly. Feels like it really drags on in some of the later ones. Flip side being that you can skip it in the later ones, but you don't play a Nancy Drew game to skip the enriching dialogue, right? It's there to immerse you. I still need to find out information about that demon of life and death, which I'm struggling to get the information on. Was there information in this book? Necklace altered. Hester's spirit. Jade carving, groundbreaking digs, Amazon thing. Okay, no mention of life and death. Jewelry is to be worn and enjoyed, certainly. You're getting a whole article in this book just to gloat about your wealth. Standard procedure for Nancy Drew game. She is unfathomably rich. Or at least her family is. Don't know how much of that money she's earned herself. I think it's Alibi and Ashes you get to prowl around Nancy's own house. Or maybe it's Silent Spy. She lives in an absolute mansion. And it's just her, her father, because her mother is dead, and her live-in housekeeper Hannah. Christ, you've got your own slave. What a world she lives in. Yeah, Daddy is one rich lawyer. And somehow this story is meant to be empowering for people. So yeah, just have a rich family and have everything handed to you. You too can be as empowered as Nancy Drew. Maybe I'm just too old, cynical, and bitter for this. Right, where are you? You're meant to be helping me out. Ah, but I can help myself. That's what the good Lord stands for. Let us make the call.
You have voicemail. Press 0 to retrieve
Oh.
message.
Nancy, hi. It's Franklin Rose. I'm calling because it's just... This theft is very bad news for the museum. You can't imagine the limb we went out on to acquire that Pakal carving. It's been one of the museum's main attractions. I don't want to take you away from your internship, but if you can do a little investigating, well, I think I speak for the whole board when I say we'd be very grateful. Give me a call when you have a chance. And Nancy, thanks.
To replay messages, press 0.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, hello. Do you have any news?
Not really, but something tells me this case is going to get complicated.
Oh, Nancy, you zero in on a case like a heat-seeking missile, don't you? I feel so much better knowing you're going to follow up on every lead. I'll help in any way I can.
Thanks, Mr. Rose.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh, how telling. Right, we have another call to make because we need to restock on bubble wrap. Keeps throwing me that a phone, a landline's number layout like this is inversed from your keypad. Look at the keypad on your keyboard, or the number pad there. You'll see it's reversed. You're going to find 7 in the top left, not 1. Where was I? 9963. I'm not too old or cynical. I'm just too poor. Mm-hmm.
Are you still having a sale on packing supplies?
That's right, 30% off on bubble wrap, foam peanuts, heavy-duty tape, medium and large boxes, sticky labels, and why supplies last, of course. Have you ordered from us before?
Yes, I think so. We have an account number.
Okay, good. That saves me a lot of paperwork. What's the account number?
BH119K.
BH119... BH119K? Beach Hill? Are you serious?
You sound surprised. I guess you were expecting Sunny June?
I was expecting Beach Hill to settle its accounts with me about 6 months ago. I've sent all 6 of the outstanding invoices to a collection agency. And you jokers won't get another packing peanut out of Silvio Jr. ever. Do not call here again.
Okay. That's not really how you get accounts settled, but sure. But how do I get my hands on it then? What if I call him back? Hey, what's he gonna do? He can't fire me.
Silvio's.
This is Nancy Drew. Do you know offhand how much we owe you?
I thought I told you to beat it. Silvio Jr. is through with the whole lousy bunch of you.
This isn't how you get your money back.
Silvio's Curatorial Bonanza is open from 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. Please call back during regular business hours.
Okay, he's had it up to there with us. Right, never mind the phone call then. Does that mean I can still cross it off my list? Okay, so it has been done. It was kind of ordered. Worked for an oil company, and one of the things that we did was we went through the mail just to organize it, because I get a lot of mail coming in, and the amount of overdue invoices, so many big flashing red titles of final order, this is going to collection agency, final notice, final invoice, for God's sake pay us. They would leave everything to the very last moment to pay, just because they could. If they say money now, it's better than money later. Apparently I did this. Okay, good.
I'd better check to see if I'm done with that.
Okay, so I need to sort out the narration and I need to do the numbering exhibit. But they said speak to, what was it, Heinrich about the numbering? Oh, what's this? Nancy, something's come up. I'll be gone. Your mission, should we choose to accept it, is to run through the temple activities, verify all questions are answered based on info available elsewhere in the museum. We don't want a little rascal rebellion. What? Sure. It was at that point Jake understood debt as a resource. Long understood it. The reason I never used it in Europa was because I like to remain fiscally hydrated, plus loans are too easy. Way too easy. Just use loans to fund the conquest to get more loans. I like the tension of money actually running down. I always preferred it in EU3 where 5 loans and you go bankrupt. Have it be a lot more punitive. Because yeah, it's really just infinite money. And where was the money coming from to begin with? Well, this has been ordered. But how am I meant to get the information on how to do the numbering? I don't know. And yes, PP, I enjoyed Spain immensely so. I was there for 2 weeks. I had an idea of 1, staying for longer and going to Cadobra as well, and 2, going to Italy afterwards, but I decided against both of those things. Not entirely because Monster Hunter World Wilds comes out tomorrow, but that was a significant part of my decision to come back home. Also, if I spent any more time out there, I would do irreparable damage to my weight and waistline. Just so good out there. Relax all day. Eat anything and everything going around. Drinking and chilling and bantering. Great sense of humor. Very friendly people there. It was amazing coming away from Hungary, where it was snowing when I left, over to Spain, where it was 20 degrees. But yeah, I also came away with a much, much better opinion of Spain and Spaniards. Alright, this isn't giving me the information that I need to proceed, though. I like to say that I need all information, which I certainly don't have. How do you even want me to reorder this? I said speak to Henrik, but Henrik isn't here. Perhaps what I should do then is work with the headphone thingamajigger.
Maya scribes recorded the official history of the kings and queens but very little is known about daily life in the Maya world.
Strange supernatural creatures, sometimes called monsters, played an important role in Maya mythology. These monsters were often associated with the earth, caves, or mountains. The bicephalic monster, sometimes called the celestial or cosmic monster, may have represented the sunrise or a long journey. Strange supernatural creatures, sometimes called monsters, played an important role in Maya mythology. These monsters were often associated with the earth, caves, or mountains.
That's definitely not the right thing for the language part, but how do I line these up?
Supernatural creatures, sometimes called
Just says audio. I need to figure out how this thing is interacted with at all. Where was that? I believe it was over in the shipping receiving. We have this bad boy.
Archaeologists work in some of the
Maya scribes recorded the
There's no obvious way to match these up, right? A, B, C, D, E, F. Do I have to worry about any other ones, or is it just those 6? It's much more than those 6. Oh god, there are a lot of them. Okay, this is about to become a problem, isn't it?
The date on this...
Because I don't know what the numbers or the letters match up to. Do I just have to go through them one at a time and go, okay, this is what it is and this is what it should be? Because I can't begin to describe how much I don't want to do that. This would be made 100 times easier if there was just some kind of indication of which one this is. It says audio, but it doesn't have a letter attached to it. Unless they're in some kind of order already.
Although the geographic range of Maya cities is well known, it is difficult to determine the range of Maya influence. Some experts believe the Maya may have traveled as far south as the Amazon and as far north as North America.
So is that meant to be word for word what this is or not? Because that seems good.
Although the geographic range of Maya cities is well known, it is difficult to determine the range of Maya influence.
So something about geographic range. Let's work with that to begin with. So one of them's talking about geographic range. By the way, do these have... No, they don't. Good. Something about geographic range. Yeah, the Mayans are BRs. It's BRs all the way down. Right, geographic range.
The Maya used different...
Maya scribes record...
Archaeologists work in some... strange supernatural...
I am Lord Pakal. Although the geographic range of Maya cities is well known, it is difficult to determine the range of Maya influence. Some experts believe the Maya may have traveled as far south as the Amazon and as far north as North America.
All right, I'm going to write this down. So we're going to have the area, we're going to have the subject, and we're going to have the number. So area F is Mayan range, and it's 06, and that is correct. Oh man, that's a lot of work. How many of these are there? 1, 2, 3 by 4, 12. Does that really add up? Because there are 6 areas. Ah, but they don't all have walkie-talkie parts, do they? Damn and blast it. This is going to take forever. There's got to be an easier way to do this. I suppose what I could do is find the wrong ones and then only go with those. Because, for example, this is correct. There's nothing to fiddle around with here. You don't do anything.
The Maya used different methods to represent numbers. Here is an example of the numbers from 0 to 19, from top left to bottom right. Notice how some numbers are represented with bars and dots, and some are represented with pictures.
So, ham radio. Ham radio is currently numbers. So the exhibit is ham radio and the audio is numbers. So if I go back and find the one that tells me that it is numbers, I can go and switch that out for ham radioing. Whichever one that may be.
I am Lord Picard.
No.
Although the geographic range...
No.
Strange.
Certainly not.
The Maya used different methods to...
Right, this is it. So A...
The Maya used different methods to represent numbers. Here is an example of the
Area
numbers
A
from 0 to 19, from
is
top
ham radio.
left to bottom right. Notice how some numbers are
And we
represented...
need to switch that.
Although the geographic range...
Archaeologists work in some of the most remote areas of the world.
And that should be 05.
Ham radios are often the only means of contacting the outside world.
Alright, what else is wrong? Need to shoot the logistician behind this setup. Now you're thinking with double entry tables. Thinking? Not one for thinking, I'm one for doing. Alright, this one doesn't have talking, so what are the Maya is done correctly. Now, what about the artsy craftsy stuff?
Ceramic bowls, such as the one featured in this exhibit, may have been used as vessels for burnt offerings of incense or corn. This bowl was either dedicated to or used to supplicate the god of war, Balak. Ceramic bowls,
offering
such as the
bowl
one
is
featured in
already
this
correct.
exhibit, may have been used as vessels
Not a
for
concern.
burnt
This has no audio. This has no audio. No audio. No
The
audio.
Maya were pantheistic, believing in many gods who ruled over different aspects of Maya life. Chak was the god of rain. Ishel, goddess of the moon, presided over childbirth and basket weaving.
Basket
Ahau Kin
weaving?
represented the sun. The
I know of a forum dedicated to you. Right. This all seems non-problematic.
Lady Zak Cook ruled Palenque before her son ascended the throne in 615 CE.
That's fine. No audio for King Palak. Got our little Scarlet hand stuff.
Lord Pakal, ruler of the mighty kingdom of Palenque. All those who come before me witness my power.
Lord Pakal is considered the most influential ruler of the Maya civilization. Cultural, scientific, and military achievement flourished under his reign. As with all Maya kings, very little is known about his personal life, since all written inscriptions dealt solely with public achievements such as wars, battles, coronations, births, marriages, and deaths.
So this might be right or it might not, because it is the Pakal artifact. But I am Pakal might not be right, so we're going to double check that one. Just in case there's a more fitting spiel for it. You'd figure the spiel would actually talk about the artifact. Not just I am Pakal, but we need to find out which one this is first. Yeah, you.
I am Lord Pakal, ruler of the mighty kingdom of Palenque. All those who come before me witness my power.
Lord Pakal is considered the most influential ruler of the Maya civilization. Cultural, scientific, and military achievements
So it might
flourished
be
under his
07.
reign.
What else could it
As
be?
with all, the Maya kings were often in a protracted state of war with local kahals. Here, strange supernatural creatures, sometimes called monsters.
The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine calendar, made up of 20 weeks each with a name. The 4 miniature gods clinging to the vision serpent are the headband twins, Hun Ahau and Balaam, and the twins of...
Ritualized bloodletting was a common practice among the Maya. In this panel,
The Maya ball game was a religion.
In addition to adorning themselves with jewelry and costumes,
Maya scribes recorded the official history of the kings and...
the Maya used different methods to represent.
Although the geographic range of...
Archaeologists work in some of the most ceramic bowls, such as the one.
The Maya were pantheistic. Lady Zach Cook. I am Lord Pakal.
That's the one that makes the most sense, I guess. I am Lord Pakal. And that wasn't a 7, that was 01. I'll leave that as is. Also, these are the most bored-sounding audios. I don't do audio things for museums like this. But do they all sound that terrible? They almost sound like they're under duress giving that reading. Right, that all seems okay. We already checked out the gods. Meaning there isn't a lot left to check out, is there? Surely everything's working fine.
Maya scribes recorded the official history of the kings and queens, but very little is known about daily life in the Maya world.
So scribe seems okay.
Strange supernatural
This is wrong, though.
creatures, sometimes called monsters, played an important role in Maya mythology.
So the
These
number
monsters were
system
often
is currently
associated with the
monsters.
earth, caves, or mountains.
We'd go and fix that.
The bis
A lot of these don't have audio. How bizarre.
The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine calendar, made up of 20 weeks each with a named day
The
and
body
13 weeks each with a
shaping
numerical day. The 2 types of weeks progress
is
independently
currently
of each
calendar.
other. The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine calendar, made up of 20 weeks each with a named day and 13. The Maya ball game was a religious
Okay, the ball game is actually correct. Alright, so I probably only have 2 more of these to fix. Unless there's audio out here, and I hope to hell there's not.
In addition to adorning themselves with jewelry and
Bollocks.
costumes, the Maya shaped their bodies to heighten their beauty.
Alright,
Beads
so
were dangled in front of infants' faces to
the
encourage crossed eyes, a
Rutherford
trait considered
slab
attractive to the Maya. In addition to adorning themselves with
is
jewelry and
body
costumes,
shaping.
the Maya shaped their bodies to heighten their beauty. Beads were dangled in front of infants.
That's already more mental energy spent on this than I want to. I don't have a lot of temporary storage space for that, so let's sort what we know.
Archaeologists work in.
Nah, we're fine.
Maya scribes recorded the official
Scribes was correct.
Archaeologists work in some of the most remote areas of the world.
That can't be right. We'll sort that in due time.
Strange supernatural creatures, sometimes called
Right, the one about monsters should be about
played in
numbers.
The date on this slab. The 4 miniature gods clean.
Ritualized bloodletting.
The Maya ball game was a...
In addition to adorning themselves,
Maya scribes
the Maya used different methods to represent numbers. Here
Okay.
is an example of the numbers from 0 to 19. From
Numbers
top
should be
left
sorted
to
now.
bottom right. Notice how some numbers are represented with bars and dots, and
Body
some are
shaping talks about the
represented with
calendar
pictures.
slab.
Although the geographic range...
Need to move over a bit here.
The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine
Right, this needs to be changed to
calendar.
body
The 4
shaping.
miniature gods...
Ritualized bloodletting was a common practice among the Maya.
The Maya ball game.
In addition to adorning themselves...
Good, got that sorted. Now the Rutherford slab talks about body shaping.
The Maya kings were often in a protracted state.
The Maya were pantheistic.
In addition to adorning themselves with jewelry and costumes, the Maya shaped their bodies to heighten their beauty.
Something here about a Rutherford slab then.
Maya scribes recorded the official.
The Maya used different methods to represent numbers.
Although the geographic range of Maya...
Archaeologists work in some ceramic bowls, such as the one featured in this exhibit, may have been used as vessels for...
The Maya were Lady Zach Cook ruled Palent. I am Lord Picard.
The Maya kings were often in a protracted state of war. Strange, super...
The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine... The 4 miniature gods clinging to the vision serpent.
Hang on, what is the Rutherford slab?
Bloodletting was a...
Right, I need to make note, this is J. J needs to be investigated further. Also, I realized I might end up redoing ones that I've already fixed, because I didn't take note of which letters they all were. Ah, what? Right, so I need it to be... I need it to turn into the stuff about the date? The calendar slab date? Whatever, anything that says Tzolk'in. And it'll be J sorted.
The 4 miniature gods clinging. The date on this slab.
That's it. Okay. And there's bound to be other things to sort here, though, and they'll be out in the garden. Bleh. At least they should be later on and everything. Good, no audio. No audio is best audio.
The Maya kings were often in a protracted state of war with local kahals.
Oh, thank God, that's
Here,
even better when it's
jaguars.
already correct. Boy, I struggle to think of times when I've had less fun in a museum. I'm not much of a museum goer. When I go traveling to see things like this, I like to go to abandoned ruins. I don't like it when, 1, there are a bunch of other people there, and 2, when it's maintained. I really like to see things that are just dilapidated ruins. So funnily enough, when I went to the Alhambra, I really didn't like the whole palace entry part. That was kind of lame. Because, you know, it was shuffle along this pre-designated route. Don't touch anything, just look and take your selfies. But beyond that, you could go out and around and explore much more to your heart's content. The actual ruined walls and such, that was much more my jam. Went and hiked up the hill behind the back of the Alhambra as well. Terrific view of the whole place.
Archaeologists work in some of the most remote areas of the world. Ham radios are often the only means of contacting the outside world. HAM is an acronym for Handheld Amateur Radio. Archaeologists work in some of the most remote
I've needed your
areas of the
information.
world.
Right.
Ham radios are often the only means of contacting the
Please
outside
stop
world.
talking. Please stop talking. Okay. So the bicephalic altar. Phallic. The bicephalic altar is currently talking about ham radios. I need to fix that, but I need to make sure that I don't do it by changing the existing ham radio change that I made, which was for area A. Also make note that the monster, and I'll write this down, monster equals... Do we just call it bicephalic monster? I guess so. Phallic monster. Really filling up my notebook here. It's crazy. Right, goody gumdrops. Let's go and fix that and hope that there's nothing else to audio check. Ugh.
Ritualized bloodletting was a common practice among the Maya. In this panel, 3 captives wear garments associated with bloodletting. A variety of instruments including stingray spines, thorns, and bone awls were employed for this activity.
3 captives. But are these captives being bloodlet? Hard to tell. I mean, they're certainly swimming in what looks like blood.
Ritualized bloodletting was a common practice among the Maya. In this panel, 3 captives wear garments associated
3
with
captives.
bloodletting.
Good enough for me.
A variety of instruments including stingray
Spend 2 health, gain 2 upgraded, 3 energy. Alright, then there's only one more change that we need to do for the audio, assuming I've got it all correct. And we know a little bit more to pass on in level 2 of the quiz. We're making rapid progress. I'm looking forward to re-watching the Monk's run of this game so I can continue to laugh, assuming I do better than he does. If I don't, then it's a lot less funny and I don't bother. So I need to find the thing that talks about ham radios that isn't Area A and change it to the bicephalic altar.
The date on this.
No.
The 4 miniature gods.
No.
ceramic bowls.
No.
Lady Zach Cook.
Nope.
The Maya ball game.
Also no.
Ritualized bloodletting was
Wait,
a
what?
common practice among the Maya.
In the middle then?
In addition to the Maya kings were...
The Maya were
The Maya used...
I am Lord. Although the geographic range of Maya...
Archaeologists work in some of the most remote areas.
A is 5, but something else is 5.
Archaeologists work in some of the most remote...
Alright, got you. So this needs to be changed to the bicephalic altar.
Ceramic bowls.
The Maya were pantheistic, believing in... Lady Zach Cook ruled Palenque before her son ascended... I am Lord...
No.
The Maya kings were often in a
Definitely not.
state of war with local kahals.
Whoa, okay.
Here,
I'm very, very glad that Nancy...
As a captured lord kneels
Oh,
at
please
his
stop
feet.
talking. Very happy Nancy confirmed that for me.
The kahal holds a broken umbrella, a gesture typical of a supplicating captive.
Oh, thank goodness. Nice. Now we just need to do the numbering exhibit, although we don't really have all the information that we need for that, do we? Would you rather learn more fun facts about everyone's favorite King Ludwig? No. I've never dropped a Nancy Drew game because I can't stand it. I always power through one way or another. But I was utterly defeated by the lessons of King Ludwig in Beast Within. What a shame, because that game was otherwise really good. Well, you know, as really good as FMV games get. But Chapter 4 just ruined the whole game for me. Oh, I could not tolerate another minute of that. Bit of a shame, but thankfully, Baron Von Owen picked up the whole Gabriel Knight series and played through them. Even the super janky PlayStation 1 era graphics one. Where he was in France, I believe.
It's locked.
Ugh. I wouldn't mind picking up the Laura Bow games myself. That's pretty cool. Because it is actually a detective game. You have to deduce in Laura Bow. That was really cool. Right. Oh, I don't think we're done hearing the word Maya, PP. Right, the Shield Jaguar wife name was... I have to flick back a page in my notebook here. Lady Zoc? Not a very flattering name. And I need the bicephalic monster. Oh yeah! What did they call a decorative woven blouse? I have no idea. Let's go with... Huipil. Yes! I wrote down that word because I thought, this might be relevant without actually mentally making note of what it meant. What is a kahal? They're like a revolt, an area, a clan. Come on, they put them down. What do we call a kahal? A tribe? Tribe with a capital T? A leader? General? A warlord? I really don't want to step all the way back out and listen to that nonsense again. What was the term used for a kahal? Have we got any Mexicans here? Help me, hombre. The Twitch chat. Really don't want to look. Hold on. I've got a phone, right? A phone next to me. Why don't I just type in the word kahal and maybe add the word meaning? It's Old Irish. No, I don't want Old Irish. Give me kahal meaning Mayan, please. The name Kahal Peck means place of the ticks. What? That's not what I need. The thing said that Mayan tribes were often at war with the Kahals. Yeah, I know that. Are they the Irish? Local leader? Let's go and learn about Kahals again. It's not so much a big deal to read about it. It's the fact that I have to come out here, I have to click around, move around, go up the stairs. This door is going to close behind me, meaning I need to reopen it with the little key card. At least I don't have to do the little quiz again. And then we got to go and find out about the Kahals, which I think we're out here. It's the navigating in the old Nancy... Actually, all the Nancy Drew games are a pain in the bum to navigate. But the older ones usually more than the newer ones. Oh, that's Lady Zoc and the betrothal and the helmet. Who wants a helmet as a dowry? Prominent local noble man. I doubt it wants all those words, but I'm going to write it down anyway. Probably because I'd struggle to spell the word prominent. For example, if I were to write it out, I would use A instead of an E there, but that's a common mistake I make in English. Prominent, local, noble man. And it's noble man with a space, not all one word for some bizarre reason. Alright, let's go and see which combination of those 4 words at once in a little quiz game. This is not the quiz game, but I have to go through just to go out. Maybe it just wants noble, but I thought I tried noble.
It's locked.
Step through faster, Nancy. Still, so far, this is better than the Black Hall game. Black Hall? Black Manor? Hall Manor? What was the one set in England? With that creepy little child with the kind of spaghetti limbs. Oh, Nancy, I want to play a game. Still couldn't really tell if that was a boy or a girl, but that's a problem I've had for a long time. Oh, who was the little girl in Resident Evil 2? Sherry. I actually thought Sherry was a boy for a long time when I played that game. Right. This was Lady Zoc. The bicephalic monster. Hey. This is the word I wrote down because I thought it looked relevant. What was it? It was the... Oh my god, I don't know which one. The Huey pill? Close enough. Alright, what is a Kapal? Are they noble? Oh, noble is fine. Well, that's good. What is the name of a Maya matchmaker? You can't find the answer to this in the museum. Oh, it's gonna be on his floppy drive, isn't it? I don't know the login password for his floppy. Yeah, well, guess we're gonna have to figure that one out and go through all of this again later on. Right. So we still have some things to suss out. What time is it, Nancy? It's 5:30 already. Where does time go when you're having so much fun? Did I already check off doing the audio stuff? Absolutely did, but I still need to do the numbering exhibition, and I do not know how. Did we ever get information as to how to get into the floppy or the broken down machine that needs a login and password? And not only do I not know, I don't know where I'm going to find that information. Be back ASAP. Rascals. Run through temple activities. Verify all questions can be answered. What is this? It almost looks like it should say Henrik, but that is not an H in any language.
You have no voicemail.
No voicemail. No problem. Heaven help me, whatever that is. Are we still seeking permission to use this?
I shouldn't be messing around with this without permission.
This is not the Nancy I know and love.
I shouldn't be messing around with this without permission.
I don't want to use it anyway. That's fine by me. Surprised I'm not snooping around the desk. Oh, hang on. Have I played around with all this? This might be relevant. Oh, but I've already done this, haven't I? Well, I wrote it down. I'm not sure I ever called it. Let's change that. Instruction manual, which I will definitely have to use. There's Morse. Morse looking oddly familiar compared to the number system of the Mayans, which we still need to figure out.
It's locked.
Locked, and I have not picked up additional keys yet. I think there was diddly squat in here that I haven't already fully investigated. At least to the point where I need keys for them. Whoa, Jake is back, says Look Shadden. No, I'm afraid this is a rerun. I hope I timed that call out at just the right moment. I was getting quite absorbed into Spanish work ethic, but I came to my senses and realized I need to get back. I actually missed the feeling of being productive, at least as productive as someone who streams for a living can feel. I don't know how anyone can hold down a job in Iberia. It doesn't feel like there's any incentive to work hard, or perhaps even work at all. I was actually speaking to a Dutchman at a restaurant there. He says he's a retired Dutch expatriate, which is, of course, the rich word for migrant. And he was saying it's actually a bit of a problem for him living in Spain because he doesn't do anything other than just eat and drink all day. And he says he misses the feeling of routine and being productive. I don't know, oh, what a hard life you must live. My heart bleeds for you. Or words to that effect.
It's locked.
Okay, might be a little late to make that phone call, so I think we'll just pass time until morning time again.
I
Unless-
don't think he'll be there at this hour.
Okay, then go to bed. Hold on, is our hotel called the Colonial Hotel? Goes a little on the nose. They all say, sure, the food and the weather and such is all great, but if you actually want to get something done or do something with your life, it sucks. Yeah, but why? Life seems good there. Can we actually use our landline? Ooh, oh, Bess! We are in the money now. I'm feeling nostalgic pain for the way this phone works. Could only be worse if it had a rotary dial, which I did have.
Hello? Hey, Bess, it's me, Nancy. What's new?
It's pouring rain. George and I are in the middle of a heated game of Go Fish, and I'm winning. Don't believe a word she says, Nancy. Last hand, I made mincemeat out of her. Anyway, we don't want to make you homesick. How's the internship going?
Everything was going great until someone broke into a display case and stole one of the museum's most valuable artifacts. A jade carving of King Pakal.
Who was King Pakal?
He's considered one of the great Maya rulers. He reigned at the height of the Maya civilization.
So what happened?
Well, apparently the civilization was never quite the same after he died.
No, silly, with the theft. What happened with the theft? Who are your suspects? Do you have any clues?
Easy, ladies. Let's just say that so far, I have more questions than I do answers. But don't worry, I'm on the case.
There goes your low-key internship. Honestly, Nancy, it never will cease to amaze me how one girl can cross paths with so much trouble.
If you ever thought low-key was a very modern phrase, there we have it in a fairly ancient Nancy Drew game.
I don't know what to make of Alejandro del Rio, the attaché to the Mexican consulate.
What's his connection to Beach Hill?
Right now, he's negotiating the monolith loan agreement between Mexico and the museum.
And what's your confusion? Something to do with dashing good looks, I hope.
Well, he is a little bit handsome, but he also seems very angry about all the Mexican antiquities his country has lost over the years.
How have they been lost?
They've been taken by explorers and archaeologists and smugglers. I guess the laws have only recently changed to protect Mexico's rights to its own antiquities.
Well, it sounds like he has a legitimate gripe.
Yes, but I got the feeling he would do just about anything to get an artifact returned to Mexico.
What do you mean, anything?
That's what I'm not sure of.
Well, let's hope he's just a big talker and not a bona fide vigilante.
Right, now hold up, Nancy. When you say Mexican antiquities and returned to Mexico, Mexico's a fairly modern state and country. What ownership do they have over this? What about in the lands of old Mexico annexed by the USA? Who gets those antiquities? You're digging yourself a bit of a trench, Miss Drew.
Have you seen anything in the papers about Beach Hill getting the deal with Mexico to display the Palenque monolith?
The who?
The monolith. It's a giant block of stone recently excavated from a cave near Palenque in Mexico. Apparently, it's a very big deal. They think it's 1,500 years old.
So, have you seen it? This, monolith?
Yeah, it's humongous. Must weigh a ton.
Like how big? As big as a refrigerator?
Maybe Bigfoot's refrigerator.
Sorry, Nancy, but how would a person tell this monolith apart from, say, some other big rock?
Well, for one thing, it has Maya glyphs carved into it.
Glyphs?
Pictures that represent words or ideas, also known as logographs. Joanna says the glyphs might be a message from King Pakal.
What kind of message?
We don't know yet. Henrik Vanderheun, Beach Hill's epigrapher, is working on a translation. Ever since the theft, I haven't been able to find Henrik anywhere.
That's odd. Has anyone else seen him?
If they have, they sure aren't telling me.
Nancy, do you think he's the thief?
I can't imagine that.
Maybe he's just an accomplice. Maybe he loosened security somehow to make the thief's job easier.
It's possible, but Henrik seems to care so much about his work. Why would he want to hurt the museum?
Maybe he cares a little too much. She's right, Nancy. I'd give him the 3rd degree if I were you. Whenever he shows up again, that is.
Somehow, Joanna has gotten the museum into some financial hot water.
How'd she do that? Yeah, and how hot's the water?
It's all very vague. I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. I mean, maybe she just overextended the budget a little in her effort to acquire the best artifacts for the museum, but
even if her intentions were good...
she may be feeling a little desperate to make some money back quickly.
Desperate enough to steal the Pakal carving, sell it on the black market, and collect the insurance on it too?
I know she loves the museum. Who knows what she'd do if she were afraid of losing her job.
She's a suspect. Definitely a suspect.
Detective Drew, requesting hint, please.
If you want the password for Sunny's diskette, you're going to have to think like Sunny, work like Sunny,
Maybe even snack like Sunny.
I'll talk to you later, ladies.
we're rooting for ya.
Yeah, you're doing great.
That's a little disappointing because in some of the other games, if you go, hey, girls, I need a clue, they go, I thought you were a senior detective, no clue from us. Right, I had another number I wanted to call. 505-555-1222. Might be a little late for this, though.
You've reached the Chaco Canyon Cultural Center. The center is now closed. Regular hours are from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. 7 days a week, except on major national holidays, when we are closed.
Bummer. Well, I guess Nancy's having a lie-in. Unless a Snickers will do. Going to bed at 7:45 p.m. and waking up at 10 a.m. Sounds like my life. Met a Canadian couple, funnily. Were they retired? No, one of them was a physio and the other one might have been retired. And we were standing on not the Alhambra, but Crivens. What's the fortification in Malaga called? Anyway, we were there and they were blown away by the fact that they were standing on something 1,000 years old, saying, yeah, you go to Canada, we have old things that are 100 years old. I seemed happy to be there, and I was happy to chat. Right. I want to check in with Sinclair for a little bit. Hold on, I was meant to make that phone call. I can do it at the... I can do it from the museum. Hola, Vino Paolo. I don't think I had any vino when I was over in Spain. Not really there for a drinking holiday. The food, though. Oh.
It's a fiasco, just as I feared. Oh, I'm sick about the whole thing.
Yes, your fears seem to have been quite visionary.
I was in the museum when it happened.
Have you spoken to the police?
I told them everything I know. I mean, I coughed up my brains right there on the table.
So, do you think this is linked to the thefts in Topeka and New Mexico?
That awful red hand was left on Prudence Rutherford's jewelry box in Topeka, and on the display case in the museum in New Mexico. What's the chance they're not connected?
Do you know Prudence Rutherford personally?
Oh, we saw each other at functions now and then. Poor Prudence. She adored that necklace.
What's the name of the museum in New Mexico?
The Chaco Canyon Cultural Center. They had a beautiful collection up there, worth a bundle, too. I appraised some pieces for them a few years back.
Why do you think the thief is leaving this red handprint?
To be a gruesome scoundrel?
I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for bringing up the place that I was just about to call. Although, well, actually, having spoken to you, it might open up a dialogue option such like, oh, hey, I am working for such and such guy. He appraised your stuff. Now, please let me snoop around. Yeah, actually, it did have some aged Mashengo cheese with Iberian ham. Oh, it was good. It feels like bad food is outlawed in Spain. It was all good. Although it was very much on a very broad spectrum of good. It went from good to absolutely amazing. And the price was similarly on a spectrum. Thankfully, I had some expert advice on where to go.
Need something?
Have you seen Henrik? I found a piece of paper inside the Pakal display case. It had some glyphs on it and a print of a red hand. I'm hoping he can give me a translation.
What am I, fish food? Henrik's not the only one around here who can read a glyph, you know.
Sorry, Joanna. I thought I was supposed to go to Henrik with all my glyph questions.
The police showed me the note. It said, "The magician suffers yellow death," whatever that means. Apparently, the thief just couldn't come up with the glyphs for "the curator suffers flaming purple disgrace."
Apparently, a Topeka woman named Prudence Rutherford has recently been visited by a red-handed thief, too. Do you have any idea how I might get in touch with her?
Afraid I can't help you there.
I haven't seen Henrik since the theft. Where do you think he could be?
Who knows?
You are not very useful at all, are you? Did you get a tan, Jake? No, I never tan. I have the whitest skin I have ever seen. And I've seen an albino before. Didn't burn either, thankfully. Good old factor 50 was there for me. And yeah, the seafood there was so good. Grilled octopus, probably being the top thing I had there. Those little crispy suckers.
Need something?
I'm curious about the red handprint the thief left. Does it have any significance in Maya culture?
Afraid I can't help you there. What I want to know is what the hand was printed with. It's obviously not finger paint. Why don't you do a little analysis on it in the lab?
I've got work to do.
Bye.
Is that you giving me finally permission to use the expensive and breakable stuff in the lab? I like that idea. But I gotta make a phone call as well, so let's try not to forget that. Meow. Also, I gotta think like Sonny. Also, who's Sonny? Sonny was that fat ass, right? Did he have any location here? Maybe I need to find a way to snoop through Sonny's...
It's locked.
Sonny's anything? Is this Sonny's area? Maybe. If it was, maybe we can get the key and rifle through his stuff. Or maybe we rifle through... I thought I clicked on this before. I could have sworn we grabbed something here and I tried to click on this, but I couldn't. Or maybe I was just foolish and didn't, because I would have certainly clicked on the old Cocoa Crinkle bars. Right, Sonny, give me the details. Notes, 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 notes. I hate that bull game. It's all random. Choosing when I pass, when the computer passes. Yeah, there's some kind of mathematical thing about when you have to reach a certain value and you get to make choices and the other one does. There's a right time to pass depending on the values that you can generate. It was a riddle I remember from high school, and of course I've forgotten how you actually solve it. Point is, it's not all random. Pascal's triangle. Aliens did it. 1 and 3 frequency to to Mexico. Get artifacts. Alexandra rocks. Beach Hill gang. Blah blah blah. Stop breaking my stuff. What's up her sleeve? Loads of money. Sinclair. Warning, never look directly at Sinclair's tie. It's a radioactive tie. The audio narration thingy is going to be so much work. Managed to borrow notes. Note to self, must distract Joanna after her coffee break. Oh lord, how useful this would have been. It's the letters for all the audio stuff I linked together. I was so smart I didn't need the letters, but it would have been helpful. Must surf web. I sure wish the lab had a computer. I've got to check out the latest alien adventure games. If only someone would make a game about the mana? Maybe the Maya. Toss in some aliens. Latest adventure game, number 1. Boring job. Stinky Cheese, Big Trouble. Who ratted? Must have been Bandit, Whoops, Storman. Okay, well this is great, but what's the password? Temple in the Sky, game number 1. Maybe there's something about the way that everything is underlined here. He has underlined some suspicious amount of words, hasn't he? Let's follow the underlined stuff only. Saw Sinclair the other day is all underlined. Note to self. Oh, so note to self. After have Maya. Oh, okay, well that's not useful. Big trouble. This doesn't seem helpful, though. Sunny is your incompetent predecessor. Ah. But I'm sure not seeing a password. One and 3, frequency of 4, 2. Is this meant to be a hint for something? Luckily, old Hurricane Sunny managed to borrow Joanna's notes for the project. Distract her after her coffee break. Garden. This is just a kind of layout map here. Must surf the web. Wish I had a computer. Have to check out the alien adventure games on justadventure.com. Make a game about the Maya. Toss in aliens. I'm just trying to find something that looks like a password in here, because I need the password on the floppy disk. Were you able to password protect floppy disks? I'm trying to remember. I think there was a physical switch you could put in the floppy disk, although I never understood why that was a thing, because someone could just take out the disk, flip it, and then read and write. Well, that did not help me get the password. The physical switch was just to prevent overwriting. But could you encrypt? I mean, the disk itself, obviously, you could zip something up, put a password in the zip, and then that's your lot. Okay, that didn't work out. Who am I calling? 555-9963. No, that was the wrong one. That was entirely the wrong one.
Curatorial Bonanza is open from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Please call back during regular business hours.
Need 555-1222. I beg your pardon. Don't give me that.
You have now
Maybe I need to do the full thing. 1505. Don't you error tone me. Ah! Well, that was negative help.
You have now voicemail.
Try our luck with Franklin again.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Oops, false alarm. I'll call you later.
Not a problem, dear.
You sure it's not a problem? I hate getting phone calls. I was told to examine the... Okay, maybe that's not the thing to examine with. We got anything like a microscope? You. No, I can't work my way with those things. Hey! Alright, let's go spectral analyzing with this. Krollmeister. Hey, you were brought up in one of the other games. I think it was the Germany game.
Okay, I've got a graph of the chemical used for the handprint. Now I've got to match it up with a known substance.
Does that mean I need to insert? Okay, well, it looks a lot like this thing.
That's it.
That was easy. It was made with HGs. Why was that relevant? Maybe I need to go and talk to the lassie about it. It'd be nice if I could put together another vase or something. That was kind of fun. Relatively speaking, for a Nancy Drew game.
It's locked.
Hang on. I'm not convinced we've gotten everything out of that book. Unless the password is freaking aliens. Let's take one last look at that book. Properties, sunny June. Little doodles on the damn thing. And I can't click beyond this. I don't seem to look at the back or anything. I mean, there are aliens everywhere, so maybe the password is just alien or aliens. Grr, no Cocoa Kringle for you. There's Cocoa Kringle. Notes. I hate that choosing when I pass, when the computer passes. I saw computer pass and thought password, but no. 4 pieces of corn, different than dice. Try Pascal's triangle. 1 and 3, frequency 2. Okay, well, this probably means something. Aliens did it. Okay, there was an attempt. At least we have leads. That's good. One of the most frustrating things in a Nancy Drew game is when you just have nothing to work with. You don't know where the puzzle is. You don't know what there is left to interact with. You're just rubbing yourself against everything, hoping that there's something that can look like progress. At least right now we do have things to poke around with, people to talk to, things to bring up, things that we know we need to figure out.
I've got work to do.
Carpe diem.
Wait, didn't I figure this out? Who wanted that information? You did. You told me to look at it, and look at it I did. Unless there was something else I still needed to do with it. Does this thing still work? If it still activates, that's probably a sign that you still have things to do. Oh, definitely, Nix. I'll get them all done someday. Stay tuned for danger. Was that not the second one?
That's it.
Yeah, we got this, but what do we do with this information?
That's it.
Yeah, it's HGs. Usually this is useful for something. Unless you want me to go and look at the periodic table, but that's not a thing. Oh, yeah, it is. Right, where's HGs?
S stands for sulfur.
Well done, Nancy.
According to this chart, Hg stands for mercury.
Okay, so it's mercury sulfur.
So the handprint was made from mercury and sulfur.
Whoa, what a genius! Alright, perhaps this is the grand information. So I couldn't just say HGs. We need to say mercury and sulfur. Isn't mercury bad for you?
Need something?
I did the chemical analysis you suggested. That red hand was printed with a compound containing mercury and sulfur. Does that mean anything to you?
Sure, cinnabar. The Maya would rub it into their most important carvings to add definition to the artist's lines.
Where would a person get a supply of cinnabar?
We use cinnabar here at the museum the same way the Maya did, to keep things as authentic as possible. Henrik orders those kinds of supplies, but we've been out of stock for quite a while. The last I heard, there was some kind of holdup with the distributor.
I've got work to do.
See you around.
Kind of flirtatious the way she says, see you around. But that stands to reason. Everybody loves Nancy. She's such a Mary Sue. Almost belittlingly so. But maybe that appeals to a certain kind of person. Just pawing over everything in case I overlook something. Because I know how painful it is later on in the game having to paw over anything, looking for any kind of advancement. Right, I'm going to see if I can make that phone call from my hotel, because I couldn't make it from the museum for some reason. Although now I can't remember the number. Also, what time is it? It is 2 o'clock. So this shouldn't be a problem. Assuming they're going to pick up my call. 1505 555 1222. Don't you give me the error tone, please?
Chaco Canyon
Oh,
Cultural Center.
yeah.
Hi, I'm hoping to speak to someone about the theft that happened there recently.
Are you the press?
No, I'm a detective investigating a similar crime in Washington, D.C.
This is Sheila Schultz, the director. What would you like to know?
My name is Nancy Drew. I'm calling from the Beach Hill Museum in Washington, D.C. I understand you had some rare Maya artifacts stolen recently.
That's right. It's a terrible loss, and the police here have no leads.
Beach Hill was robbed, too. We lost one of our prized jade carvings.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
I'm wondering if the robberies are connected. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the incident at Chaco Canyon?
Fire away.
I heard the thief left a red handprint at the scene of the crime. Is that true?
Yes, it was very gruesome. It looked like blood, but according to the police analysis, the print was made with a mercuric sulfide paste.
Do you know of any symbolic meaning attached to a red hand?
Don't walk, don't go there, talk to the hand, as my 15-year-old would say? Really, I haven't the slightest idea.
What types of artifacts did the thief get away with?
Only the center's most prized pieces. The case contained 5 pre-Columbian artifacts that were excavated right from this area.
Do you have a list of the stolen pieces?
I know those pieces like the back of my hand. There were 3 pottery pieces, a small stone figurine with a snake head, and an ornamental jade carving.
I'm interested in the jade carving. What did it look like?
It was highly unusual. There was a glyph on it that no one could translate. Until we hired Henrik Vanderheun, that is. His opinion was that it's Mayan in origin, and that it may have been a place-name glyph for this area. As you can imagine, we regarded it as something of a regional treasure.
Do you know that Henrik Vanderheun works for Beach Hill now?
Yes, I know. His departure was a great loss for us.
Why didn't you mention the connection when I told you I was from Beach Hill?
I guess it didn't seem important.
Was Henrik still working at Chaco Canyon when the theft occurred?
No. It happened just a few days after he left. I remember because after the police left, the staff and I were so depressed, we went into the lounge and pigged out on the rest of Henrik's farewell cake.
Was Henrik on good terms with Chaco Canyon when he left?
Well, it was awfully abrupt. As soon as he heard about that monolith, boom, he was gone. For some reason, he just had to go study it. We weren't exactly happy about it, but it's not like quitting is against the law.
Do you recall having some appraisal work done by an art dealer by the name of Taylor Sinclair?
How could I forget? He went on and on about the impossibly rare artifacts he could get for us. I said, "Are you an art dealer or a smuggler?" But he assured me that the provenance documents would all be in order. Still, I never did any further business with him. He just seemed slippery.
Could you send me a photo of that jade carving so I can take a look at the glyph?
I'm afraid I sent our only print off to the insurance company. They said they'd return it, but who knows when our claim will be processed. I'm sorry.
Thanks a million, Sheila.
Feel free to call if you have any more questions.
Did I really get anything out of that? Information, I suppose, but didn't feel like anything usable. But I know someone that's usable. Bess.
Hello?
It's me again.
Nancy Drew, you will never guess who the cat just dragged in.
Who?
Frank and Joe Hardy.
You're kidding. I haven't talked to those two in months.
Let me tell you, they're as cute as ever. George and I were just telling them about your latest case, and... judging by the way they're hovering around me at the moment, I think they want to say hello.
Sure, put them on.
Hi, Nancy, it's Frank.
Frank Hardy, what in the world are you doing in River Heights?
Well, Joe and I just finished up a case out west, and we're taking a few days to drive back to Bayport. So we stopped in River Heights to say hello to our favorite girls.
Well, that's awfully sweet of you.
We should have known you'd be out there chasing trouble.
Joe, is that you?
The one and only. How's it going, Nancy?
Oh, just knee-deep in another case. You know the feeling.
Do we ever? There's one around every corner, isn't there?
You can say that again.
There's one around every corner, isn't there?
All right, Joe. Cheeky as ever, I see.
It's the secret of my irresistible charm.
Oh, brother. Listen, Nancy, we're taking off again tomorrow, but if you want to talk shop about this case, why don't you give us a call on the car phone? The number is 973-555-3393.
Sounds great. I'll do that.
Go get him, Nancy.
Good luck.
Does Nancy understand the concept of a car phone? When she was over in Ireland, or was she in Scotland? Crivens, well, one or the other. She was just grabbing her phone and talking away at it, and then she crashes her car. All the while making light of the fact that she was talking on her phone while driving to Ned. What a criminal. Alright, can I, for the life of me, get into this if I just put in alien? What about aliens? Okay, what about Cocoa Crinkles? What about Cocoa Dash? Oh, it doesn't want that. Cocoa Crinkle? Am I getting the name wrong here? I'm pretty sure it's Cocoa Kringle, all with K. Yeah, you're right. Castle Malloy was Ireland, and Silent Spy was Scotland. Cocoa Crinkles? Chocolate? How about just Crinkles? I feel like some what? Some 41? Right, well, it shows a cow saying that he wants something. Let's go and check that a bit further. Welcome back, Jake. Have you figured out who the ugly weirdo and thus the villain is? Yeah, pretty much the first guy we saw. It's just an unfortunate but common theme in Nancy Drew games. Do you have a fat, ugly bastard? Well, he's probably the villain.
Need something?
I've got work to do.
Carpe diem.
Oh, that's right. His desk was over in the lab area. Thank you, auto-clicker. High Five Pandy says, oh, I've missed 3 hours of Nancy. What a shame. What a big shame for you. I've been having the time of my day. Because it's probably about the only thing I'm getting done today. It's Coco Kringle with a G. Kringle. Coco Kringle. I'm going to write this down lest I forget. I don't know if it wants spaces or anything. Coco Kringle. Milk chocolate crunchies. It's even the same cow that we saw on the other thing. That's a lot less fat to have. Hershey's gives American chocolate a bad name, but there's good American chocolate. Oh wait, it's Swiss. I was very impressed with a chocolate that I had in America. It was called... Oh, Christ. Andy sent me like $400 of this stuff. What was it called again? Jinx, I can't remember. It comes in lovely little square things. And other varieties. No, not Kinder. Heavens no. Definitely not Toblerone. I was about to say that. Yeah, what the heck was it? G? There's a G in it somewhere. Maybe even at the start of it. Not gelato. That's it. Giardelli. There's a chocolate that I only had in America and I thought it was fantastic. Only to later discover that it's actually just Swiss. I think it's a subset of Lindt or something like that. And Lindt themselves did those fancy squares in Europe now. They're a bit expensive, but well worth the cost. Right, Coco Kringle. Bang. Stuff to forget. The temple quizzes. Matchmaker, Henrik isn't speaking to me. He's way too touchy about the ham radio. Blind as a bat. Exhibition. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No help. Henrik can deal with the trauma. Oh, we got the login and password. We needed that. I've filled up almost an entire page of this thing. So who would have thought his login name is first initial followed by surname? Which is amazing because I knew a guy whose surname was Hager and his first name began with an S. So his login for school was Shagger. What a guy. Anyway, the password is Space Baby. I did not know anyone called Space Baby. It's a shame this thing doesn't work very well without using DX Wind, which I have to use to get the game windowed and captured. This is on Steam. I could just use Steam Overlay and make my notes there. Anything else to be had here? Great question for level 3. Henrik hates it. Once I get some time, I'll make an exhibit for this. Where can I get my hands on one? Trip to go down to Guatemala. Is this some kind of entendre? I can't figure out the answer to the level 2 quiz question about the matchmaker. I'm blind as a bat, can't find the exhibition. Details. Joanna's no help, so I'll just have to wait for a horde of visitors getting very frustrated with this question once we open up the menu. Like, I need to deal with it. Okay. But you don't know what it is either. Probably something lame like a matchmaker. JR is hounding me. The headphones display. Where am I going wrong? Following match. Well, I shouldn't need this information as I already solved this. Hopefully I never need that information. Dots, bars, and gods. Rather be counting sheep. The Maya number system. 0 looks like a turtle shell. But no turtle. 1, you know what, I should just make my little doodles here and now. So 0 equals shell. 1 equals 1 dot. 2 equals 2 dot, etc. 5 equals 1 bar. 2 bars, 2 times 5. Okay, this is very obvious, but we've got things like faces in this. Each dot is an individual fingerprint. Greasy from spicy wontons? The bar represents the whole hand, like a set of 5 fingers. A bar with a dot. Yeah, this is blindingly obvious. What about the faces? Dots should be left of the bars. Of course, here's the catch. If it doesn't look exactly like a dot or a bar, it doesn't count. Squiggles, ovals, incomplete dots, crooked bars, chocolate bars, mini stars. None of those count. The mains often put decorative marks next to their numbers. Do not ignore anything that's not a bar or a dot. If it doesn't look like a plain old dot or a bar, it's out. They represent numbers. Some gods do. 1. Oh, Lord. Oh, Christ. How am I meant to remember all this? 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. Hola, Jake. Habla español. Ya, no hablo español. I do not take to languages well at all. Fish lips. So this is where he got his name from. Really big nose and a set of good teeth. I don't think I need to know 1 through 10 here, right? Maybe I do. I don't want to write this down. I'm not really in a position to screenshot it. And I certainly don't want to keep coming back and forth. So do I just write all of this down? Okay, maybe I can somewhat shorthand this. So 1 equals fish lips. With a big nose plus teeth. 2 equals big hat with... Oh my God. Okay. 2 equals big hat. Maybe I don't need to do this. What if I go... Right, this is very important. First, in case I break everything, come out of this, save the game. Oh, lovely save notification. Something is saved here, not where I am or timestamp on it. Right, never mind. Continue the game. Get back to this information. Coco Kringle. Oh, what about this? Dissertation topic, UFO. Civilization, temples. Maya elders. This is all useless nonsense. Oh God, not being able to use my scroll wheel or even have a bar to click and drag. I feel like I'm 70 years old using a computer here. Right, so here's my brilliant idea. Alt print screen tab bring up paint.net. Paste. It did accept that. That's wonderful. So now if I come back in and scroll this further down, down. Alt print screen and no, do not install paint.net update, please. What is it with applications needing updates every other day? Who sanctioned this? Right, change the canvas size to be expanded considerably. Move what I have up to the toppity top. And then slam in what I just pasted. And now I have all of this information on my other monitor. Zoom in so it's legible. There we go. That saved me minutes of writing, and it cost me maybe a minute of faffing about. Still, we have something resembling information. Is there anything else to be had here? My dear friend, my boss, cultural people, papers, the bull game, matchup game. This is just what we've done. Henrik's gone, test temple activities, police have gone, handprint. Ask Johanna. Call the vendors. Call the vendors to see when Cinnabar. The vendors, you say? But we had a list of vendors. Alright, great. We have information. But what time is it? Ugh, it's a bit late. You know what, Nancy? You can call it a day. Set the alarm for 10 in the morning. Maybe 9 in the morning. Hell, that's when I got up today. You lazy fucker. Yes. We haven't stopped in by the Mexican consulate for a while. Let's change that. Greetings, comrade.
Hello, Nancy.
Do you know much about Maya glyphs?
You've got me there. I know Spanish, English, Portuguese, and several indigenous languages, including Quiche and Nahuatl, but I have yet to learn the language of glyphs.
Have you heard? The Pakal carving was stolen from the museum.
Well, I heard the alarms going off, but it wasn't until Henrik called me that I heard the news.
You don't sound very concerned about all of this.
I was running late. I just figured somebody tripped a wire and I kept going.
I'll need to alert the police so they can ask you some questions.
I have diplomatic immunity, so I do not have to answer any questions. But I will, because I have nothing to hide.
Don't you care about the disappearance of such a rare Maya artifact?
That artifact was lost to me as soon as it left Mexican soil. So my friend Pakal goes underground for a while until he is sold again. Suddenly, he turns up in Amsterdam or Hong Kong. Unless he is rightfully repatriated to Mexico, what's the difference?
I should get back to the museum.
Adios, Nancy. Buenos dias.
I should get back to the museum.
Yes, you should.
Yeah, I can't believe he doesn't know Hungarian, although maybe that was one of the indigenous languages. Doesn't appear to be anything else relevant. I can't steal his pencils for some reason. Not even sure I've seen a pencil since I was last in IKEA. I was in an embassy just a couple of days ago, actually. On my way back home, I was in Budapest, and I was able to shoehorn in a quick drop by the Swedish embassy to pick up my new passport. What a world I live in. They're incredibly inconvenient. It's like, we hand out passports at 3 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. When would you like to collect yours?
Want a cookie?
Ridiculous.
Thanks, but I'm trying to cut back.
Any news?
The Pakal Thief's glyph message translates to, "The magician suffers yellow death." What in the world do you think that means?
You've got me there.
I'd better get going.
See you around.
Were you feeling homesick of Sweden? Never. I'm not sure that's possible. I don't think people who were born and raised and never left Sweden and then were later forcibly dragged out of it could even become homesick of Sweden. What's there to be sick of? Maybe you get sick thinking about home. Yeah, I strongly suspect that is the villain Hi-Fi Panda. He's old, fat, balding, ugly. All the hallmarks of a Nancy Drew villain. Because nuanced characters are really not Nancy Drew's thing.
Need something?
I've got work to do.
Go to it.
I better get this number stuff done. At least that'll finish off all of my museum tasks. But then, of course, I've got the detective work to do. Where's the broken display case? There you are. Unusual jade relief, but we can't have it. So glad that we got the audio stuff done very easily. Less happy that I don't know about this match may occur. But nobody wants to talk to me about that. I'd really like to talk to Henrik, but he's just vanished off the face of the earth, hasn't he? Probably to make us suspect him, but why would we suspect him? Just a bloody loser. What did I come here to do again? I suppose I could call the Hardley boys.
You have no voicemail.
Although Franklin Rose is the only available one here. I was meant to call the distributor, right? gonna give Franklin a quick call just in case. And I better grab my distributor number.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Oops, false alarm. I'll call you later.
Not a problem, dear.
What a troll you are, Nancy. Alright, let's try again.
Silvio's Curatorial Bonanza is open from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Please call back during regular business hours.
Well, that's all well and good, but we still need to find a distributor to call. Right. Super Archiver, Framing Tools. Could be them. Keep It Real Restoration. Mercuric Sulfide. We're gonna need you. So it's the 555 once again dash 6766.
You have no voicemail.
Shut up. Leads.
Keep it real. Max speaking.
Okay.
Hi, I'm the new deputy curator over at Beach Hill Museum. I wonder if you could answer a couple of questions for me about our ordering history.
Well, hello there, Beach Hill. Hey, you're not Sunny June. Whatever happened to that guy? I suppose he caught a ride on a flying saucer, huh? What a riot. I'm sorry. Anyway, you don't need to reorder, do you? Unless you ate last week's shipment for breakfast, that is.
You're sure it was last week?
Oh, that's what it says here.
Do you know who placed that order?
The initials on the order are JR.
Was the package shipped to the museum?
Oh? Oops, I guess we didn't ship it at all. It looks like the package was picked up here at the warehouse.
So there hasn't been a hold-up at the distributor or anything like that?
Hold up. Oh, I don't know where you heard that. We've got enough mercuric sulfide in-house to sink a ship.
Can you remember anything about the person who picked up the package?
I sure can't. Guess I must have been at lunch or something.
Well, thanks for your help.
Sure thing. I hope there wasn't any problem with the stuff, was there? We only used the top-grade mercuric sulfide.
Judging by the impression it left, I'd have to agree that the quality was fine.
Well, you sound a little green in the chemicals department, if you don't mind my saying so. I hope you know that mercuric sulfide is highly toxic. Makes you crazy.
Toxic?
Oh, looks like I've got another call coming in here. You give us a call in about 4 months or so when you start to run out, okie doke? And don't forget to keep it real.
How incredibly bizarre. Was that useful in any way? Microscope doctor. I doubt we need to talk to any of the other ones here, right? But that might be a little bit of information to run by the lassie that's giving us all these jobs. But now, I think I should finally get on that numbering thing. But I really don't want to, so I guess I'll talk to the lassie first. Yeah, given his voice, he's worked a little bit too much with the stuff.
Come in. Need something?
I've got work to do.
Semper ubi sabubi.
Semper ubi sabubi, my brave soldiers. For you, the war is over. Well now, what can we do with this info? Or was I meant to call one of the other distributors? I was told specifically to call the distributors and figure out what's going on. Should I call the other ones just in case? Farming tools, supplies, brushes? Guess we could. Alright, bunch of numbers to write down here because I'm not going to remember them. Even the short bit of going from here to looking at the phone will make this stuff fall out of my head. So 14, 11... We've already done the bubble wrappy stuff. The preservation stuff is 5, 4, 12. And just in case, I better talk to the microscopic doctor. 3303. Alright, let's go through the phoning segment of the game. And for once it doesn't involve calling Bess. Let's also drop my pen. I need that thing. My pen, stolen from the University of Exeter. Thank you kindly. It's one of the best pens I've ever had. I stole it many years ago and it's still running fine. Right, what are we looking for? Someone was asking if we had ever had a voicemail. Yeah, we did. We got a voicemail for... I forget what. Was it Franklin Rose telling us to call him? But yes, we have had one. I didn't do the 555, did I?
You have no...
This game really does capture the unpleasantness of making phone calls. Alright. It's only 11 o'clock. People are probably not breaking for lunch. They're not working at Paradox, are they?
You have no...
The early lunchtime at Paradox just kept creeping forward and forward. Became a bit of an arms race, really. People were getting out the door at 11:15 to go for lunch. Time zones, not too complicated a concept for Americans. They wouldn't put it into this game.
You have no...
555-3303. I don't mind making...
Does your microscope have the sniffles? A teensy-weensy case of the snuffles? With regular tune-ups, you can keep your most sensitive and beloved tool in tip-top condition.
You know
This
it.
is Dr. Bob Bobson, the microscope doctor. I'm in Maui until the end of the month, but if you call back in the near future, we can set up an appointment. Until then, aloha!
Okay, so that was all completely useless. Well, I guess I'll have to do the numbers thing. Okay, let's do it then. So, we think this goes from 0 to... Well, I better check that, huh?
The Maya used different methods to represent numbers.
0 to 19.
Here's an example of
Please
the
stop
numbers
talking.
From 0 to 19,
Oh, God.
from top left to bottom right. Notice how some numbers are represented with bars and dots, and some are represented with pictures.
Curiously, what was 0? I guess this was 0. But then 1 will be a dot and nothing else, so that'll be you. Ooh, look at that! It's got the number underneath. Right, what's got 2 dots and nothing else? Nothing, so it must be a face. Ka has a big hat and 5 fingers. A big hat and 5 fingers. This looks like a big hat with 5 fingers. Alright, I'll have to assume that you are 2 then. Do we have 3 dots anywhere? Not without lines. So the 3 face is a... looks like a doctor. Oh, you kind of look like a doctor. Damn you, Sonny. Number 4, well, I don't see 4 dots. So, well, no, see this. Remember, ignore anything that isn't dots, lines, or a face. So 5 would be just a line. 6 is a single dot and a single line, which we don't seem to have. So 6 is also an eye patch with an X on it, dude. That's you. 7, 2 dots and a dash. 8, 3 dots and a dash. That's you. 4 dots and a dash is not on the menu for number 9. So number 9 is in fact a beard or acne. This guy has a beard or acne. Never seen acne like that before though. 10 is just 2 lines, which we don't have. 11 is in the right place. The 10 face looks like death. No nose and a removable jaw. No nose and a removable jaw. This guy maybe has a removable jaw, but then so do you. They both have a nose, though. We sure we don't have 2 dots and... Well, no, of course we got you with 2 dots and 2 dashes. Am I in the right place? That's not 10. We sure don't have anything for 10. There's 11, there's 12, there's 10! Hey, okay, that's a lot easier. Right, 13. 2 dashes and 3 dots. I don't have that. 13 has a T on the cheek. Oh, that's nice and easy. Then we have 14, 15, 16, 17,
That
18.
looks right.
Done. No jaw is supposedly the sign of getting eaten, according to archaeologists. Maybe lines up with Resident Evil remake. Alright, with that, all of my tasks are complete. Let us scratch that off. And then inform our supervisor that we've done all of our unpaid work, by the way. How is it not completely against the law to get labor for no cost? Alright, everything is done. Can I fill this in? Yummy chocolates? No. Sonny was here. Alright, well, honestly, we could just wrap up the game there. This mystery isn't really our business, is it? We came here, we did everything. Please say I've got this experience.
Come in.
What job is Nancy looking for anyway?
Need something?
I've got work to do.
Carpe diem.
No, I don't. I've done all my bleeding work. I have a horrible suspicion that we're going to run into that problem with Nancy Drew where you don't actually know what your next task is. Fortunately, in the later games, even on Senior Detective, they did give you a task list, which made it harder to fall into these kinds of traps. Done, 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 done. That's strange. I can keep clicking on them. But they are all done. Doesn't scroll down for more tasks, does it? Yeah, paid and valuable experience. Right then, what is there to do? We've figured out what this is made of. We kind of figured that someone went to collect it. We don't know more information on who. Guess I could go and speak to the big cheese. I also need to go and figure out what a Mayan matchmaker is, and we haven't got any clue as to what that is. Alright, Sinclair.
Want a cookie?
Thanks, but I'm trying to cut back.
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Keep up the good work.
Well, I'm doing some work. This is still a bizarre piece of so-called art. The amount of art this guy has in his room, you think he's running a Berlin bank? Right, we already spoke to the consulate. We'll give him another little chin wag. Because it's quick and easy to do, and I'd hate for that to be the thing that I'm missing.
Buenos dias.
Ha 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 ha!
Do you know what Cinnabar is?
The red powder that the Maya used? Sure, I know it. They use it at Beach Hill too, do they not?
Cinnabar was used to make the red handprint that was left at the scene of the Pakal theft.
What is your point?
I think Joanna may have been less than truthful with me.
Have you called the police?
I don't want to jump to conclusions.
Of course. Sister Joanna couldn't possibly be a thief now, could she?
I should get back to the museum.
Yes, you should. Buenos dias.
I should get back to the museum.
Yes, you should.
Still glad I spoke to him, because you never know when a conversation is actually a trigger for something. Nancy Drew games can be horrible for that. Completely unrelated conversations being the prerequisite for a trigger that advances the main plot line. Horrifying things, just in case I'm going to go and rub that one back on Joanna. All this before I go and faff around with my computer. Okay. Do I need to put these headphones back by any chance? Also, I think I haven't been around the garden area since the theft. Is that relevant? Okay, no, we're not putting them back. We're going to keep these headphones. That's how we'll get paid. This is already checked. What a shame there's no money in this. Do people have to pay to come to this museum? A lost civilization speaks. Oh, but she's gone. Maybe I can fiddle around with her stuff. That's what Nancy does best. Can I take a closer look at this? No, I'm just looking at virtually nothing. Nothing on the notes? Come on, Nancy, this is your bread and butter. Yeah, of all the times for Nancy not to be sticky-fingered. Oh, but maybe this is where we find some stuff. Mexico's bigger than I thought. Look at these irrelevant countries. San Salvador. I take it all back. Right, let's get rootin'. What is this? A little key. Alright, now we're talking. Don't know what that's going to open up, but we found a few things that require keys. What do we have here? We've already seen this information. This is all the stuff that's on loan. We have a copy of this already. Go Cats. The DC Wildcats. Is that a real thing? I didn't come all this way just to grab one key, right? And that key might be relevant, but I wanted more. And again, don't worry about the artifacting that's going on when I drag the mouse around. That's just a consequence of what I'm using to capture the game. What about all this stuff? Lots and lots of exhibitions, which I...
Who knew one piece of jade could have so much history?
Ooh, here's its provenance. Ancient King of Palenka. Ancient King, first known, Robert Starr. Mid-war as well. Unknown excavation. Sold at auction. Long-term clients, old people, extraordinary fool lives, their air conditioning went on the blink. Wait, is that what killed them? It's so bad their air conditioning unit went on the blink when it did. We miss them dearly. What? Roasted to death? No children, but hey, I'll take all your stuff. Don't you worry, girly. Okay, pre-Columbian $800,000 artifact with $10,000 on insurance. And only 20, there's no way you pay $24 shipping an $800,000 artifact. This is the original transfer in 1940. There's Rupert Starr. What about the back one? It was in better times, I don't doubt it. It's a lot of information. use it all. I thought Nancy might, you know, talk about something that she's reading here. But it all seems quite above board, suspiciously above board. At least if I need that information, I know that it's here. Doesn't seem to be anything else to open up. Some good rooting though, Nancy. That just could have been better. What time is it anyway? I think it's... Is that 2 a.m. or 2 p.m.? Judging by the outside, you'd say it's 2 p.m., but if What's-Her-Face isn't here, then I'm less convinced. Right, what do we need a key for? There were a few locked things over here. Some shipping things. This does not look like a padlock key at all, though. It looks more like a desk key. Even so, we go and check these first. We never did suss out this number combination, did we? BH1113. Is that a relevant number for anything? I had to Google it. Only 16% of homes in Mexico have air conditioning today. 90% of American homes have air conditioning. Isn't that ridiculously high? Air conditioning could be pretty damn sweet, but it's not cheap to run. I mean, hell, I've been living here in Hungary without air conditioning. Hasn't been a big deal. It did get installed recently, though. And I don't think I've used it even once. Still looking for that desk to unlock, assuming this is going to take care of that. No, not you. Oh, hang on, this is new. The police called. They want me to go down to the station for further questioning. Something about an anonymous tip. Do I have time for this? Hey ho, hold down the fort. I left my office open if you need anything. Ah, progress. So that was our indication to go and steal this key. Which surely means...
It's locked.
Oh, oh. Dang. Where else was locked? Hold on, I bet this is a display case key now that I think about it. Less so a desk key. So surely I can pop open you. And then steal absolutely nothing. Oh, okay. It's just rob the freaking exhibit. Don't mind me. Can I have the Bowie knife as well? Oh, wow. Give me everything, please. Feels like the auction level in Payday 2. Just crack it open and take it all. This one doesn't seem to have a keyhole. I think it was called the Shacklethorne Auction in Payday 2. I did that mission a fair few times. I wasn't a huge fan of it. I like missions that are a lot more free flow rather than having that South African constantly telling you what to do in what order.
Why do I want to lug these heavy things around? Why do I want to lug these heavy things around?
The value, Nance. Any more to fill my pockets with? That one I could already pop open. This one doesn't open. You also don't open, which is a shame. Get yourself some nice earrings there, Nancy. Alright, so we pop all those open and the only thing we steal is a ham radio tube thing. Now I suspect that could be used with the Hang on, I just remembered one thing that I have access to but haven't been doing. We'll go and do that post-haste. Where's the radio, though? You there.
I shouldn't be messing around with this without permission.
But who's going to stop us? Okay, right, well, the one thing that we do have, and surely the big brains in chat already know, we have the login details that we can use for the computer up here. Although we still don't know what a Maya matchmaker is, the matchmaker. But now we can activate you. Hopefully this doesn't suck like the other game. So, login... Oh man, tell me I wrote this down somewhere. Now hang on, it was first initial and surname. So it was Soon? No, other way around. S June, Sunny June. And the password was something about UFOs. Space Baby! Oh, yes! It's GoldenEye. We're in the Egypt level. Baron Samedi has got to die. Wait, was that Aztec or Egypt? Which was the one with Baron Samedi and which one had Jaws? And which one had the Moonraker lasers? Those things were awful. Awfully good, but I didn't enjoy using them. Give me the AK any day. AK? Trying to remember all the guns. No, it was the AR. Oh god, he's combined 5 Bond. I haven't seen a lot of Bond films. I watched a couple of the new ones with Daniel Craig. They were both pretty bad. Quantum of Solace and Casino Royale. I'm not actually sure I saw both of them. But of course I'm a big fan of GoldenEye because it's amazing. Other than that, I don't think I saw a lot of Brosnan stuff or even any of the Sean Connery ones. I'm just not a big film buff, you see. But video games, heavens knows I'm a game buff. Got a phone call from Sean Connery once, a very long time ago. He told me to vote for the SNP. Well, this is fascinating, but what am I even meant to be doing here? Just wandering around. I thought maybe I'd have to pick something up. But I don't. Am I meant to use arrow keys for this? Oh, I can. Okay, well that's better. Better than using the mouse. But if there's an interaction key, that's well beyond me. Also, you might notice the movement here is really weird. Like, we go forward, but not quite. It's almost like I'm strafing on a forklift. This is horrible. Can I do anything else other than that? I suppose it is called the maze, isn't it? Alright. Oh, God. Right, I just noticed the problem. Wait, no, I'm still noticing a problem. It's giving me instructions and then immediately going past them. Can I don't know, print screen the instructions when they come in? I'm gonna see if it captured that. No, it did not. Alright, well maybe if I blink when it comes up I'll notice it. Because I swear it says control key for something. Might have gotten it there. No, I did not. This ain't working out. It says the control key does something, but it might be important what it does for me. But I'm just not able to get it. Question mark in the top right? No. Contact her interactive. Control to speed up? Doesn't look like it. That seemed promising. No, damn. Okay, if it's not clear, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to print screen the moment it flashes up saying what the controls are so that I can read that on my other monitor, because right now it's just going flash. Feels like I've got slightly longer than one frame to capture it, but it's proving difficult. Very, very difficult. Being a little bit too early here. One wonders why it's happening. Maybe on original hardware, the game needs a while to load this, and it just uses that loading time to tell you what the instructions are. But unfortunately, on my giga computer of the modern age, it needs no loading time. It's just giving movement control as far as I can tell, which control is to speed up. Yeah, but control doesn't speed me up. Oh, wait, hold on. Control before I start moving speeds me up. Hey, alright, great. Now, how does one navigate a maze? They hug the left all the time. Unless you have one of those very cruel donut mazes. That will always secure you glorious victory. It might take a little longer than randomly guessing, but makes you not be at the mercy of taking wrong turns accidentally. Man, I tried a lot of times to do a well-timed print screen there, and I failed every single time. How disappointing. So one of the problems I have right now is I don't have all the time to do everything that I want. Which maybe means that spending an entire day playing a horrible Nancy Drew game was not a great allocation of my time, but it felt like this is a matter of duty. Whenever I go on holiday somewhere, or for whatever reason I'm in another country, I really like to do a relevant Nancy Drew for it. I did the Germanic Nancy Drew when I was in Austria. I did the Japanese Nancy Drew game while I was in Japan. And now, having come back from Spain, I'm doing the second most Spanish Nancy Drew game. And I'm sure there are other examples. I've never been to Italy, but I've already done the Venice games, so hey-ho. Dennis Wolf did, though. He got back from Venice and did it. So it just feels like a good... well, it feels like a good routine to be into. Can we call it tradition by now? Well, I'm going to. Anyway, there's not a lot of time because tomorrow Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, and I really want to no-life that game, if it's good. Best case scenario for me is that the game is awful, and then I don't waste all my time playing it. But I got other things to do. I still want to finish off Kingdom Come Deliverance while I'm at it. And I've got a lot of streaming to do. I've been slacking on the streaming big time. Oh well, good thing I don't have important real-life things to catch up on. It's my nephew's birthday soon. Saturday, in fact. But he's back in the UK, so I don't exactly have to go over and throw him a little birthday party. yeah, I've got a long play to do as well. Diplomacy is not an option, has been waiting for me very patiently, and I fear its patience is running out. Am I stuck here? I've been following left the whole time, but could it be that my glorious strategy isn't working for me? I'm sure I brought it up once or twice, but I really don't like mazes. I don't find them to be enjoyable in any real way. Maybe I'm still haunted by the maze from Castlevania 64, the one where the giant chainsaw-wielding gardener is chasing after you. Him and his dogs. And your reward for getting past him is a terrifying fight against a vampire, followed by a terrifying fight with the vampire's latest victim. Castlevania 64 was such a terrifying game to young Jake. But nothing quite as terrifying as having to run around with a nitro without ever jumping or falling, or else you explode and die. What a horrible game. Fortunately, I've already ran it on the channel, so I don't feel tempted to run it again. Hold on, this looks a lot like advancement out of the maze, or simply into more of the maze, or simply into nothing. What if the maze is shifting? Then I'm never getting out of here. It is a little bit impressive that they shoved this into a Nancy Drew game, though. All the puzzles and mini-games you get in Nancy Drew, and they actually made that awesome screensaver from 1995 into it. If only we could hit a little orb and have everything invert for us. Is this the end? A for aces. All right. Unfortunately, that didn't do what I hoped it would do, which is give me any form of advancement. However, shoot the ball, you won't be sacrificed, the virtual maze. Grab your malaria medication and find your way through our maze. If you need help, press M on the keyboard. Oh, wait, did I find the malaria medication? Where's my gin and tonic? So, please tell me I actually... Okay, good, we did do the maze, but now we need to do the quiz. But we haven't found any information about that. Okay, let's go through this again. It was Lady Sock. This was the bicephalic. Oh, I can just put that in. Very handy. This was the Huey pill. Kahal is... Was it a tribe? What was a Kahal again? Noble. Matchmaker. What is the name of a matchmaker? I have no idea. Bomber. I might have to review what Sonny put on the floppy diskette then. Might have been some hint I was overlooking. Brought in for questioning, were you? Right, let's do our rounds then. Unless Sinclair leaves his office unlocked and I can go and root around it. Surprisingly low number of items for a Nancy Drew game, but I guess in these earlier games where the UI is so antiquated, they don't really want to fill you up with those, do they?
Want a cookie?
Thanks, but I'm trying to cut back.
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Keep up the good work.
Keeping something up. Yeah, any word of the sequel to Mr. Maze? The long-awaited sequel to Mr. Maze that was teased at the end of the game? It feels like that was an aeon ago by now. Ah, the Hardley boys, of course, they've moved away now. Now I can contact them. They might have some info for me. They are fellow detectives after all. Although they might not appreciate a call in the middle of the night.
This is Joe.
Hey,
Oh,
Joe,
sweet.
it's Nancy.
Hey, Nancy. Any leads?
As usual, I've waded into a swamp of suspicious activity.
Oh yeah? What's up?
Since the theft, Henrik is nowhere to be found. But he left me this note asking me to try out all of the activities in the temple exhibit.
Why would he ask you to do that at a time like this?
Well, supposedly, he just wants to make sure all of the activities can be successfully completed, so the temple exhibit is ready to open to the public.
So it's sort of like he's assigned you to do some fact-checking.
Yeah, sort of.
It could be a trap.
Or maybe he's trying to lead you to some clues about the Pakal carving. Better check it out.
Isn't that temple exhibit full of cool activities for kids? I bet it'll be a blast. As long as you don't get strung up by your toes.
Joe, does she need that? Does she?
This investigation is stalling. Any thoughts on how to get it back in gear?
I'm fresh out of ideas.
Yeah, me too.
Talk to you later, fellas.
See ya.
Let us know how it's going.
Oh, that was entirely useless. How about you, Bestmont? Actually, Franklin, what's going on? Been working through the night, now it's morning, I think.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Oops, false alarm. I'll call you later.
Not a problem, dear.
I think it would be a problem after you get 4 prank calls, but maybe you're made of sterner stuff than I. Best Marvin, help me out.
Hello?
It's me again.
Hey, Nancy. What's the latest, Nan?
Taylor Sinclair and Alejandro Del Rio have both earned a place on my suspect list.
Why?
Both admitted to being in the building at the time when the alarm went off.
Did they act defensive about it?
Not really. They both act as though they have nothing to hide.
Do you think they could be working together?
Judging by Alejandro's opinion of Taylor, I highly doubt it. But then again, stranger things have happened.
Yeah. Like in the 10th grade when Bess turned purple in the middle of her class presentation on greenhouse gases.
George, would you kindly put a sock in it?
Why would the thief keep leaving that awful red handprint at every crime scene?
Talk about a creepy trademark.
Oh, I'm just glad I haven't seen it. With my sensitive psyche, that type of thing is like a 10-year warranty for nightmares.
Does it have any meaning in Maya culture?
Not that I know of.
Well, somebody ought to know. You're surrounded by experts in Maya culture, for gosh sakes.
But maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe the thief just thinks it's glamorous.
Sure. I mean, who really wants anonymity after all? Thieves have to have style. Something to set them apart, right?
It's not just any old villain that gets a book deal these days.
Detective Drew, requesting hint, please.
Negative, Detective Drew.
Assistants Marvin and Fane out of commission at this time.
Suggest calling Detectives Hardy and Hardy.
I'll talk to you later, ladies.
Watch out for stale cookies!
Useless. Also, what? Right, I came back here because I wanted to... Hang on, what's on my own computer? Perhaps there's something new here. Were scroll wheels not common when this game came out? If that's the case, it must have come out in 1996. That doesn't seem right. Cinnabar. Someone told the police findings about Cinnabar. I'm in charge. I finished all my tasks. Time to explore. Yeah, but that's what we're doing. That hasn't worked out for us. And I haven't figured out what a Mayan matchmaker is. This was Coco Kringle. With a G, not a K. Convomatic narrations. JR hounding me, headphones. Yeah, we got this done already. I can't figure out the question to the level 2 quiz about the matchmaker, and Henrik isn't speaking to me right now. He's way too touchy about the old ham radio. Either I'm blind as a bat and can't find the exhibit that has the answer, or we never put it in. Details. Joanna's no help. I'll just have to wait for a horde of visitors getting very frustrated with this question once we open the museum. I'll let Henrik deal with the trauma. That's not an answer, though. Mastermind is here hoping that everyone is having a great day. Everybody? You hope Hitler is having a good day? This freaking guy. Yeah, I'll head on over to Mao Zedong and Pol Pot and let them know that someone out there wishes they have a great day. Just came up with a great question for level 3. Henrik hates it. Once I get some time, I'll make an exhibit for this. Damn, why does a May and Mac... This is going to be some lame joke, isn't it? But I still need the answer. Assuming that is something that I need. There might be something else I need to be doing right now. Dots, bars, and gods. We've already figured this one out. Wasn't too tough. Like the best stuff was this this information right here. Ignore anything that's not a bar and or a dot. Just ignore it. We've already read all of this, right? Mm-hmm. And the stuff to work on is all just UFO nonsense, right? A Meridian civilization, Maya, extraterrestrials, artists, manuals, Maya disappearance, other worlds, flying saucers. It's a recurring theme in these Nancy Drew games, these wacko conspiracy theories. We had that lady with the Ananuki in the desert Nancy Drew game, whichever one that was. Tomb of the Lost Queen, that was it. It was pretty good crushing a guy to death several times in that game. Alright, Toga the dog, sorry. What is this meant to be? It looks like an external card reader, but we already have the card being read here, right? Well, Nance, you've been working hard enough. Oh, it is 7 p.m. Cool. Well, you know what? Go to bed at 7, wake up at 10. Sounds like a good life. Make it 9, but I'm going to take a swift water break myself, so I'll be back momentarily. I won't leave you listening to that, though. Instead, we can listen to this, as we save and save often. In such a small game, I feel almost ashamed that I'm running into a bit of a brick wall right now. There are only so many things I can rub up against. If I could just use that radio thing, we have peace for it. Is What's-Her-Face back, or is she still away on questioning? Can the police really question someone for 24 hours without detaining them? I'm pretty sure you can't do that in the UK. I have no idea what the law is over in the States. I'll probably just call you a terrorist in the States and then detain you indefinitely. Never found a use for the magnifying glass. I really feel like I didn't get everything that I could out of this. So we know that we've got our Providence documents here, but we read it all. We read everything here. None of it seemed relevant. At least not relevant enough for Nancy to say anything about it. Damn, wait. Oh, I thought that was $1 billion, but no, it's $1 million. There you go, Dr. Evil. What do you mean everyone who played this one? I thought only the monk played this one. Already routed through this. This is where I got the key, and the key I popped open the ham radio for, or with. Doesn't seem to be anything else to rob off of her desk, which is a damn shame. How could Nancy be so bad at sleuthing? One other thing that comes to mind is that there are all those boxes in the storage area that I don't have the slightest Scooby how to open. One of them needs a number, and I haven't found anything that seems like a number to punch in. Other ones look like they need keys, but they don't glow when I click on them like many of the other things. There's Rutherford and her whatnots. Oh, Blobber did this one. I must have missed that. Q checking the VOD and noticing that I'm actually there in the chat. But that's okay. I'm very good at forgetting. Can't look in these boxes or anything. So I got the key and I got the lamp, but Nancy still wants permission to go tinkering around with the radio. And she seemed opposed to the idea of lugging around all that other stuff. We already popped you open and grabbed your goodies. She doesn't want to take the Bowie knife. She didn't want anything from here, did she? No, sir. She's too good for that. Okay, one thing I did tell myself was that I haven't been back around the garden since the break-in. I guess I was just hoping there wasn't anything I had to do here, but let's take a bit of a sleuthy look around here. Hang on, it just dawned on me. There's a freaking double door here that I haven't even touched. Yeah, that right there, but I can't seem to go there either. Nancy was noticing that something seemed missing on this as well. Was it you? Yeah, although she doesn't want to talk about it now.
It's locked.
Yeah, I think I need level 3 access to get through you. If I had to guess, which I do. Oh yes, Wick. You know, the Hair Interactive engine can produce mind-boggling effects. I'm not spying anything here that I hadn't already dealt with. What?
Henrik! Henrik!
Amnesia? Wow. Henrik must have taken a real nosedive off that pyramid.
Do you think he just fell, Nancy?
Or was he pushed?
Sounds like you need to find out about hospital visiting hours.
Yeah, but you'd better get the lowdown from Joanna first.
George is right. She is your supervisor, after all.
Okay, so I'm not very happy with that because... So I had done everything, I just hadn't walked past this particular trigger. Less than happy, but why? What the... Hold on. Very bizarre. I just got a phone call from Sweden, although not for very long. They hung up in a few seconds. Yeah, Bess was calling me in real life. Was that you, Nix? Calling me with your Swedish number? Do you still have a Swedish one, or do you use... have you gone fully Germanic? Right, never mind that. Can I get to the hospital? Was that an option? Better go check in with Joanna first. Yeah, so esoteric triggers, they happen a fair bit in Nancy games. So I guess I burned about half an hour just because I didn't do a loop around the garden. Family plan now, get better data rates than Germans. Don't Germans get fairly screwed when it comes to internet? Good. Right, what's the lowdown? Oh, she's gone. Okay. Notably, you fell from up here, but... Oh no, we're not solving this again. Solve it once, shame on me. Henrik was in the hospital, I believe they were saying, so I highly doubt he's hanging around over here. Also amnesia. Must be all that mercury making him go loco. Because he's not shuffling away at this stuff. You know, once upon a time I had a very high opinion of the Germans, Mastermind M. Now I live in Balaton, I see them all the time, and swiftly degrading that. Okay, let's try Sinclair.
Any news?
There was an incident at the museum. Henrik is in the hospital with a head injury.
Poor Henrik. Another squabble between him and Joanna, perhaps? Oh, I'm kidding, but I do remember the time she threatened to push him in the pond. Temper, temper, I'm always telling her.
I'd better get going.
See you around.
Well, that was quite the opposite of useful. And we really can't go to the hospital here? Alright, let's try the Mexican consulate, just in case he cares in any way. Oh, don't look at the tie. We read a note that said, do not look directly at Sinclair's tie. General de Mexico, what's up?
Buenos dias.
Have you heard? The police received an anonymous tip, and they're considering Joanna a prime suspect in a Bacall theft. They've taken her in for questioning.
I called in that tip. She lied about the Cinnabar, and you may not know this, but she has jeopardized the museum's finances with all of her wheeling and dealing. Why should she not be questioned?
Actually, why are you involved in this in any way? You work here at the consulate.
How did she jeopardize museum finances?
I am not at liberty to say.
No, the guy is absolutely fat. You're not seeing it because he's sitting down and half guarded by the desk. We saw him standing up earlier. He's got a few pounds extra.
Have you heard? Henrik Vanderheun fell off the pyramid at the museum. He's in the hospital with a mysterious head injury.
That is terrible news. I hope it's not too serious.
I should get back to the museum.
Goodbye. Buenos dias.
I should get back to the museum.
Goodbye.
So, how do I get in touch with this Henrik fellow? No, it's not having that. Franklin.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Oops, false alarm. I'll call you later.
Okay, chalk that up as 5 troll calls on you. Don't really want to call Bess or the Hardley boys since it hasn't been very long, but that was a trigger, and you never know where the other triggers are, so...
Frank and Joe Hardy, taking the mist out of mystery. Joe here.
That's pretty cute, Joe. Can you come up with a slogan for me, too?
Hey, Nancy. Hold on while I put you on speakerphone. You still there?
Yep.
Hi, Nancy. You've got access to both of our brilliant minds now. So how's the case coming along?
This investigation is stalling. Any thoughts on how to get it back in gear?
I don't know, Nancy.
Seems like you could use a little information from the outside world.
Talk to you later, fellas.
Later, Nancy.
Bye.
Bess is in the outside world. So often the solution in Nancy Drew games is call Bess. It's like the DNS of troubleshooting.
Bess Marvin's Mopatorium.
George, it's Nancy. What's going on?
Oh, Bess has been in a supreme funk ever since the Hardy boys left.
Nancy, why doesn't River Heights have any cute boys like those two? Why?
Bess, I'm sure Nancy is not calling to hear you moan. What's the latest, Nan?
I'll talk to you later, ladies.
Call back soon.
Yeah, and good luck.
Yeah, get away from me. We need outside information, and I don't doubt that, but how do I get in contact with the hospital or the police?
I need
or
a disc.
Oh, that is a disc reader. There's a disc.
I need a disc.
Really nothing else for me. I could go to bed, of course. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? It's 11:30. Alright, never mind that. Let's get back on the trail. I think she needs a drink. I need a drink. I was just thinking about my bottle of Penderin earlier, thinking, I could go for another glass of that, but later. Can't solve mysteries while sozzled. Or can we? Have we truly tried? I wouldn't besmirch that drink with Nancy Drew, though. It's my favorite whiskey. That said, though, still at a loss of what to do here now. Since the guy's lost his memory, surely he can't stop me faffing around with his radio, though. What? Just seriously? We need his permission, but now that he's deathly ill, we can just take this thing for ourselves. Okay, now how do I fix this? Because it clearly needs fixed. I cannot. Okay, do I know anybody to contact on this thing? I think I need a number. There was an instruction manual for this, though. There you are. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Space age digital keypad. Enter 4-digit frequency or channel. And then choose how you listen to it. Enter 4-digit and then hit connect. All messages are in Morse code, dots and dashes. Okay, great. Transmission error. If the main radio tube is expired, it can be replaced with any standard radio tube. Do not place your fingers in there. Here's Morse code. I really hope I don't need this information. About the only Morse code I know is that E is a single dot, and I think that's it. Well, no, there's SSS, isn't it? Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Let's not undersell my knowledge of Morse code here. Can I get out of this screen here? There we go. Right, so we can use this thing, but we have no indication of what or where or who to contact with it. There's not a single standard for radio tubes, but okay. How can we trust Kevin the caveman on radio tubes? Perhaps caveman radio technology was miles ahead of what I know today. Alright, so my big issue here is that I don't know who to contact, even though I can do some contacting. Will this information help me at all? Do I have time for this? No, hold the fort. I left my office open if you need anything. Your mission is to verify... Yeah, but what is a Mayan matchmaker? Sonny was here, I don't doubt it. Account numbers, contact numbers. Microscope doctor, but you were away for a while. Not that that's relevant. There's this service thing, but I'm sure that's not relevant. Hold on. 6, 16, 12, 16. Oh, right, no, they do month, day, year in the States, don't they? Bizarro world. Do I have a voicemail?
You have voicemail.
Thank God.
This message is for Nancy Drew. Hi, Nancy. This is Nurse Bluefoot calling from Eleanor Roosevelt Memorial Hospital in regards to Henrik Vanderheun. I believe you're a colleague of his? Since Mr. Vanderheun was admitted, he has repeated your name several times in states of semi-consciousness. As we've been unable to contact any of his family members, we're hoping you might be willing to act as Henrik's support person as he begins the difficult process of restoring his memory. Please call me as soon as possible to discuss this. My direct line is 202-555-4000. Thank you.
Nancy, it's Joanna. The police are done giving me the 3rd degree, but now the board has suspended me. To make a long story short, I'm forbidden to set foot in the museum. Could you please call Franklin Rose and try to reason with him? If we don't get a move on, this exhibit is going straight down the tubes.
To replay messages, press 0.
I will do just... Oh, crikey. I think it was 555-4000. I'm gonna write that down. I thought it would be put in my little quick notes there.
This is Nurse Bluefoot.
555-4000, and let's say this is for the nurse. Nurse Bluefoot. Isn't that a sign of meningitis?
Nurse Bluefoot, this is Nancy Drew. You left me a message regarding Henrik Vanderheun. How is he?
Nancy Drew? Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I'm so relieved. We've been unable to locate any family members, and we do like amnesia patients to have at least one personal support person when they begin reality orientation.
What's reality orientation?
Well, reality orientation is a kind of treatment that helps a patient get reacquainted with the facts and circumstances of his or her life. Henrik has not actually lost his memory. It's just that his brain is injured in such a way that he can't access the place where the memories are stored.
I see. So we need to help him find the trail of crumbs. Is that it?
Exactly. First, we do repetitive memory exercises to help Henrik relearn the basic facts, like his name and address, the name of his parakeet, if he has one, the date, and so on. Second, we try to stimulate Henrik's sensory memories in order to help trigger or find the way back to his cognitive memories.
Where do I come in?
You can't help Henrik remember his childhood, but you can probably help him remember his work, and who knows where that will take him. All roads lead to Rome, as they say. One great tool is the Reality Orientation Board. This is a place to post information and pictures for the patient to look at over a period of time. You may want to bring in images or photos to place on the board. Things from the museum, perhaps.
Is Henrik awake right now?
Not at the moment. We're keeping him under close observation.
When do you think he'll be out of intensive care?
Once he's out of the danger zone, we'll move him over to neurology.
This has been most informative, Nurse Bluefoot. Please tell Henrik he'll have a visitor very soon.
Will do. Visiting hours are 10 to 4 every day, if the patient is not engaged in treatment and if he seems stable.
Great. Is there anything else?
Just remember, Henrik's brain has been knocked around like a peanut in its shell. He may have attention difficulties, headaches, anxiety. Sometimes he may seem giddy, too. We need to keep these conditions in check. Don't push him too hard, or he may have some kind of meltdown.
Thanks for the warning, Nurse Bluefoot.
Be well.
Okay, 10 to 4 visiting hours. Let's see if we can capitalize on that immediately. As it is 10 to 4. Is there anything else to worry about? I was meant to call Frankie What's-His-Face about the reinstitution of J What's-Her-Face. Yeah, she was suspended by the board and I completely forgot to deal with her problems. Shut up. 555-1441. And although this is the 6th or maybe 7th time I've called you, this time I swear it's not a prank call.
How may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, you must be psychic. I was just getting ready to call you myself.
Oh, really? Why?
I feel I should apologize for the situation that's going on at the museum, dear. I really did think we were setting you up with a nice little internship, a breather from your casework. But instead, it looks like we've fed you to the lions.
Don't worry, I'm used to it by now. And after all, this situation is no more treacherous than my recent attempt at a ski vacation in Wisconsin. Anyway, about Beach Hill.
I think I know what you're going to say, Nancy. Let me be frank. Joanna Riggs has been in the doghouse with the board for months. Her thirst for acclaim has led her to gamble the future and the reputation of Beach Hill time and again. Now that we've lost the Pakal carving, one of our most notable pieces, well, she's just got to be stopped.
I know you're upset, but the Pakal theft is not what it seems.
It's not your job to defend her, Nancy. Even if she didn't steal the Pakal herself, how is it that she let this crime happen right under her nose? Did she want the insurance money? Is she mixed up with the black market? Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. That's Shakespeare.
Damn right.
I have reason to believe that there's another explanation.
Look, I've got a client waiting, Nancy. What we need now is for you to take up the slack. I've spoken to the rest of the board, and we've agreed that the best thing is to put you in charge.
Oh, Mr. Rose, I'm not qualified to be a curator. I don't have the experience.
Maybe not, but you are the best qualified detective I know, which is just what we need right now. We're counting on you to catch this thief red-handed. Ha ha. Just kidding, kiddo. If you can get the Pakal back, we'll see about giving Ms. Riggs another chance. That seems fair, doesn't it?
It's a deal, Mr. Rose.
Bye, kiddo.
And why do I care in the slightest about Miss Big Riggs and her job? I'm not even getting paid right now. See, this is why I could never be Nancy Drew. I'm just not so incredibly selfless as she is. She's just too dang good for this world. Right, be that as it may, what have I learnt here? I have not learnt of any number to contact on the radio, but we did learn that we should go and visit what's-his-face, Heinrich, over at the Memorial Hospital. Let's make haste and lay waste. Think of the exposure, Jake. Haven't I just? Eleanor Roosevelt. Any relation to Theodore Roosevelt? Alright, let's get to it. Hey! He's doing his neck exercises. See if there's anything I can steal while I'm here. Oh man, this looks like it's made for preschoolers. My name is Jake. My age is... I don't know. So I meant to put pictures on here for you?
You look familiar. Is it time for my snack?
Hi, Henrik. I'm Nancy. We met at Beach Hill before your head injury.
Beach Hill?
Beach Hill is a museum here in Washington, D.C. The curator's name is Joanna Riggs. You were working there, and that's where your accident happened. Do you remember anything about the accident?
Joanna Riggs. Is that the woman who called to pick my brain for an access code?
What access code would that be?
Where in my poor banged-up head would I be keeping access codes? I don't even remember my own birthday. So if you're here to squeeze me for details, you're wasting your time.
Actually, Nurse Bluefoot thinks with regular visits, I may be able to help you get your memory back more quickly.
How, pray tell, do you intend to do that?
I'll visit, we'll talk. Sometimes I'll bring you pictures.
Pictures? Well, isn't this nice?
Come on, Henrik. You'll feel much better once things start coming back to you. I've got a picture with me if you'd like to give it a try.
Fine, I'll do it.
I do?
What should I post here?
Here you go. Sure.
Okay, here we go. These symbols mean the magician suffers yellow death.
Your translator is sloppy. I should know. I am the author of the original work.
You don't agree with the translation?
That first glyph is the fool, not the magician. Furthermore, any decent epigrapher knows those glyphs refer to the infamous plague of oozing hives. A fitting curse for a fool, don't you think? I rather like it.
Henrik, this note was found at a crime scene. Are you telling me you left it there?
I don't remember.
I'm investigating the theft of the Pakal carving. Please, Henrik, try to remember something.
Who in the world is Pakal? Oh, my head. Oh, the pressure. I can't take any more today, Nancy.
Okay, it's time for some memory therapy. Nancy, could you come back tomorrow?
Is this patient sleeping? Or is he dead? Right, do I want to come back tomorrow? I don't feel like I've gotten any additional leads, so I will take up his offer of coming back tomorrow. And that's nice, Nancy gets a whole day off. Passing out from listening to Nancy. When Nancy just becomes your whole new reality. I just noticed, is that the European Union flag over this hotel? I thought I saw that in the top right when I was coming in. Anyway, never mind. You've had a long day, Nancy. Have yourself a very, very long lie-in. She doesn't travel light, does she? There, yeah, Nancy is a monster. She just doesn't realize how much of a psychopath she is. Well, what was the worst? I think hassling the old lady in the Japanese game about her dead daughter. Oh, okay, right. When he said come back tomorrow, he meant to never come back. Recht, back to the museum. This is the least fun I've had in a museum. And I've had a lot of no fun in museums. I do not generally find them all that interesting. I prefer to go around old ruins instead. Which was really good down in Andalusia. I just like to blindly wander around when I'm on vacation. I did blindly wander up through a very steep climb in Malaga. I was told my pronunciation is wrong. Malaga. I don't know. I don't care, right? Uses fancy little, not standard lettering, and I meant to say it in a certain way. Point is, I climbed up some hill and went along some lovely ruined ramparts. It's my idea of a good time. Still can't get in here because we have not figured out what a Mayan matchmaker is. Doesn't have anything to do with that betrothal of giving over the helmet that we saw, does it? Which I think is... no, not you. Not you either. No, that's the bloodletting. Ritually induced hallucination. The mouth of the vision serpent. Surely that's going to be handy. Still have these boxes that we cannot suss out. Doesn't even glow up as an indication. You'd think I'd use a key here, but haven't found anything that looks like a key. Aside from the key that we have, but we already used that. Old sunny stuff, leave that be. And then there's more of this that we can't seem to open up. I feel like I haven't utilized this at all. Can we change that? This is information that we've also seen on Joanna's desk. Nothing here seems to be used for Onihen. There's all this bubble wrap. We're told to order more, but why? We seem to have plenty. I'm running out of leads really badly. I need to figure out what a Mayan matchmaker is. I need to figure out what to do with the radio. And that's my lot. Unless there's some additional phone calls I'm meant to be making. Or more pictures I meant to bring back for the hospitalized man with the chowder for brains. Just noticed we can see this. A museum member is free. Adults are $6. Seniors are unknown. College unknown. Looks like that's $3 for a 5 to 17-year-old. And it's free if you're a... looks like it says YouTuber. 5 and under, that's what it says. Damn, what is a Mayan matchmaker? Also, why did What's-Her-Face want access codes? Isn't that more than a little suspicious? Is she still in trouble with the popo? Also, access codes? What do we... oh, we do need an access code for a box in the receiving area, right? That could be what I need out of him. But if he says he can't remember it, then I highly doubt we're going to get that out of him at any due time. Gonna have one other look at this thing. Not this. This. This, I suspect, is what What's-Her-Face wanted an access code for. Well, I'm not about to brute force that. I think my best bet is to go and talk to some of the other characters, see if I can sniff anything out of them. Otherwise, I'm really running low on... no, not the hospital. Really low on leads. Turns out it did say YouTuber in the end. Alright. Consulate and then Taylor Sinclair's office. Hello, hello?
Buenos dias.
I should get back to the museum.
Yes, you should.
There's really nothing else I can steal here. Criminal.
Any news?
I need a photo of the Pakal carving. Do you have one?
Joanna took the official print for her insurance claim, but I have a couple extras. Here you go.
What a bizarre thing to think to come to this guy for, but sure.
Keep up the good work.
And considering that I think he
Any
is
news?
evil,
Better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
I'm surprised he handed it over, but this should allow me to go back and make that little preschooler storyboard for the mashed potato head. How did we exchange over to the red line here? Maybe the giant circle encompasses the green line as well as the yellow and red line. Hey, what a coincidence. It was another trigger. Alright, here you go. Oh, would you look at that? He's 61. Jinx, why even bring him in here for care? Just sling him into the ditch? His home is Washington. His occupation is an epigrapher. Oh well, divorced with 0 children. Suppose that's not so bad. You're allergic to chicken. That is not a real thing.
Well, look who it is.
Ready to do some memory work, Henrik? I brought you a picture. This will help you to remember.
That face. He's as familiar as my own feet.
Do you know his name?
Pakal. Nancy, this is the stolen carving, isn't it? And I'm the one who took it. I must have. But why? Oh, Pakal. What could I have meant by this?
Think, Henrik. Where's the carving now?
I can't remember.
Easy, Henrik. The answers are in your head. You just need to find them.
It's still in the museum.
Why would you break into the display case and steal the carving only to leave it in the museum?
To protect him. I had to protect him. Oh, Pakal. Something is going on at that museum, a devious plot. I was the only one who could stand in the way.
What kind of plot?
Forgive me, Nancy, but when I woke up in this hospital bed, I didn't even know my own name. Perhaps the only thing I can offer you is this key. It was found in one of my pockets when I was brought in.
Do you know what lock it belongs to?
I haven't a clue. Take the key now, Nancy. Find out what it opens and return to me, please, with some answers.
We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise.
In the meantime, I'll sit with my friend Pakal and see if he will tell me anything new. You must keep this to yourself for now. It's your only hope of getting to the bottom of this.
Henrik, I need to know where you put the Pakal carving.
Who knows?
Do you know anything about the theft of Prudence Rutherford's necklace?
I can't remember.
He doesn't seem very happy about it.
One of the pieces that was stolen from the Chaco Canyon Cultural Center was a jade carving with an unusual glyph on it. Do you remember translating it?
I can't remember.
Did you use Joanna's name last week to place an order for Cinnabar with Keep It Real Restoration?
You're asking the wrong amnesiac.
Do you have anything against Joanna?
Who knows?
You rest up. I'll be back.
I'll do my best.
And then he just freaking dies. He's a funny guy. And he might be the most fun thing in this game so far. Okay, where do we think this key works for? If I had to guess, which I do, it's going to be one of the boxes in the storage room. Stands to reason that the guy that does the translations for them could have access to that kind of stuff. Not this room, the other room. For God's sake, the one that says shipping, receiving. Let's try you first, shall we? Nada. It's not impossible. It's also for a desk drawer. Just doesn't look like much of a desk drawer key, does it? It's all old and rustic. Ah, you seem old and rusty. How can this be? Was there another box? I think there was a third box in here. One... Oh yeah, there was the one, of course, which needs a number. Where else needed a key and not just a key card? Perhaps his desk here somewhere needed a key. Oh yeah. Fancy shiny desk needs old rusty key. Ooh, 1050 transmits. Oy. Transmits a series of 5 digits in Spanish. Attention, attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They told me this in Spain, you know. Write down the last 3 digits of this. Oh, I don't want to do any of this. Example. Oh, God, no. Smuggler stations.
Looks like I need to find someone who speaks Nahuatl.
Do we know anyone? We know someone that speaks several original languages. All right, can we keep this? Ah, don't put it away, Nancy. What about this? Translation notes. The death face, the curse summoning, cabans, broken earth, the 4 corners, of course, the 4 corners of the world. Fascinating. Where have I seen this? Period ending, end of time. Great, we're taking that. I'll probably take that back to what's his face. Right, well, I didn't really read, well, let's be honest, I didn't really read it, but I also didn't process any information in the book. But that's okay, Nancy can do that for me. I rely upon you, Nancy. It's tighter on the visiting hours, so let's go and see you first. I'll slam your notes up on the wall, maybe that can help your mind mapping. Come on, Mr. Beautiful Mind. Oh yeah. Sound of snoring. Even my dog snores. Right. Mexican man. Master of language. I suppose if you can speak a ton of languages, working in an embassy or consulate's probably an excellent job opportunity. Travel, put it to use. Don't do any actual real work. Amazing.
Buenos dias.
I need to know the Nahuatl word for snake. Can you help me?
What do you need that word for?
Oh, I need it to send a message by ham radio. It's a long story.
Now, if only I could remember the word for snake. I hear you have been a great help to Henrik. I wonder if you can help me improve my memory too.
Something tells me this translation is going to come with strings attached.
I am almost certain that the provenance documents for the Pakal carving were falsified. I have asked Joanna to see the documents, but she evades me. If you can find that file in her office and bring it to me, I think it might help my memory of Nahuatl a lot.
What makes you think they were falsified?
In Mexico, it is common knowledge that the carving was stolen from Pakal's tomb when it was first excavated. But no one has been able to prove it. If I can determine that the provenance documents are a fraud, this will be the first major step toward legal repatriation of the artwork, whenever and wherever it resurfaces.
Okay, Alejandro. I'll see what I can do.
I feel my Nahuatl coming back to me already. Do you know what Sihuapili means? Princess or lady. Now, if only I could remember the word for snake.
I should get back to the museum.
Yes, you should.
The thing is, we already found that information, but Nancy refused to pocket it in a very unlike her moment. Very non-characteristic of Nancy not to steal everything that isn't bolted down. And bring bolt cutters for those that are. Anyway, we have free reign of What's-Her-Face's office, so let's put it to use. I'm assuming this is what he was after. Okay, now we put it into our inventory. I think that's them, right? Sure looks like it. Alright, very good. Striking deals with random Mexicans, because in this age we don't have the entirety of the world's collective knowledge in our pockets at all times. The Kotil, like Quetzalcoatl. Well, I should know that from Dominions, shouldn't I? Because the Kotil is a summon. I think it's Astral 1 Nature 3 or Astral 3 Nature 1. Some combination of Nature Astral. And a great summon to be had with a shaman. A Cetus shaman that you can find natively in swamps. Ah, Dominions. There's another thing I want to do. Where do I find the time?
Hello, Nancy. You have a special delivery for me, I hope?
Here's your file, as requested. I should hand over the paperwork.
Good work, my friend. I suppose you would like something in return?
I trust your Nahuatl has become fluent again.
The Nahuatl word for snake is coatl. C-O-A-T-L.
Guess I better write that down. And I'm probably going to need to figure out the Morse for that and where to send the message, but at least we've got a lead. That's the important part. C-O-A-T-L. The funny thing is, I have seen the monk go through all this, and I've managed to forget all of it. There's not even vague memories of it coming back to me. I have got a really bad memory, and you know what? I'm pretty grateful for it, because it allows me to relive fun things again and again. Although sometimes you forget things that you really don't want to forget.
Muchas gracias. Gotta go.
Adios, Nancy.
Right. Do I have enough information to... to work the ham radio? I think if I take a good long look at the book, I can suss it all out. But before that, I want to check over at Roosevelt. That can happen at extremely old age, yes. I'm just a very old man trapped in an eternally youthful body. I was chatting to one of the guys that was, he was managing the apartment that I was staying at. And I was talking about my travels, and he says, oh, that's so good. You know, you're still young, right? You got to do all this travel. The guy saying that to me was 31. You're still young.
Nancy, you have brought me back to my work.
Oh, thank you.
You recognize the riddle, then?
I've been working like a fiend. Look at the board.
Did you do anything more? You remembered your bee stings. A curse upon you. With prison of rock. What? Evil deeds? Whisper of silence? Broken only with the four corners of the world together. The king ascends. The last Copan fool? Labored to the end of time. Something about a stone.
Something to do with the plot at the museum, Nancy. I'm sure of it.
What is the prison of stone?
It's a tomb. Pakal called it a prison because it was designed to prevent the Whisperer's soul from entering the underworld.
Why did Pakal want to imprison the Whisperer's soul?
The Whisperer came from a distinguished line of royal scribes. I can't seem to remember her name. But I do recall that she wrote an account of Maya history that greatly angered Pakal because of the way it depicted his ascent to the throne.
What did the scribe say? That Pakal had bad fashion?
From the age of 12, when he came to the throne, Pakal claimed to be divinely appointed the first true, authentic king of the Maya. Then, the Whisperer came along and wrote that Pakal was only king because his mother pulled some strings. It was quite a blow to Pakal's image.
What happened to the scribe's writings?
Pakal swore that the Whisperer's words would never see the light of day. He put her body, her soul, and her writings all in a tomb and locked it up tight.
Wait, Henrik, a prison of stone? We're not talking about the monolith, are we?
That's the idea.
Does anyone else know about this?
Good question. I'm certain that there's a dirty rat trying to get into that tomb. This is where my memory fizzles out. If I could only figure out why I took the Pakal.
Do you think there is anyone I can trust?
Please don't breathe a word of this. There's too much at stake.
Henrik, I need to know where you put the Pakal carving.
I don't know.
You rest up. I'll be back.
I'll do my best.
Oh, we're making real headway here. Sounds like time to save and save often. I'm glad there's something saved here. Wonder where all these saves are. I need to go through and purge all the Nancy Drew saves off my computer. Right, continue on. I can't take this, can I? No. No, but I do know I can potentially work that ham radio. I need to message Coatl somewhere. I'm glad that Nancy said to the Mexican man that I need to put this message out on the radio. Because I didn't know that. But that's okay, I can outsource my thinking to Nancy. I'm going to quickly check in with Sinclair in case he has any new information for me, and then we are getting to work on that radio, whatever that might entail. Note that we are now 5 hours deep into this. How Long to Beat has this clocked in at 6. Did anyone check with Sassy Detective to see an estimate time for this?
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
Aside from the 20 or 30 minutes I spent not being able to progress because of the trigger that we hadn't triggered by walking around the garden, I feel like we're making fairly good progress. This is where I find out that I'm actually 2 hours behind the monk and then I fall into a deep, deep depression. Sassy's time is 4 hours 11. What planet are they on with their times? They are mad. Right, knowing what we know, which isn't much, let's go and work that ham radio. You know, I assume the ham radio would need the replacement. Maybe it fizzles out when we try to make some kind of message, then we have to repair it. Maybe there'll be even a little repair puzzle or minigame. But it's still unclear to me where I'm meant to send this to.
It's locked.
Weird that we keep relocking this, but here you go. Ooh, what is this? A rare treat. Symbolizes wealth. Crossing stuff. Yeah, lots of information here. Unwanted outbursts of my foolish sidekick. Okay. Hard rain last night. Big Bunny was kind. What does he eat? Very amused. Expired from blah, 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 blah. Banished. Pascal. So lenient. No idea what this means. Dignity. Yak, yak, yak. Sun is hotter than ever. Okay, get me out of here. Where did that even come from? Maybe that was this letter? It looks like it. But then there's this. So, I need 2050. Write down at least 3 digits of series. Add a 0 to get a 4-digit number. Add each of the original 5 digits and add the sum to the 4-digit number from the first step. This station is the smuggler message. Right, okay, so I need to figure out this. Okay, I'm gonna need my pen and paper and probably a fresh page for this, and I also need to figure out what Coatl is. So first and foremost, we go to station 2050, and then we listen to attention, attention, and we get 5 numbers. Let's do that right now. One step at a time, because my brain can't handle more than, well, frankly, 0 steps. So, we want to
The radio tube went out.
Oh no, where will I find a spare radio tube? Way ahead of you. Good thing that these have been standard for over 50 years. All right, 2050, let's go. Pretty cool little animation here, though.
Atención, 8, 3, 2,
8, 3, 2, 7, 1. 8, 3, 2. I think 7 is 7. I'll have to double check that, but I think that's 8, 3, 2, 7, 1. Alright, thanks.
It's locked.
Oh, of course it's locked. Normal people only play Nancy games with a gun to their head. You're the outlier. Yeah, thanks, Chefrin in Egypt. You of all people we can trust on that. Right, Siete is indeed 7. But we knew that, didn't we? Right, write down the last 3 digits of the series and add a 0. The last 3 are 2711. Add a 0, so we've got 2710. Add each of the original 5 digits and add it to the sum of the 4-digit number. So we add 8 and 3 is 11. 2 is 13. 7 is 20. We've got 21. Add 21 to the 4-digit number from the first step. So 2710 plus 21 is 2731. This is the station that the smugglers will take the message on. So I need to tune into this. If the station number gives... Oh, right. Is this just going through what I just did? Oh my god. You could have taken this page out for a senior detective such as myself. Okay. The password is snake. Enter it in Morse code, then send a code word. So I probably need to say... I think that's leche. Send the item immediately. That way I'll be sent something in the package receive area. That seems plausible. So I need to send leche and coatl. Not in that order, though. Now I need to get the Morse code for that. Where was the Morse code information again? Nancy, of course, did not pick that up. That would be bizarre. No, I'm not taking a snake. Snake is simply a code word to engage in communication. Oh man, this is going to be more fun than a trip to the dentist. Right, erases, made a mistake, hit that thing, untransmittable, avoid placing fingers inside of it. Do not fist androids. We've got this. All messages are sent in Morse code. Compose each thing with dots and dash. When you finished composing a letter, hit send. So it's letter send, not the whole combination. We're not making canna salad here. All right, let's get to work. C. Oh god. All right, so dash dot coatl and then litchi. God, my own writing is falling down the hole right now. So dash dot for C, O is dash dash dash, A is dot dash, Tango is simply a dash, Lima is dot dash dot dot. You know, this is still better than the music puzzles we get in a lot of Nancy games. Letters, numbers, Morse, that's not so bad, but the music puzzles, oh god, they do my tatty, and I am no good with music. Which reminds me of a story that I need to tell, but not right now, I'm focused on this. As we know, Lima is dot dash dot dot. Echo is nice and simple. It's just a dot. We can do the final echo with that as well. Charlie, same as the first one in Coatl, is dash dot. And H for hotel. We haven't covered you. It's 4 dots. A little hard to make my dots stand out when I'm writing them on the page here. As I become more and more ancient, I am ever grateful that my eyes continue to not give out. Must hand it to that weird Germanic doctor that performed surgery on my eyes some years ago back in Sweden. They've never been better. I hate wearing glasses. I think they look good in other people, but I don't like the experience of wearing them. Right, so now we need to tune in. Did I actually write down the number of where we're going to? Yes, I did, thankfully. 2731. Activate like Robot Wars. 2731. And hey, Ninja, at least if I get a snake in the mail, I'll be getting 1 snake more than Alpha's ever getting in the mail.
Transmítalo ahora.
Ahora! Now, let us begin. We must go dash dot bing dash bing dot dash bing dash bing dot dash dot bing.
Mensaje encendido. Transmítalo ahora.
Message received. Continue transmitting with Lima Echo Charlie Hotel Echo.
Mensaje recibido. Entregaremos el paquete lo más pronto posible. Cambio y fuera.
Alright, we'll get you your stuff as soon as possible. God bless. Grazie. Alright, good. Glad we didn't have to deal with all the little bells and whistles on the machine. Now, I strongly suspect that that means we're going to have a delivery. Not here, though. I keep forgetting exactly where the place here is, but here it is. Now, the reason I thought that that was the right option to choose from is because we have this very overt received location right here that has... It's somewhere that we can look at. Oh, but there's nothing here. They said as soon as possible. I guess that doesn't mean Goku levels of instant transmission, so maybe we should just go and sleep and then come back and see if something has arrived. Although if I still don't see anything tomorrow, I should probably try another code, or at least think a little more about the other options. It's Gingheim. How is his Spanish so good? Oh, it just comes naturally when you spend as much time in Andalusia as I do. It was awesome there. Look at that. How many stars in the European one? Alright, it's been a long day. It's 4:45 in the evening. That sounds like time for bed. So just give yourself a generous sleep of many hours. I could sleep that long, no problem. The man is a pure language sponge. What does that make you, Ninja? How many years have you been living in Japan and your Japanese is rudimentary? Either that or you hide your skills incredibly well. This game is rated ages 10 and above. I'm wondering if I could actually solve these when I was 10, says Patrick. Probably eventually. I remember playing the old Discworld games when I was that age or younger. The whole family had to get together to try and solve them. You know, back then video games were quite the novelty. We didn't have the inherent idea of how to handle these kinds of situations. There's a lot of internalized video game knowledge now, even for a complete normie. Right, please tell me you actually delivered something, because I would love some progress here. It would make me feel very, very smart indeed. Very, very smart indeed. Yeah. What have we here? Oh, Christ. Oh, that is the stuff of nightmares. Can we not look at this at all? Oh, God. Why did I wait to 40 to have kids? They've all got Down syndrome. Does anything else move on these things? Whilst I'm certain I could brute force this, it would be nice to have any idea what they're meant to be doing. I don't recall having found anything that indicates where people's eyes should be looking, and they were all looking directly at me when I picked this thing up. Show this to Henrik and refresh his trauma. Okay, what in the blue blazes am I meant to do with this thing? Can I even click away from it? Because that is what I would like to do right now. Keep the creepy box away from me. Okay, right. What have we found, if anything, to indicate where eyes should be looking at on a creepy doll face? Truly, I can't think of anything. Don't suppose Sonny wrote something down about this, did he? Maybe the aliens sent me this. Maybe it's not something that we have information of right now, but we need to contact somebody about. This feels like something I should contact the police about. Like, could you please keep an eye out on whoever is sending suspicious deliveries over to our building? Because they're connected to the smuggling ring that I am in contact with. But somehow I am not the prime suspect here. We'll go and see if my friend in hospice can help us out. Yeah, maybe Bess has an idea. Ah, damn. Well, it's 11:15, so it is visiting hours. It's just that he is busy with the quack. Taylor Sinclair, can you help me out, please?
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
What do you mean he's not fat? You can see his moobs. Right. Mexico man. Do you know any relevance about spooky little faces? I mean, I did just get you documents worth probably millions of dollars.
Hello.
I should get back to the museum.
Adios, Nancy.
There's a tell for where you're approaching the end of a Nancy Drew game because all of the characters become unavailable. It doesn't happen in all of the Drew games, but it's a fairly common occurrence. Guess we go back and make some phone calls then. If the phone calls don't work out, then I'm going to drudge through all of the paperwork that we have, see if we can find something about spooky doll faces. What's WOTR? War of the Roses? Wrath of the Rich King? All right. Who do we start with calling?
You have no voicemail. Press 9.
Wrath of the Righteous. There we go. Franklin. Yeah, the music ain't so bad in this game.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
I'd like to speak to Franklin Rose, please.
I'm sorry,
And for a
but
Nancy
Mr.
Drew
Rose is
game.
out of the office. Would you like to try back later?
Sure.
Thank you for calling Boswell, Jackson, and Rose.
For a Nancy Drew game, the audio isn't that out of whack. Some of them are truly awful, though. I recall that being an issue in Salem as well, and that's a relatively new one. Why doesn't the game write down the numbers for me? Where's the page with the numbers? Of course, I wrote down the numbers, but I didn't write down which one's for who, so if I want to call Bess, but Bess is never going to have this answer, is she? Sod it, I'm sure I'm going to have to find something in this museum about eyes looking in different locations. Where would that be?
It's locked.
Since I'm in this room, let's do the reading that's in this room. Alright, bunny, commentary, BBB, rabbits, anything about eyes or faces looking in directions. Any of that's what I'm looking for. Something about a small-time smuggling racket? Pay off his college tuition. That's very funny. Because like in most civilized countries, college education is free in Scotland. In fact, you get paid to go there. Kindness, pity, side effects, embarrassment, reaching the netherworld, haunting hills, restored to dignity, travels, sun is hotter. Alright, so I don't think I'm finding it here. What about in the book? The book is all about contacting, but maybe there was something else? No, I think we have completely worked through this. Alright, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. I highly doubt there's something about spooky doll faces in the operating manual for the ham radio. Also, would it not be prudent to at least put the broken bulb back in here? If you're Indigenous living on a reserve in Canada, you can paid to go to college or university and it's free. There we go. Favoritism, it's got to work for somebody. Here you go, I have the broken one back. Aw, man, I can't do the old switcheroo. I do that all the time. Right, spooky faces. Come to think of it, doesn't this look like it should go on the thing that we see outside? Can I pick this up? No, Nancy's having none of that. Alright, where have we seen three faces looking in different directions? Hey, that's a spooky looking face with its eyes going out, and it's got its mouth open. Maybe that's relevant. But two of them have their mouths open, but they were open in different ways. The rain, the moon, and the sun gods? Nothing obvious about the way they're looking. Also, there's no indication of those faces being godly faces. I would hope that they're not. Damn, learning way too much about Mayans. That's not what I signed up for today. Nancy explicitly said she did not want to haul around these big calendar dials. There was a big old stone calendar dated many hundreds of years old up a hill that I was climbing in... that was in Granada, not Malaga. Malaga, I think that's how you say it. They did not like the fact that I stressed the second A. They said, no, it's Malaga. Okay. Thank you. Now please say Edinburgh. This is not getting me further. I'm very close to brute forcing the eyeballs. Hello? These are eyes looking in a weird way, but you've got a tongue sticking out. None of them had their tongues sticking out, which is a little bothersome. Maybe one of them did. I'm actually going to make a little doodle here. So, tongue out has the eyes going inwards. Okay, that might be something to work with overall. If that works on its own, it should be enough to easily brute force the others. And mouth open has both of the eyes seemingly going out. It feels like a bit of a stretch though, right? Do you have any plans to play the new Caesar 3 clone Teotihuacan Aztec cities from Paradox? Is this a joke? I haven't heard of any of these things, including Paradox doing a city builder. Unless they're publishing it, but I feel like Paradox haven't been publishing quite as much these days. Anyway, never heard of it is the answer, Abaddon, but if you link me up with the information, I will certainly look into it. Can't really promise much beyond that, especially since Monster Hunter Wilds is coming out in 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 or so hours. Oh, I better get an early night's sleep. Which means I better beat this game at some point. And none of these have their tongue coming out. This is the closest thing to tongue coming out. So let's assume this is kind of the tongue coming out. Then I need those eyes going inny. And I need you going outy. Yeah, mouth open is eyes out. So what about these ones? Wait a second. Tongue out is eyes going in. Assuming that is tongue out is the closest thing I've got to tongue out. And then I want you outy. I'm unconvinced this is going the way I want it to, but whatever. Let's just work with what we have. You two being connected is a pain in the bum. You're connected with both of them, which is bizarre. This is such a creepy freaking thing. We got it. Oh man. I was almost too wise for this world. But what is this? Looks like an ottoman. Okay. Any indication whatsoever to do with our mini ottoman? Please put creepy box away. Don't carry it with you, it's cursed. Alright, have we seen anything that looks like it has an indentation for this to be used on? Could it perhaps be analyzed somewhere? Thought Nancy might say something, anything about it. Get a spectral analyzer on it. No? Okay. Can I present it here? I can. Very good. Oh, don't tell me it's part of something bigger. I don't have other things for it. But I should be able to rotate it if it's on this thing, right? No, Nancy wants another piece of it. Looks like it's going to rotate around and give me some fascinating information, but I need more. Alright, hit me up with that link once I'm done, because I will definitely forget all about that by the time I am done with this. Right, so it looks like I have one piece, but I need another piece. Perhaps I could show it to the dying man, and he will have some intel for me. Oh, it's early access? Then forget about it. There's no way I'm going to be caring about that.
Good afternoon, young lady.
Henrik, I received a note from your friends in Copan. I've got the Copan Fool Key. I still need the Pakal, though. How's your memory?
The tomb. Nancy, I hid the Pakal carving in the replica of the Pakal tomb at the bottom of the temple exhibit. Huh. Now, how did I think of that? And another thing, you'll need to get past that computer quiz. Sonny set it up with an impossible question. No one knows what Pakal was afraid of, but Sonny was petrified of the Coatamundi. It's an ornery bandit with a narrow snout and a long ringed tail, much like a raccoon or a polecat.
Have you ever been part of a smuggling racket?
I don't know.
You rest up. I'll be back.
I'll do my best. Good afternoon, young lady.
You rest up. I'll be back.
I'll do my best.
Oh my, I don't know how or why I muted myself or when I started to be muted. But I did. Yeah, I was wondering to myself, we have Coatamundi. Now there's a useful word, but we still don't know what the answer to the quiz question was. And the question is, what's a Mayan matchmaker? Should I try Coatamundi? Or is there something else to find out? It bothers me greatly that we haven't found an answer to that anywhere. You would have thought it would be on Sonny's old disc. Maybe I need to double check that. Maybe there's something I've overlooked. And if I hadn't already said, yes, if it's EA for that Caesar 3 clone, then you better believe I'm not touching that. I am incredibly jaded with early access now, and I am especially livid when established publishers use it.
Hello.
I should get back to the museum.
Yes, you should.
Especially since I've been in on Paradox meetings where they discuss finances and big picture stuff. And one of the thoughts was how to use early access, and the results of that left me so disgusted on the inside and out. Ah, it's Paradox Arc, not Paradox. So not Paradox Development Studios, or anything Paradox. Right. What am I doing with the information I have? Let's rub it up against Taylor Sinclair again, just in case, because you never know when you're unlocking another trigger.
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Bye now.
Yeah, we'll check the floppy disk first, once more. Didn't know Jake could be against profits at all costs, or have any morals when it comes to making money. It's a constant fight with myself with the way I stream. I'm certain I could do better value extraction. Cocoa Kringles. I think it's just Kringle, singular. Yeah, here's the thing. No help in this one. Wait for a horde. Level 2 quiz question. The matchmaker. I'm blind as a bat and can't find the exhibit that has an answer, or we just never put it in. I came up with a great question for level 3. Henrik hates it. Once I get some time, I'll make an exhibit for this. Yeah, but that doesn't tell me where the answer to number 2 is. I can't figure out the answer to level 2 quiz, and there's no indication of where we get that. Maybe there is an exhibit that talks about it? Because it says maybe he's blind as a bat and can't find the exhibit, or we never put it in. So maybe there's an exhibit that's not available and somewhere there. I've got no idea, man. Stuff to do, headphones, the matching. We already did this without this information. The Maya number system we've already sussed out. And then this is UFO nonsense, right? Just giving this a quick check over in case there is something about a Mayan matchmaker. Control towers, Cartist Manuel Mendoza, spaceship motives. I don't think that's it at all. Maybe we have it here somewhere. Pottery missing, museum epigrapher, papers about the monolith, the bull game, match-up puzzle, keycard locks. If I work all the level activities, don't forget to put my card in, get credit. Quiz answer should be in the museum, but they may be missing. Maya May's computer is offline. I bet Sonny's login will work there. Check with Bess and George. Diskette. Series of thefts. Stolen. Investigating. Gone for a bit. Police. Handprint ink. Vendors of Cinnabar. Police charge. No time to explore. ENT. VM. Henrik's memory. Call nurse Bluefoot. Henrik admits to writing the threat. No idea. He protects it. Key opens his desk drawer. Check out everything. The desk, the smuggler, the snake. Translation notes for the monoliths to stimulate his memory on the memory board. Alejandro Noatl for the documents. Monolith riddle, including the locograph for his disc. Why did he steal it? Travel notes, interesting. Whisperer. Sent a code word to smugglers to send it now. I got it. There's a weird doll. The smugglers sent a key piece. Yes. Coatimundi in the last quiz. But I can't get to the last quiz because I don't know what a Noatl, what a thingy matchmaker is. Well, the day is still young, Nancy. Time to get to work. I think I might have overlooked something in Sonny's book. I'm gonna double check that. I think I'm using American public transit more than anybody else has. I did ride the trolley cars around in San Francisco, though. Combined the comfort of a park bench with the speed of a blimp. Almost had as many unwashed homeless as the park benches as well. Bloody San Francisco, the worst place in the world I've been to. I need to go to more horrible places to try and challenge that more. Right. Was there something I overlooked in Sunny June's book? Something about Noatl matchmakers. Bull game is random. 4 pieces of corn. Dice. Pascal's triangle. To Mexico with artifact. Alejandro rocks. The Beach Hill Gang, blah blah blah, stop losing my things, stop breaking my stuff, quit daydreaming, get to work, Sonny. Hurricane Sonny, yeah. Beating up Beach Hill. Saw Sinclair the other day, do not look at his tie. Audio narration thing is so much work. Managed to borrow the notes. Coffee break, garden, temple, letter, which we didn't use. Must surf web. Need a computer. Check out the Alien Adventure games. Make a game about the Maya. Toss in some alien stuff, of course. Temple in the Sky, number 1. Boring job. Stinky cheese incident. Still no idea what a... whatchamacallit is. A matchmaker. Mayan matchmaker. The hell, a Mayan matchmaker. Run through the temple activities. Verify all the questions can be answered based on the info available elsewhere in the museum. From Henrik. Yeah, Henrik wrote this and now he can't remember anything. And he wouldn't tell me the answer either. I love San Francisco. That's over 20 years ago. I don't know when you were there. I was there, I think, in 2016. Maybe 2017. Could it have been as late as 2018? That's possible, I think. I'll have that written down somewhere, but I do not care to check right now. I have to figure out what a Mayan matchmaker is. I was there last month and I wish I was Henrik now. Still haven't put this to any use, whatever this thing might be. We've learned everything we want to know about periodic elements. What in God's name is a Mayan matchmaker? I can no longer use this item. Still have a bunch of things here that don't open up. Or so it seems. And we never got the number for this. Which is a bit of a shame. We're sure it's not just 1113. No, that'd be too easy. This game's still got some claws left, it seems. Mayan matchmaker. Somebody in chat thought that I'd already seen the information. But where? Nothing comes to mind for me. Yeah, we're meant to find it by looking through all of the exhibits. I'll take another look just in case. Pascal's Ascension, Zolkin. That wouldn't make any sense as a matchmaker. The marriage is represented in this piece with a shield and a jaguar helmet. Marriage lintel? Do you want the word lintel? I'll try that. Lintel. Not going to go straight away with that. It seems a bit of a stretch, because I don't know what lintel means. Marriage between shield and jaguar. It's the only thing we have that seems to be matchmaking so far. What's this game's tedious minigame vendor? The little puzzles and quests that we have to do to advance our key card to get to later stages in the museum. And currently we're stumped at a question on one of the quizzes. There's been a quiz, a maze, a little throwing ball minigame. They haven't been very egregious. It's not like the Subway sandwich simulator from Icicle Creek, for example. That's the nobility that they're fighting with, but we already dealt with that. Husband's Ascension. That's the Hupil, we know about that. Woven Blouse. That's fine, and stuff we already knew. Please stay on the path. What's so interesting? What is interesting? What? Are you gonna fit on here or something? Okay, there's a face. It's fascinating.
Something's missing here. Something's missing here. Something's missing here.
Is it a radio tube? I hear those have been standard for thousands of years, Nancy. Yeah, Nancy Drew games are great at lulling me in with a false sense of confidence. You make progress, but eventually you just grind down with absurdity. But to be fair, we've had this absurd question for a very long time. Hasn't helped me figure it out, though. How about this? Part of the throne dedicated to the goddess Moon. Yeah, throne is hardly a matchmaker. This kind of looks like it's matchmaking, but no. Come on, get me away from this. And what was this? Captive nobleman. The rain god. That's the bicephalic monster. Already covered you in one of the questions. This is the bloodletting. No, okay. This is, I saw engage and I thought, oh, matchmaking? But no, it's ritually induced hallucination. Could the vision serpent be a matchmaker? What in the world are we still looking for here, though? Look at the ball game artifacts. Seen there, done that. This is then about changing their bodily appearance using body shaping devices. We know all about the numbers. We even sorted that puzzle earlier. Writing tools, ink. What the hell is a matchmaking thing? Damn it, Sonny. Political, religious, divine, supreme god, kings, queens. Nothing here about matchmaking. I really think it's just some kind of horrible joke. Maybe it's something that we need to contact Frank and Joe Hardy for and they would understand. But me, I do not. I mean, is there a god of matchmaking? Yeah, I will be calling Bess very soon. I need to get back to my hotel for that, though. Basket weaving and calendar days. So you're telling me there's not a god of matchmaking? Because that'd be very handy right now. Yeah, Jaguar god, Sun god. The year. Are we really sure we can't take this thing with us? Because it really looks like it's going to fit into the tomb.
Wow, these are heavy.
Oh, wait, she'll pick them up now?
I'm not sure I can hold on to these stones for very much longer. I've got to put these things down.
Don't worry. There you go.
The poem said when the first king ascends again.
The first king. That's a date. These are numbers. Maybe I just need to go for number 1. That's a number 1. Not good enough? Who's the first king, then? Right, there doesn't seem to be anything I have to hit to confirm this, so you know how I do these things. Gonna get you there. I'm gonna rotate you around. Then we're gonna go around this. I'm gonna rotate you and go around this. Because I think this is gonna be faster than trying to find the information in this godforsaken museum. Sorry, Ludwig. Also, it's pretty easy on me. There's less clicking involved here because I just have auto-clicker spinning these around for me. Hey! As is often the case, I'm too freaking good.
It looks like a keyhole. It looks like a keyhole.
Okay, well, do I have a key?
It looks like a keyhole. It looks like a keyhole.
Well then, I think I'm out of luck.
It looks like a keyhole.
I suspect I meant to find the thing to combine with that and then shove that into the hole. But that is not currently an option, because I still don't know what a Mayan matchmaker is. There truly is not an exhibit for this. So how are we meant to know what a Mayan matchmaker is? Nobody's wanted to tell us anything like that. God of Travelers? That's almost matchmaking, but not quite. Maybe this civilization should stay lost. Alright, let's give this a quick once-over. If there's one place I feel I haven't investigated thoroughly enough, it would be this area. Maybe a book or something. This book's just all about Rutherford and her very fancy stuff. New York, Topeka, home now, interesting. Conventions. Trailblazing. Art appraiser, ruby necklace. Belonging to someone or other. Rubies, blaze, altered, yes. Spirit was too overpowering. Dangled pieces, make it our own. Lady Rutherford's Fire ruby necklace. Close up of the jade carving. Archaeologist, groundbreaking, ruin. 1898. Mayan hands. Symbolizes glyph, a number of things. Snake, green, south. And I'm not sure what else. So maybe it means matchmaking? Locked it up in some cold bank vault. No, she couldn't stand to have that. Jewelry is to be worn and enjoyed. Do we have a name of this thing? Or are we just calling it Ruby Fire Necklace? No, just calling it the Ruby Fire thing. Okay, well that is obviously not helping us in the slightest. We can look at these things, we can't read any books or the like. Get off the monk is seeing this, hope he's getting some kind of catharsis out of my struggles. What in the world is a Mayan matchmaker? No information on these low resolution pictures here. The Great Palace of something Guatemala. Okay, that's also not helpful. Could I perhaps look at this through the microscope? Nope. If only that dying coot could remember where he placed a little plaquey thing. Yeah, they did say the museum goers would be tripped up by it. And the previous person could not find any information about it, because it really just sounds like a trick question. Grinding tools, figure with bird head, early something or other. That's why I'm trying to look places where museum goers cannot go. But I'm finding diddly squat. But I am having a thought that I haven't saved in a while. So let's save and save often. I'm glad there's something saved here. Do we know who set the second question? Was it Henrik, but he forgot? Said that Henrik didn't want to give the answer, or something to that effect. We've already grabbed a Providence. Yeah, I need to ask the smuggler lady on the radio, please help me. Don't know if it's 6 in the morning or 6 at night, but maybe we need a rest after all this. If nothing else, we could call Bess. Damn, why can't the Mexican commie help me out? I do not think there was an equivalent exchange going on with the documents I handed him. Well, this time of night, I suppose I can try. I doubt they'd be in their Betty Bye-Byes just yet. Alright, let's give it a go. The Hardley boys haven't really helped me out with anything. Surely they know the answer. They haven't done anything for me so far, have they?
This is Joe.
Hey, Joe, it's Nancy.
Hey, Nancy. I've got that slogan for you. Are you ready?
Of course.
Nancy Drew, the ace in every case.
Catchy. I'll make a real impression on my suspects with that line.
How's the case going?
This investigation is stalling. Any thoughts on how to get it back in gear?
Better study the information in Henrik's drawer a little more closely.
Henrik's drawer's information. Study it more closely.
Talk to you later, fellas.
See ya.
Let us know
I
how it's
read through
going.
that stuff word for word and it wasn't enough, but looks like I need to read it letter for letter. Alright, but as is tradition, let's call Bess. At least we know which one is Henrik's.
Hello?
Hi, Bess. What's new?
Well, it's still raining, and I am still the reigning Go Fish champion of the week.
So, you're over your funk?
You'd be amazed how letting her win has lifted her spirits. George Fane, I beat you fair and square, and you know it. If that's what you want to tell yourself, Bess. Anyway, what's up, Nancy?
After the board caught wind about the police interrogating Joanna, they suspended her.
But Joanna didn't take the Pakal.
I tried to suggest that to Franklin Rose without betraying Henrik's confidence, but he's not interested in cutting Joanna any slack.
So what? She's history?
Mr. Rose said that if the Pakal carving is recovered, he'll reconsider.
Well, that's just one more reason you've got to find that carving. Yeah. Joanna's ambitions may be a little misguided at times, but she shouldn't have to take the fall for Henrik. Plus which, her presence at the museum may be one of the crucial ingredients to solving this case.
I'll talk to you later, ladies.
Bye! See ya!
Why do we all care about Joanna, including these two girls who've never met her? It's all rather bizarre, is it not? Alright, well, maybe Nancy will be able to think things through clearer once she's had a good long sleep. Yeah, game knows how to hit me where it hurts, forcing me to read like this. Jake discovers empathy for other human beings. Discovering it like discovering a new plague. Alright. So... To be fair, one of the things I did quite early on was think, Henrik knows the answer but doesn't want to share it, and it's not in the exhibit, so we'll have a look at Henrik's stuff. I read through it all twice and did not see the answer. So, of course, let's try it a third time. Never a 2 without a 3, as the French say. Let's start with this ragtag stuff here. And we're going to read it all out, so I'm going to take a preliminary drink here. Alright, wet the gills and let's go. 7/16/72. Hiked with the Big Bunny all day. Temperatures in the hundreds. Water scarce. Highland region is beautiful and pristine except for Bunny's incessant commentary. I spotted a Kizal flying among the branches. A rare treat. Symbolizes freedom and wealth. Which is not matchmaking. Tale highly prized by the mayor. It rained hard. Shared a tent with Bunny out of kindness and pity. What does he eat? I nearly suffocated. Crossed paths with old shaman today, eager for some relief from Big Bunny. Accepted the old man's invitation. The old woman gave us very strong tea, to which Big Bunny reacted negatively. He kept shouting, "Bunny rabbits, flaming bunny rabbits, return of the repressed." Once he even pounced on the floor to try and catch one, but there was nothing there. Vincent thought this very funny. I nearly expired from embarrassment that he had no unusual effect on me. Rar, nothing there. Very amused, Vinette. Visette? Well, someone. The old man told us legend has it that the Highlands are haunted by the spirit of the something-something, which is translated by Bunny, a legend I could gather. The Amoxicali, okay. At the height of Pascal's reign, a royal mayor scribe wrote an account to the mayor that somehow defamed Pascal's claim. They disappeared with all traces of her work. Pascal banished the scribe and her writings so far reaches the netherworld. Highland elders swear that they have haunted these hills for centuries and will not rest until her writings are unearthed. And her name is restored to dignity, if Pascal were so lenient and was not banished. Would have enjoyed the story much more without the unwanted outbursts of my foolish sidekick. Quite a tale. Amazing, it survived over hundreds of years. Big Bunny wants to start small-time smuggling racket to pay off the student tuition. He's the last person I'd want. Maybe some way to fund my own studies. I wonder if I could stand it. Travels today have been uneventful. The sun is hotter. Can't wait to return to base camp. Be rid of my companion. I suspect he's really a dog in bunny clothing. Yak, yak, yak. Sir Bunny the Garrulus. Amazing. None of that told me about matchmaking in Maya. However, there was also the book. This book we've read many times, and it's all just about doing the smuggling. Attention, attention. Numbers, stations for smugglers, numbers for them. Password is snake. Meet me. Hold on, matchmaking? Mujer? Meet? Like a matchmaking? Worth a try, right? Mujer, let's try it. Mujer. Nahuatl, sure, but Mayan's got to be close enough. We'll try Mujer. That is Mujer, right? M-U-J-E-R. Hard to read these blown up pixelated things here, but that looks like a Mujer. That's all I got, though. Unless there's something else around here. We should investigate further, though. For example... Oh, my days.
It's locked.
Oh, my days. Ah! Ah! Okay. On the plus side, we literally did not have all the information. So I don't feel bad about not having this answer yet. Let's go! Oh yeah, is this unearthing some trauma for you, Ninjin? What would you say was your biggest trauma in Icicle Creek? Alright, it's one of those big chunky floppies. There's no way this is also Cocoa Kringles. Oh, it's what glyph is this? Isn't that the stone? No, not stone. Pretty sure it's stone. Yeah, we saw that earlier on a note. Alright, we all know there's only one thing I'm looking for here. Matchmaker is Atan Zahab. Well, I'm glad it's that, because I would never have guessed that. Remember, this is not anywhere for anyone to figure out, but okay. We could have had this since we had the key, which is since we spoke to Heinrich after he passed out, so we've been sitting on this for a long time. Atan Zahab. Atan Zahab. Is there anything else we care about here? Greenstone, prisoners. Oh, there's going to be another bleeding quiz, isn't there? And I'm probably going to need some of this information. But I'm not going to bother with it until... Wait, what's this? A contact here. I better write down this number just in case. 605-555-3195. South Dakota contact, one can only hope. Alright, get me out of this. I can finally become a fully fledged level 2 Aztec card holder. Oh. Breezing through the fact-finding and Dennis going mad in chat was my best Icicle Creek moment, but I wanted the trauma. I don't make others play Nancy Drew so I can hear about the good times they've had with it. Alright, up we go. Onwards and upwards, or downwards as it was. Now I gotta get all the other answers as well. Also need to insert this so we get our credit, as it were. Okay, hit me. This was Lady Sock. JD Sock? Okay, I'll take it. Which monster? That is the bicephalic. This was like the Huipil? I'm going by memory here. I don't have the right page open on my notebook. Kahal was a leader tribe noble. And this last one was Atan Habzal. Atan Zahab. There we go. I was actually going with something completely wrong, it seems. Congratulations! Level 2. Now you may descend yet further. Okay, thank you, Sheffrin. What would I do without you? I see your game there, Nyx. Oh, goodly gracious me. Kind of weird to have all this on display, but you only get it if you have to go through these asinine puzzles. Including that horrible maze that no one's going to want to do. Also, the throughput on getting that. Spooky. Don't want anything to do with you. Remember, I'm looking for something that I can jam into that hole. Something like a key. Whoa! Why hide this away? This should be your main exhibit. Everything else has been boring as sin. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Well, I am not doing this unless I'm getting credit for it. Right, Jaguar. Right, I'm just going to write this down, right. Jag, wind, death, travels, moon. This should get faster, not slower. War. Rain. I feel like I should have known that one. Something inherently feels like rain out of Tlaloc. Sun. And that means the last one's the last one. So, let's take it from the top, shall we? You are the Jaguar, you are the wind, you are the death, you are the travels, Ishel is the moon, Balak is the war, Tlaloc is the rain, Yummy is the corn. That's why we say yummy. Maybe. Alright, clock up one more of my card. Bit more and I'll get free coffee in the reception area. Learning ancient Mayan would only push out existing important memories, like Dominion's mechanics. How frightfully right you are. Burial rituals. Elaborate, high level of status. I'm afraid at the end of the game of chess, the pawn and the king go back in the same box. Alright, what's your story? This better not be complicated. I have a calendar puzzle to do in addition to this quiz.
I
Alright.
have a feeling this may be one of Sonny's tricks.
Remove this at once. But why? Why was this such a horrible thing to have? Anyway, it was the Coati Mundi. Oh, sweet. It was only one question. Thank God for that. Alright, give me that back. As long as we can do the calendar puzzle, we are Gucci to go. Now, if I were a calendar puzzle, where would I be? Ah, that looks calendary. Oh, hey, I bet if I'd done this, I would have had the answer for the other thing. All right. Well, don't you worry, girly. I know exactly how to deal with this. Don't I? Ah, that's how you turn around. This is actually how I solve my problems in the real life. I just kind of grind everything up against each other and see what comes out. What really wins in this is there isn't a confirm button that I have to hit. And that is... was that it? No, okay. If I had to click some kind of confirmation between each brutish force, I'd be in trouble. There's not some other thing I meant to be rotating here, is there? Because I feel like I've been at this for rather a while by now. Hey! Easy as it gets. Now, what did I even do there? Perhaps I should have read the instructions first. The Maya were expert astronomers, extremely interested in the passage of marking of time. Fascinating. Recreating the Great Find. King Pakal died, 68 years on the throne. That's a lot of time on the throne. But how? Alright, well, be that as it may. Wait, hang on. Can I open this thing up? Oh! 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 He hid it here! And now it's mine. Alright, we can put the square thing together, and then we're going to be able to open up the massive tomb and answer all those questions from aeons ago. Also, I got a glow stick. Okay, great. We're going to have a rave after this. Make like the Germans I find so often in Balaton. Alright, now, what lies beyond?
It's too dark in here. I need a light.
I have a light. Wow! It even takes me out exactly to where I need to be for solving this. Unfortunately, I have not pieced the thing together yet. Does that mean you didn't actually need to do level 3 there? No, I think you need level 3 to open up the tomb, so we did have to have that information. But boy, do I feel like my brain is struggling to be contained within my admittedly giant head. Let's get to work. What confuses me is there's still a bunch of boxes in the receiving area that we've not yet investigated. Come on, don't tell me I can't shove this thing on you there. Forgive me for thinking that these two things go together. Let's get those little grey cells to work. Come on. You telling me there's yet another piece I need for this? I guess that's okay. At least I have the fully leveled up key card. Where do we use the fully leveled up key card? Because we already opened up the other thing there. Not entirely sure, but I do know someone that might be able to help me. And it should be visiting hours. Arm's too weak to put it there because of the blood in the massive brain. All right, my friend.
Good afternoon, young lady.
According to your notes, Pakal made a 6-part key to the Whisperer's tomb and scattered the pieces around the world. Do you remember anything about this?
6 keys? 6 keys? 6 keys! Nancy, what are the 4 corners of the world? North, south, east, and west. Plus the first king, Pakal himself, and the Copan fool. When they're all assembled, they open the tomb. Don't you see? This is why I stole the Pakal, to prevent some other schemer from putting the key together.
Maybe I'd better tell Joanna what's going on.
You must keep this to yourself for now. It's your only hope of getting to the bottom of this.
You rest up. I'll be back.
Be careful.
Okay, but... Hey, there's that stone thing. I remembered that. When the first king ascends the throne again, last king is labored. Great. But what about the 4 corners, the north, the east, the south?
What should I post here?
Oh, wait, can I just take this back? Don't think I need it, but hey-ho. Right. So you're telling me I need another 4 pieces of this. I didn't want to hear that. What I wanted to hear was, wow, Jake, you've practically solved it all. Let's go and make this a home run. Now for the 3-hour sewer crawl section, looking for the super glue bottle. No, we already did the Italian game. Was the Italian one where you were in the sewers doing all the water management?
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
Because that was sinisterly bad. Considering Pakal translates to tripe in Hungarian, the writing keeps cracking me up. Yes, the Lord of Tripe. Right, what can I get out of the northeast, south, and west here? Surely it'll all still be in the exhibit area. The fact that I felt so clever getting 2 pieces only to discover that I actually needed 6. Maybe this guy has one.
Hello.
I should get back to the museum.
Adios, Nancy.
Adios yourself. Alright. Let's go hunting. Troublingly though, I'm still needing a combination number out of what's-his-face on his deathbed. And we have not found one. Unless it was hiding somewhere in his notes and I didn't notice. His notes! He had notes about northeast, south, and west. On that zip drive that I really didn't want to go reading through, but I better do it now. First time in forever I come in, says HD Cyclone, who has been around for donkeys. And it's Nancy, of course it's Nancy. I can't go to a foreign country and then not enjoy a Nancy Drew game that corresponds with that country. That's right, I did the British one when I was in Britain as well. Or thereabouts. That was Blackmore, right? Okay, so this one was stone. And we're looking for information on northeast, south, and west, also Copan and whatnot. Numerous pieces lost in the recent heist. The North Key is likely among them, but contact other museums. Not in these other ones. Artifacts found as far north as New Mexico. Numerous pieces lost in recent heist. The North Key is likely among them. Maybe the North Key was the one that I got here. Yeah, it would make sense if it was lost in a heist then. What about the South? So we think that Rutherford's stolen one, or stolen Biblibib, is part of what we need as well. How do we get our hands on that, though? It was stolen, after all. Unless that's also part of this. East. Found a strange jade carving in Bishop Diego de Landa in 1652. 1652 is a number, and we do need numbers to try and open up one of our thingamajiggers. So I'm going to write that down. 1652 could be of note. And the West? Perhaps we should contact this person. I have refused to do so thus far, but perhaps I shall now. Bishop Diego de Landa, huh? Radio for delivery. So this was the... Copan Fool was the big one that I got. That doesn't answer where the other ones are, though. Must track them down before it's too late. Nobody else must know about this. Prison 6. Each must represent one interlocking part of a bigger key. A cube has 6 sides. Perhaps they fit together into a cube. But where are those keys and what do they look like? Bakal scattered them all over the Maya world so they'd never be put together. Must be Jade. Must track them down before it's too late. It's been 1,000 years, but, you know, let's wait a little longer. I need to place Bakal in a safe space. I cannot trust anyone. Moral dilemma, but I can argue about that. So I reckon you stuff Bakal into the skull. So we have Bakal, and we have the Fool. So we're looking for north, south, east, and west. But how? They were stolen. I can imagine Young using his first real paycheck to lure Jake to a Prague bar crawl just so he could make him play that Nancy game. What a miserable time that would be. But come on, this is all very unrealistic. Can you imagine Dark Young getting a real paycheck? Boggles the mind, frankly. Okay, well, we have some leads to chase up on. That's really all you want in a Nancy Drew game. Just something to chase rather than going around just being completely clueless. So, good thing I wrote down that number. What is it? 6055553. What? That's going to be nothing. Let's try that again. I guess I didn't want the area code. 3195. Hello, smuggler friends. I'm looking for that priceless... Okay, no, they're not having any of that. That is a shame. That is a dang shame. However, I'm suddenly having an idea. I think it's no coincidence that this... phone has the numbers on it, and the numbers aren't put in the way that you normally put them in for a phone. At least no phone I've seen. I have a sneaking suspicion about this one. A super sneaky suspicion. For that, I need to go back to the museum. Is there anything I want to do before that? No, this is going to coincide with checking the number on the box as well. I've already been to France twice, so I can't imagine a situation where I go there for a third time just to play the French Nancy Drew game. And fortunately, Nix's horrible game was set in New York, so that ain't happening either. Yeah, I just had a brainwave. You might have noticed in this book, there was a phone number, and the phone number is this, 800-555-YATI. I'm gonna write that down, 1-800-555-YATI. So I'm gonna try that on my phone, not the phone in here though. Uh-oh, I think I left the stove on. Then I'm going to try the number. I don't have high hopes for this number being useful, but I should give it a go regardless. Alright, what are we thinking this was? 1652. Bummer. I really hope that was it. Okay, so at least one of my two giant brainwaves was a miss. Let's hope it's not both of them being a complete miss. Because if they are, I'm running very low on leads. Apparently I need 4 pieces of this box, and I don't have a clue where any of them are. When I started watching Jake on Twitch, says Alex Spurdo, the future #1 Nancy Drew channel was not on my bingo card. What exactly was, though? Death by DDR? It'd be on my bingo card. Right, let's try this one more time, shall we? 555, and what was it? Yati.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again.
Maybe this only does local calls? What was Yati anyway? Yati is 928-4. I'm gonna try that one more time just in case.
We're sorry.
Yeah, not happening. Old man tries to figure out how phone works. You'll be this old someday, Nix. I'll try the phone in the museum, but if that isn't it, then what in the world do I do from here? Mudger wasn't used for anything, was it? Yeah, no, I just had that idea of being a... some get-together information. There's not, by chance, another thing I missed on this guy's... I'm pretty sure I called you, but maybe I should try calling you again. Couldn't hurt to do so. So that's 1505-555-1222. Not unthinkable. It's not an unreasonable time either. It's 2:15. Day is still young.
It's locked.
I didn't miss another thing here, did I? No, we just... Oh, wait. Okay, thank goodness. I thought I could pick up the little notebook there as well. Which would be sensible, but perhaps too sensible for the Drew crew. I can't believe I need more pieces of this freaking thing, but where are they? Spread across the world. Still no indication of what I meant to do with this thing either. Have we used it for anything at all? I don't recall.
You have no voicemail.
Alright, so what are we going to try here? That That's a bummer. Let's try the Yattl one, or the Yati. 9284. It's not liking anything I'm doing here.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose.
May I speak to Franklin Rose, please?
Oh, he's
Sally,
back.
I say, is calling.
This is Nancy Drew.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, how's your investigation coming along?
Yes.
I'm making good progress, and the Pakal carving is safe and sound. But I'm afraid I can't tell you everything yet.
What in the world are you talking about?
I'm sorry, but I can't explain everything now. I'll take good care of the carving, I promise.
What can I say, Nancy? I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Do what you have to do, but let's get this mess cleaned up, all right?
So you'll call Joanna and invite her back to work?
I'll call her right away.
Thanks, Mr. Rose.
That's what I'm here for.
Gotcha. See? Triggers. Just find the triggers. Okay. When we say back to work, is she going to be there already? Because that'd be real handy. That wasn't Daddy Wick. That was Daddy's friend. But I bet he wouldn't be Daddy's friend if Daddy wasn't a filthy rich lawyer. And holy Christ, that was fast.
Thanks for clearing my name, Nancy. Honestly, I mean, what kind of moron would I be to try and ruin my own exhibit? Anyway, we need to make up for lost time. I need you to go to the storeroom and start unpacking some of those crates. One of the pieces has a fancy security device on it. The code is 0677.
You were just sitting on that the whole time. I hate these people.
I've got work to do.
Go to it.
Narratively speaking, this has got to be one of the weakest Nancy Drew games there are, because it's not really you're not really deducing anything. People just have information, and you're waiting to have it drip fed out from them. And if I'm saying narratively speaking, the worst Nancy Drew, that's a really low bar. Still, every time I'm playing this, I'm just grateful I'm not playing Midnight in Salem, because that was the bottom of the barrel. 7-7. Bibbidi boop. And you had it all along! Oh, fancy that! Hate these people. Music has changed, though. Spooky.
Need something?
I've got work to do.
Bye.
Is that it? I mean, maybe I can make do with 3 pieces. 3 pieces is all I need to make enough of the square to jam it in, I'm sure. Ooby zabooby. Nope, I'm still going to need more pieces. Damn and blast it. So what do I do now that I've got this? It is narratively the worst up to this point. There are 3 possible suspects. One is in jail for a third of the game. Another is in hospital for 3/4 of the game. So who could it be out of the remaining 1 suspect? Ah, but you forget. The Mexican. Well, maybe that's who he's talking about. Bearing in mind, I do not remember who the perpetrator is, but I can make a pretty educated guess. I've been able to since the moment we met him. Of course, the commie. Can I contact you again?
You have no voicemail.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Oops, false alarm. I'll call you later.
Not a problem, dear.
That's what I say to my friends when I call them. Ah, to what do I owe the pleasure? To which they retort, you called me and you know it. Okay, well, you told me to grab something. I grabbed it. Now what? I am deeply suspicious of these other things. Bearing in mind I need 3 more pieces of the puzzle. Is this one of them? Does this number mean anything? BH1403? Maybe. And then, of course, we got this bad boy, all needing keys, which I don't have. Although there's no indication this can be interacted with. That's not entirely new. Maybe. See, when I was going through the other area that was all dark, I have a sneaking suspicion that they hid something in there. So I'm going to go back. But before I do, I'm going to see if I can shove something into the hole.
It looks like a keyhole. 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 It looks like a keyhole.
Yeah, out of luck. Okay, suck luck for me, but we're not done. Better not be done. Because I need to get over here then. Activate.
It's too dark in here. I need a light.
Right, eyes peeled in case there's something that I missed down here. Although it is suspiciously dark, isn't it? Couldn't we just leave this open and let the light in? No, old ND doesn't want to turn around.
It needs a card.
Okay, I thought I might have been onto something. They must have thought they were hot chimichangas when they came up with the idea to have the little glow come out of your mouse.
It's locked.
Can we still do anything, though? Is there anything to do? Rhetorical question. Of course there must be, because we've not done it all yet. But what is undone? Lassie told me to go and get something, but then didn't tell me any follow-up for that. Sarcophagus, you say? Maybe I could reopen the sarcophagus. The original mask is on display upstairs in the main exhibition hall. And I'm not even going to put it back on him? Can't feed him a glow stick?
It's locked.
Well, I guess I was grateful to get my glow stick. I thought those were so cool as a kid. Glow sticks. Jade is a sacred stone, more valuable than gold or silver. Green, like the shoots of young corn plants, a symbol of life, fertility, and healing powers. Jade chips embedded in their teeth. Jade doesn't tarnish easy, right? So surely it would be pretty good to use in teeth? Better than the mercury stuff they use in the UK. Although probably not so cost effective. I think I've solved at least 5 puzzles in this game without actually knowing what the solution was. We've already beaten that so-called puzzle. I even wrote the solution down. Have I done this? Yes, I have. Get me the heck away from the maze. The maze was deeply unpleasant. What was this thing? This is just the how you're doing, and we are doing very well, thank you. But how can we do better? This side exhibit's more impressive than everything else in the whole place. This has already been investigated. What did we find in here ages ago? Found something. Okay, what else is there for a cunning senior moments detective to do? Guess I can take another trip around the garden. That was a trigger last time. Also, Blobber, you slag out this game for having 3, maybe 4 suspects. What about the game that has 1 suspect? Unless we count the monkeys, which I guess we could. Okay, maybe, just maybe, what I meant to do is crack open a display case or 2. I know we've already cracked this one open some time ago. Maybe we can just crack it open again. Badonk. Already stole the ham radio. Just got out of Spain, but I'm already thinking about how I could have even more ham. We're not going to steal any more of these pieces, which is a shame. I think I've already popped open everything that needs to be popped open. Wouldn't mind popping Nancy open after all of this. You haven't been to 7 ships just yet. Now that is a shame. I don't think I've been able to watch anybody else in the community play 7 ships, which is a shame because it's such a horrible game. I really want to watch someone else suffer through that. Make no mistake, that game is suffering. Abandon keys. What could it all mean? I just hope whoever played it didn't watch me play it, because knowing some of those puzzles, at least the gist of them, is going to remove quite a bit of the horrible frustrations. Yeah, cheers, Wick. I sneeze like a little girl. Lona did, and I'm pretty sure Jake was there to watch. Okay, then I need to watch again. So, this is the power of having a terrible memory. I get to experience things over and over again, and they're still fresh to me. Someday I'll replay Ghost Trick. Problem is that game is very memorable. Okay, I'm still at a loss as to why. I was told to go and do this thing, and then was given no follow-up instruction at all.
Need something?
I've got work to do.
See you around.
Perhaps the fact that I got you free is a talking point to bring up with Sinclair and co. Not all the displays can be opened, Wooter. They needed to have a little thingamajigger for me to put my key into. Although it's possible one did and I overlooked it. Wouldn't be the first time and won't be the last.
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thanks. Now, while we're at it, you wouldn't happen to have one of the pieces I'm looking for.
I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
Do not look at the tie. Perhaps the extra piece that we got is a talking point to bring up with what's-his-face. I could show it to him, I guess. Although it might not be visiting hours. It is not visiting hours. Mistakes have been made, because I gotta go sit through that freaking animation every time. Let's go and talk to the Mexican as well.
Hello.
I should get back to the museum.
Goodbye.
Really at that grasping at straws point in the Nancy Drew game, but I really do think I can go back and speak to the guy, especially since I got the lassie out of her jam and grabbed one of the 3 additional pieces needed. Sorry, one of the 4, now I only need 3. Maybe the Hardy Boys could bail you out again. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. One might even say it's a pretty good idea. However, do I really want to do that? Not until I've spoken to our troubled friend. Hello TVW. Yeah, February was pretty good. Never expected to have such a great time in Spain. I was expecting a good time, but it was great. Oh, don't worry. Ned is just sitting around like a loyal little dog, waiting for his beloved Nancy to come back home. But Nancy's just, you know, she needs to find herself right now. You there, I need answers.
Good afternoon, young lady.
You rest up. I'll be back.
Be careful.
Buggery. Okay, could I maybe shove this on your wall as priceless artifact?
What should I post here?
No. Broken only when the 4 corners of the world are bound together, when the first king ascends the throne again, when the last Copan fool has labored till the end of time. So we got these other 2 bits, but it's that 4 corners of which I only have 1, and I was just handed that 1. What are the others? Reality now. This looks so daft. Also, it does not look warm.
Lady.
You rest up. I'll be back.
I'll do my best.
Under that thin blanket, yeah, do your best to rest. Useless. Alright, then what can be done? It's not Mexican Man, it's not Taylor Sinclair. It's not the dying man. Well, in situations like this, it's call Bess and call the Hardley brothers. Troublingly, we're now hitting the 7-hour mark for this run. Really hoped I could get it done in 6 or so, but that's not happening, it seems. Help me, Hardy Boys. 1 9 7 3 5 5 5 3 3 9 3.
This is Frank.
Hey, Frank, it's Nancy. How's the road trip going?
Well, Joe's driving at the moment, so I'm just jotting a few notes for my last will and testament.
Very funny, Frank.
So when are we gonna team up on another case, Nancy? It's been a while.
It would be fun, but let me get through this one first.
What's the latest, Nancy?
This investigation is stalling. Any thoughts on how to get it back in gear?
Didn't Prudence mention some arts organizations in her interview?
I wonder if any of them are affiliated with Beach Hill.
Affiliated how, Joe?
Oh, you know how those arts people like to stick together.
But I tried calling the number there, and that was not happening. Maybe I should try harder then.
When I finished all the puzzles in the temple, I got this glowy green stick as a prize.
Cool! I bet it's a glow light stick.
What's that?
They use them in the military a lot, during nighttime training exercises and stuff. They're more portable and less conspicuous than flashlights.
What is it that makes it glow?
Reconstituted swamp water and moon dust? Who knows? But hang on to it, Nancy. It might come in handy.
Yeah, but remember, those things don't last forever, so use it wisely.
This investigation is stalling. Any thoughts on how to get it back in gear?
Didn't Prudence mention some arts organizations in her interview?
I wonder if any of them are affiliated with Beach Hill.
Affiliated how, Joe?
Oh, you know how those arts people like to stick together.
Talk to you later, fellas.
See ya!
Let us know how it's going.
So I tried that and it didn't work out, but perhaps I should just try harder. After all, it was brought up here. Numerous pieces lost in the recent CCCC heist. Contact other museums. See Rutherford interview in recent issue of Art Appraiser. Well, we did, but the number didn't work. Bishop Diego de Landa found a strange jade carving. Where? In Catuniquín, Mexico. Bishop Diego de Landa. I guess I better write down these suspicious people. So this is what, south? No, where was the one we picked up though? I don't know. Did I ever call this number? I think I tried and I just got beep beep boop. I guess I could try it again. What else? Alright, better write this down. I need Bishop Diego de Landa. De Landa Est? In 1652. Tried that. No avail with the number alone. South Rutherford. And then north is just unknown. But north might be what we already have. C heist. The 6 keys. Track them down. I need to place Pakal in a safe space. Cannot trust. Da 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 da. Loud and clear to the culprit. Crocodile. You telling me there's something in the water underneath? It's not impossible. Priest. Ah, for boys, X for girls. Ah, how about that? Copan has labored till the end of time. Dig in progress, that's the thing about Snake. Dig in progress, Patricia Gomez on sabbatical. 17 months ago in the rainforest. Is any of this useful? Competitive backstabber, no help. Quintaru. None of this looks particularly useful unless I can put that phone number to work. Perhaps I've made a note for myself here. I'll very, very, very slowly scroll our way through it. Yeah, I'm happy not to have any Hotchkiss. I know she's popular, but I can't stand her. Okay. Ah, here we go. According to H's notes, Henry Daddle might have one. Oh, Christ, I meant to scroll up, not cross that thing out. Guess we gotta scroll our way down again. No, scroll wheel doesn't work, and no, for some reason, there's nothing to click and drag here either. This is ancient note-taking technology. Arrow keys? No. key piece, desk, 6 monoliths. Start investigating previous thefts that had red handprints at the scene. Rutherford and the Cultural Center. And then there's... do I have a contact for the Chaco Cultural Center? I think I do. Got the Land A key, or the Landa key. But yes. Rutherford, the Cultural Center, and Henry Daddle. Alright, let's try our luck with all of those. First things first. Let's try this Dandel fellow. So what were you? 605 555 3. What? So I've got a problem there. It starts ringing before I can do anything. And if I just try 555 3195, I get nothing, right?
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed.
I meant to start it with a 1. 1605 555 3195. Didn't mention a 1 in the phone number.
Daddle residence.
Hi, may I speak to Henry Daddle, please?
Speaking.
Mr. Daddle, my name is Nancy Drew. This is a long shot, but I'm calling regarding a Maya artifact that was bought at auction in 1898 by one Henry Albert Daddle. Does that ring any bells?
Sure. Henry Albert Daddle Sr. was my great-grandfather. You're talking about the jade carving, right?
Yes, exactly. Wow, I can't believe my luck.
Well, it's a lucky life if you ask me. So what can I do for you?
I'm investigating a recent rash of thefts around the country involving similar Maya artifacts. Any information you could give me about the one your great-grandfather bought would be very helpful.
I see. Well, I was the last to inherit the carving, but my daughter Penelope was so intrigued with it that I gave it to her. I'm sure she'd be happy to talk to you about it. Why don't you give her a call on her line? It's 555-3197.
Will do. Thanks, Mr. Daddle.
My pleasure.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. We're sorry.
Hello? Hi, is this Penelope?
Not even.
Oh, is this 605-555-3197?
Yeah, but no one calls me Penelope anymore. Except my parents, that is. To my friends, the art world, and anyone else who made it out of the 20th century, I'm Poppy.
The art world? Wait, you're not Poppy Dada, are you?
Ta-da! Ping ping! You win! Who's this?
My name's Nancy Drew. I'm a detective.
A detective? No way! So do you get to wear a sassy tweed hat and pick hairs off dead bodies and gross, creepy stuff like that?
I don't run into too many dead bodies, luckily. But there's plenty of other creepy stuff.
So, where'd you get my name? Don't tell me I'm like wanted by the FBI or something. That would be too scandalous.
Not quite. Taylor Sinclair told me about you. I saw one of your paintings in his office, here in Washington, D.C.
So, how do you know Big Bunny Sinclair?
How do I know Big Bunny Sing? Oh god, they were from the notes, weren't they? Yeah, I was lamenting about these damn American phone numbers here. How does it work? I don't want to know.
Taylor and I are both affiliated with Beach Hill Museum, also in D.C.
Has Taylor been pushing those Oaxacan cookies on you? You haven't eaten one, have you?
So far, I've managed to politely decline. I take it you advise against them?
Let's put it this way. His trip to Oaxaca was about 2 years ago, and he's been trying to move those rancid lard biscuits ever since.
Thanks for the tip, Poppy. I can see you're going to be a detective's best friend.
That's hot. What's a case? Are there dead bodies involved? Do you need to, like, tap my phone or impersonate me or something?
Someone is stealing Maya antiquities, jade carvings to be exact, and leaving this scary red handprint at the scene of every crime.
Ghastly. So, what's with the red hand?
It seems like some kind of threat, but to whom? And what is this thief really after? It's more than money, I'm sure of it.
Drama. So, where do the daddles come in?
I got a tip that your great-great-grandfather bought a jade carving much like the ones that are being stolen. I'm hoping to take a look at it.
You mean that ancient green rock with the weird symbol on it? I slapped some shoe polish on it and stuck it in one of my paintings.
You're kidding. That's a one-of-a-kind Maya artifact, a piece of history. It's hundreds of years old. It's worth a lot of money.
That's the whole point. Have you heard the saying that a work of art is never finished, just abandoned? Well, I'm taking that idea to the limit by making art that will keep changing as different people encounter, perceive, and interact with it. I'm tired of artwork that says, "Don't touch." I'm all about letting go, about sending my work into the world and seeing how it continues to become. Don't you see? It's an organic process. I mean, how can people really relate to art if it doesn't come to life and grow and die just like they do? That carving is part of something bigger now.
I can't imagine your dad would be very pleased about this. Does he know?
Oh, Nancy, don't be such a prude. Taylor's probably still got that artwork. At least, I don't think he sold it yet. Why don't you ask him? Tell him you want to see the piece called Deadly Midnight Snack. It's the one with the rubber shark.
The one with the rubber shark. Yes, I've seen it, but I didn't notice any jade carving.
Well, take a closer look there, sweets. It's in there. If you really need the carving to crack this case, why don't you just go ahead and take it?
What? Poppy, you can't be serious.
Sure, why not? After all, this is a chance to enact exactly what I've been talking about. The organic process. Inviting my viewers to interact with my work. The deal is, you can take the carving, but you have to put something in its place.
I can choose anything? A light bulb? A magnifying glass? A pair of headphones?
No, it should be something more organic. Stay with the title, Deadly Midnight Snack. And don't be afraid to go way out. As an artist, I can tell you that inspiration bites in the most mysterious ways.
Okay, Poppy, if you say so.
Right on. But let's keep Taylor out of this. He'd probably blow a gasket if he saw you tampering with the merchandise. That's all art is to him, you know. Merchandise.
I'll make sure he doesn't detect a thing.
Good luck, Nancy.
Right, all the pieces are falling into position now. There was someone else to call, was there not? Yeah, I never figured out how to get a hold of that Rutherford individual, did I? And there's also that Bishop Diego de Landa, but maybe, just maybe, pursuing this will bring us closer to those. Also, deadly snack. A cookie. A stale lard cookie, perhaps?
May I take a closer look at that wacky Dada painting?
Be my guest. I just had a call from Poppy this morning. She says she's in a really creative period right now. I said, please, sweetie, if you get any more creative, they're going to lock you up.
Pardon me a moment, Nancy. I'll be right back. I hope.
Convenient. Now, what's hiding in here and where?
Poppy said to replace it with something organic.
He wouldn't happen to have left one of his cookies here, would he? Those are cookies? Oh, whatever works.
Poppy said to replace it with something organic.
Well, there we go. 4 down, 2 to go. Perhaps with you away, I can go snooping around. Is there anything else here I could get my clammy little claws on? Really? There's so little you can look around in this office, and with him gone, surely now is prime snooping time. Well, whatever, it's mine now. Is it time for visiting hours? It still is. Let's give it a go just in case our amnesiac has remembered something.
Good afternoon, young lady.
You rest up. I'll be back.
I'll do my best.
You do you, man. Right, I see no one else is attempting to be useful to me in any way here. But I can try to be useful to me. Got a couple of people to contact, but I don't know how. For one, how do I get in contact with this Rutherford? I've tried, but hang on, I probably didn't punch in the number correctly. Yeah. That number that I put in, I actually needed a whole thing, didn't I? That was 1-800-555-9284. Otherwise it throws a hissy fit. Right, well let's try exactly that, shall we? After we have a little talk with what's-her-face.
Need something?
Useless.
I've got work to do.
Bye.
Useless.
Need something?
I've got work to do.
Go to it.
I mean, what is she doing to help? I bailed her out of... Well, I'm not sure I got her out of jail, but I got her back into her job. Sure, that's got to count for something.
You have no voicemail.
Right, so I reckon it's 1-800-555-9284. No. How bizarre. Thought I had the number just right. I can double check the number or see if there was some other contact information. Bearing in mind I still need to figure out how to contact this Diego de Landa. Before I do, actually. Wasn't there another contact detail? The archiver, the curatorial, they said don't call back. Preservatives, Microsoft Doctor, yeah, none of this. Been there, done that with all of them, but... Thankfully we've done all of this as well. How do I contact the last individual then? Again, good luck getting hold of old Diego. Yeah, I'll need some good luck. That's why I'm hoping for it. Right, so I need a way to get in contact with something going on here. Oh, it's 2002. Hidden Guatemala. Prudence Rutherford. Yeah. Make a beeline to New York. 36 years. This is home now. Never wanted to worry about conventions. Rutherford, always a Rutherford. Trailblazer. Love of arts, culture. And then she gloats about this thing. You had the necklace altered when you inherited it, is that right? Yes. Hester's spirit was just a bit too overpowering. It was going to be strangling me. So to balance it out, I added the rubies and such. One of the premier archaeologists, jade carving. Whoops, found it in 1898. Real artifact, yes. Well, pictures of glyph, many meanings, fascinating. Prized possession. Certainly now more people will be able to enjoy your extraordinary necklace. It's just all gloating here. Right, but I tried this number. 1-800-555-YATI. And that is YATI. Yankee Alpha Tango India. But the phone was having none of it. 1-800-555-YATI. I'm going to double check YATI on my phone back home, I think. There's no way it would put in another one of these damn 555 numbers and not have it be something that we have to contact. So I'm going to assume that I did it wrong. Although, who and how is this Diego individual? Looks like an ad. Oh yeah, maybe that's the wrong people. But how would I contact these people? There's no phone number to be had here. Unless there's Prudence Rutherford's phone number somewhere. Maybe Rutherford's contact details was somewhere on what's-his-face's stuff.
Need something? I've got work to do.
I should double check his
Semper
Z
ubi
drive. Alright, check the Z drive then. See if we can find information on Rutherford to contact. Oh, man. Amnesia is a plot device. I thought this was already put into the catalogue of tropes to no longer use by 2002. I don't think we need anything off of you. It's you that we need, and we know this is stone. Nothing here about Rutherford. See Rutherford interview in recent issue of Art Appraiser. Yeah, we've read that, but it didn't really give us any contact details, did it? We've already done the ham radio stuff. At least I hope we have. Imagine if there's more there. But there were no numbers to contact here. Nothing useful. Ugh, this is just taking me in circles. There were 3 numbers in the notes. One on top, one in the middle, and the Rutherford. Maybe you already checked. What now? Numbers. We already contacted this one. There were 3 numbers in notes. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I only need 2 more pieces, but where in the world are they? Also not sure which pieces I'm still looking for. There's north, south, east, and west here. But yeah, see Rutherford interview in recent issue of Art Appraiser. We did read it through from start to finish. I didn't see anything that gave me any kind of contact information. What's this? 3195. Yeah, I already contacted you. Unless I meant to contact 555-1652, which seems bizarre. Where did you find Rutherford in the book? Insofar as I could say I found her. Time is it anyway? 3:45 p.m. The day is still young then. Yeah, I tried contacts and I didn't see any numbers in contacts. Nothing that I could put to use there. Doesn't mean it wasn't there, just means I didn't see it there. And there's the other one. There was a long note with Rutherford's number. On top of it was one number, then the next number in the middle, and then Rutherford. What? You're seeing something that I'm not, but that speaks more about me than you. Let's have a gander. Yeah, we just want to keep looking at our necklace. We're really willing to ride the metro all day to just look. Oh, Christ, not this place. It was quite the innovation when Nancy got a smartphone. You could have this information on you where you go rather than have to constantly go back and forth. Now that I think about it, just like in real life. I remember cycling to the library just to get information, and that was about an hour long. Somebody was asking what's going on here. Coco Kringle. And this is stuff that we have seen and done. Because this was Sonny's stuff, not Henrik's stuff. So frankly, I'd be happy to not look at that anymore. And instead look at the stone stuff. Cycling to the library. Geez, always forget up your way as the 2000s was more like the 80s. Of course. I don't know what you're talking about. There was a long note with Rutherford's number. On top of it was one number, then the next number in the middle, then Rutherford. What are you talking about? On Nancy's note. Oh God, don't make me scroll through this again. I should probably contact the cultural center again. It's been some time. So that was on 505. Oh God, I need a new page for this, don't I? 505112. Let's try them again. Blah, 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 blah. Ink, vendors, tasks, EMTs. VMs, there's, oh, it won't stop scrolling. There we go. Travel notes, smugglers, key, discs. 6 keys, investigation. We've already done with Henry Daddle. Penelope we've contacted as well. Henrik 5554,000. Where are you seeing that? For I do not see it. Oh, here we go. But that's Nurse Bluefoot. We've spoken to Bluefoot plenty ages ago. Unless he's gone delusional and wants to say more to us. I suppose it could be tried, right? 5554,000. Why that would be it, I have no idea. But Urban Pagan feels convinced that Bluefoot can help us out. Still doesn't seem to be a way to keep get in contact with Rutherford. Not seeing it. Let's try the phone. Recht. So let's try 15055551222.
Chaco Canyon Cultural Center.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew calling.
Hi, Nancy. It's Sheila. What can I do for you?
I've just got to get my hands on a replica of that jade carving you lost. Do you have any ideas?
Not off the top of my head, but maybe one of my staff will have a bright idea. I need some time to ask around. Can you call back later?
Sure thing.
Feel free to call if you have any more questions.
I don't. Anything good for me, Franklin?
Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Oops, false alarm. I'll call you later.
Not a problem, dear.
Do I have any other numbers left? Yeah, somebody said try calling Bigfoot guy. All right. Here we go, Urban Pagan. You were so convinced this was the number. Let's see if you're right.
Hippocrates once said, "A wise man should consider that health is the greatest of human blessings, and learn how by his own thought to derive benefit from his illnesses." This is Nurse Gordon Bluefoot. I'm either on another line or away from my desk. Please call back another time.
Fascinating. I'm going to try this Yati thing one more time. 1-800-555-YA-T-E.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number.
Not happening, huh? There's one more number in there. In where? There's a lot of text to very slowly scroll through. What are you talking about? Something like a 502555. The last. These are the Nancy notes. Chaco Canyon Cultural Center. We just called them. They said call back later, so I'll give them a day. Hopefully that'll be the 5th of them. 505-555-1222 is the one that we just called about the replica. This much hand-holding is unbecoming. This isn't hand-holding. This is me being told about completely wrong things. Henry Daddle. Now, I already dealt with Daddle, didn't I? Yeah, by talking to his daughter. One of the keys is in the painting, and we have that. Yes. But I still don't have a way to contact Rutherford, who is the final piece of the puzzle. How do we contact Rutherford? Contacts. Nothing here about Rutherford. Rutherford's in the book. We have very blatantly been pushed towards the book that I've read cover to cover so many times. What more is there to do? Well, I'll tell you what I do. I'm going to sleep on it. We're going to sleep until 11 o'clock the next day. I wish I could sleep till 11 o'clock the next day, but then I'd be 5 hours late for Monster Hunter Wilds, which you better believe that's all I'm doing tomorrow. Wait, what am I doing leaving? I needed to contact the people again. Now, why it makes us wait a day, I don't know, but there's a lot of things I don't know.
Chaco Canyon Cultural Center.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew calling.
Hi, Nancy. It's Sheila. Well, we racked our brains. Finally, one of my staff came up with the original box that the carving was packed in. The piece was encased in a tight foam cast to prevent damage during shipping. I'm not sure how much good it'll do you, but I can send it to you if you like.
That just might work.
Henrik left Beach Hill as his forwarding address, so I know what to do. I'll send it express.
Thanks a million, Sheila.
Good luck with your investigation.
Send it express. Do we think it's there already? Well, I'm not willing to go there and go back. It's far easier just to wait another day. I hope you don't mind sleeping 23 hours, Nancy. I can do that. I was born to sleep, but forced to wake. Yeah, that's unfortunately how it goes sometimes, Nunu. You've done everything there is to do, but you need to stumble into a trigger and then go and do everything again in case that triggered something else. We already had that happen once in this game. Nothing saying it won't happen again. Anyway, at least we've got a good idea for this one. But I still have no idea how to contact Rutherford. No, it's not the lab. I need to be the other area. I suspect that that thing is going to inject a mold to make a fake part of the jade thingamajigger. You said you'd be sending it express. I sure as sugar don't see it, Sheila. Maybe what's-her-face picked it up first?
Need something?
I've got work to do.
Carpe diem.
Ooh, boy. No, I did get my kilt. The kilt is no longer a problem. It's probably going to become a financial problem, though. I'm going to get smacked with a massive customs import fee for it. I can just smell that coming. The thing is, FedEx told me not to pay it to the government. They said FedEx will bill me instead, so they're probably going to put another charge on top of that. But it's been about 3 weeks, and I haven't heard anything from them. So I don't know what their game is there, but probably nothing good. How in God's name can I use this somehow? I can't pick up the paper, though. My great-grandfather Ruffleton Rutherford, premier archaeologist, jade carving, came from this groundbreaking ruin in 1868. Yeah, probably just holding it to charge interest. Let's pretend, let's face it, we are in Hungary here. There's not another book here that I'm meant to be checking out, is there? No matter what I click on, I get Art in the Americas. There is this Dauphin Wu, but I don't think we have a way to contact them either. Husband Herbert Lawson was a hydro engineer when he got appointed to the head of the Kansas River Flood Control. Oh, but Herbert is dead. Okay, well, won't be calling him then unless we have an Ouija board. Good gravy, what is there left to do? Well, we found plenty of things to not do. But I'm also perturbed that the delivery has not arrived yet. I don't have any other contacts, do I? I'm just amazed at how much of this game is making phone calls to random people. Feels very undetective-like. Wondering if there's anything resembling a phone number still hanging around somewhere. So many pieces, but it's just not enough pieces. Maybe it'll be like the arrow thing. We're going to get 5 of them and go, well, we don't actually need all 6, do we? Let's just use the 5. Please tell me this thing doesn't still work. I don't like this because normally when you're done with something entirely, it won't power up like this anymore. So this does make me think maybe I need to make another call. After all, the other piece was stolen as well, so maybe they still have it.
Atención, 8, 3, 2, 7, 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 7. Este canal no está recibiendo transmisiones.
What? I can try, I guess.
Mensaje encendido. Transmítelo ahora.
Am I meant to tell them to send me something else?
Mensaje recibido. Entregaremos el paquete lo más pronto posible. Cambio y fuera.
Really? You really think they're going to send me something else? I highly doubt it. Would be good, though. It'd be good to not go through more of this. Just what am I missing, anyway? Meet me. Don't send the item, the coast is not clear. Payment has been sent. Send the item immediately, the coast is clear. Meet at the rendezvous. Well, I don't want to meet them at the rendezvous. There's nothing to indicate that that's what I meant to do. But it'd be very strange if what I was meant to do was do this twice to get the other piece. No, there's no way. There's got to be some way to contact Rutherford. But how? Everything pointed towards that book. We've read it cover to cover and it doesn't have contact information. We've already seen the provenance documents and we've already given them away. None of these are useful stuff. These people told us not to call them back. Microscope doctor is not relevant. Voicemail?
You have no voicemail.
Of course not. I'm going to check again for delivery. If not, I'm going to wait another day. Well, they said they send it by express delivery. This doesn't feel very express. Imagine my disappointment.
Diego de Landa. I wonder if that's one of the keys.
Okay. But can we use this information? We've read this thing so many times, but now... Oh, yeah. Diego. I bet what's-her-face will know about that, though.
Need something?
I've got work to do.
See you around.
Okay, but if you won't tell me about Diego, who will? Was there any information that I was missing on that? I need to pass a day anyway, so I may as well head back. Try the merchant again after you did the cookie to his painting. Oh, he won't notice. It's all just merchandise, right?
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
How could he not notice that? It's a different color, it's a different shape, it's got cream oozing out of it.
Hello.
I should get back to the museum.
Goodbye.
Alright, pass another day. Unless I want to talk to you. Is it visiting hours? It is. Maybe he'll remember this Diego fellow. Alright, what'll it be?
Young lady.
You rest up. I'll be back.
It'll be nothing. Okay, right. I am getting really, really bleeding hungry here. Oh, if I wasn't laughing, I'd be crying. Do I even have any food to eat? Best not to worry about that too much. But I won't really have time to stock up on food tomorrow because Rise goes live at... not Rise, the other thing. Wilds goes live at 6 in the morning. Oh dear. I'm a man with no shortage of troubles, that's for sure. Only winners get to... At this point, I'd be eating my own lips. I'm pretty damn hungry. One of the problems was I just got back from Spain and I'm used to not being hungry at any point in Spain. Right. I don't think we had any information here for contact. No, I've ran through every phone number there is in that damn thing. So about that express sent package. Ancient thing waiting for traveling from one area to another. It's really padding out the game in an unpleasant way. Reminds me of constantly going into the start selection screen to equip your iron boots in the water temple. And we all fondly recall the water temple.
I've got work to do.
Carpe diem.
At least we're not still searching for the matchmaker of Maya. I've checked that magazine so many times, I really don't want to check it again. Might have to, though. Where's the bleeding delivery? Where's my express delivery? Right, Diego de Landa. Unidentified glyph classic carving of jade number 113. No, 1113. It might be in here then. That ain't you. Positioning is difficult. Get me over there, please. Well, that's not the right one. Don't we have another box? Very creepy background music. Oh, this was 1113. Didn't I already open you up? Yeah, we did. So we already have that? Wait, that's a shame. If that's one that we already have, then what is there left to do? Crumbs. Okay, what is there left? What is there left to do? Didn't miss anything along here, did I? No, we already picked up the jade piece from way inside all of this. Oh boy, it's getting painful at this point. Grab the jade piece from inside the skull. I thought maybe there might be something down here. Sure doesn't look like it, much as Nancy wants to stare at it. Still strikes me as a little weird that you can look into the water and yet have there be nothing there. Still not the weirdest thing.
It's locked. It's locked.
Okay, she just go over and stumble in there. Highly amusing. Damn it.
It looks like a keyhole.
Blast it all.
It looks like a keyhole. It looks like a keyhole.
Absolutely need to put all this together. I'm waiting on one to arrive, and I'm still none the wiser where yet another one is. Might have to go and check Nancy's notes again and try and make absolutely certain I know what the last one I'm looking for is. Well, of course I know, it's Rutherford's. How do I get in contact with bleeding Rutherford? It bothers me that the game pushed me towards that magazine, and I've not used the magazine for anything. No one's wanted to talk about it. There was no number in it. Feels like it was a complete load of rooster teeth. And yet it's the only thing I've got that seems like a lead. This. Did you click on everything out there? When you say out there... Maybe the indication is that it's based on something that we already have in the museum. I guess I could search for something that looks like that. Does that seem feasible? Can you go around the monument on the other side and go into the garden? Well, yeah, the garden is where we were wandering around there. Your question is probably more than that, though, but I don't know what more. Surprises me greatly that there isn't one of these things to grab out of here. Another part. Although I suppose one of the parts was stolen. Why would they have not stolen the other part? Because I can pop you open, of course. You'd think it would be grab something like this, but no. Or find some way to make a copy of it. We already grabbed the stuff there. You always go into the garden on the left side. Oh, I used to go in via the right side. But yeah, I've been around this part plenty. Have not noticed anything I can pick up. Or otherwise have my filthy way with. But yeah, now is the time for looking at anything and everything that seems like a way forward. Pixel hunting. Ah, the memories. Good to see you, Spam. I think your easy peasy time that you had in Blue Moon to Train to Blue Moon Canyon, it's hardly indicative of the suffering that everybody else went through. You just got to sit back, have a drink, roll around in your vast amount of piss bottles, and have a good old time, whilst so many other people suffered. So, good job on selecting the Nancy Drew that you did. Life is simply unfair. Isn't it just... Where the hell is the delivery? What is this express service I'm supposedly getting? I need that thing, and I still need the other thing. Right, I think the Hardy Boys are going to need to help me out here. Or maybe Bess has an idea. Call Bess, it's almost always the solution. Oh. Good lord, yeah, the case really has slowed to a crawl now. What does it even want me to do here? I feel like I put all the information I can to use, and yet it's not enough. Alright, Hardly Boys, help me. Help me big time.
Hi, this is Frank.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Nancy. Any news?
This investigation is stalling. Any thoughts on how to get it back in gear?
Didn't Prudence mention some arts organizations in her interview?
I wonder if it's
Well, affiliated how, Joe?
Oh, you know how those arts people like to stick together.
But I already did. Maybe I need to read it one more time, word for
Talk
word.
to you later, fellas.
See ya.
But I'm sure I called all of them by now. Bess, you are our rock in a storm.
Hello? It's me again.
Hey, Nancy. What's the latest, Nan?
I'll talk to you later, ladies.
Watch out for stale cookies.
Bummer. Okay, well then, I guess it's time for Betty buys. Well, maybe, what if I just wait till later? Maybe the problem is I'm constantly going around in morning time. Maybe the game doesn't actually change the day unless you go into PM and then back over to AM. So what I'm going to do is this. Well, not that. I'm going to check for new notes from Nancy after I grab the next one, unless, of course, it's not coming. I'm going to sleep till 8 a.m., then I'm going to sleep again until something like 8 p.m., then I'm going to check for the package. Hang on, I just had a big brain-moving moment. See that annoying piece of work that's constantly been in our way? What if we go during the middle of the night when she's probably not there? She won't be there at 11 p.m., right? Because I haven't snooped around her desk in ages. Not that I think she has anything new for me. She's supposedly helping me out. Oh boy. Yeah, I want to watch both The Monk and Blobber's VOD of this game, but, assuming Blobber has the VOD for it, I always struggle to find his videos. But, Rise is coming out in 12 hours, I'm going to want to sleep, I'm going to want to eat. The VOD is up, oh fantastic. Still there, but we've already checked that. I mean, she's the one that told us to open that box, and she somehow had the passcode for it. Doesn't look like she's holding out on us, although we did get her out of jail, so why would she turn on us now? Not jail, but we got her back. We got her job back. Her job that she seems to care far too much about. Doesn't seem to be anything that I'd want to magnify. Okay, but the big hope is that now the package has arrived and then I can start doing some fancy bits with it. But while I'm in the room, let's once again read this. Hydro Engineer, Topica, New York, Topica, Conventions, Rutherford, Topica. We have theatre, symphony, and over 20 art galleries. I organize St. Patrick's Day Parade, the Corn Growers Ball, and I sit on the board of the Topeka Commission for the Arts. Do we have a contact number for the Topeka Commission for the Arts? Topeka Commission of the Arts. I'll have to look that up again. Maya Hands, amazing pieces. Glyph, prized possession, villa, insurance, jewelry worn and enjoyed. The pleasure is all mine. So, the Topeka Commission of the Arts. Can we find a contact number for that? That said, every phone number I've found, I've tried calling to not much avail. On the desk, there was the order of the materials. It also had a phone number. Really? I did not see such a thing. How about this phone number? But that's our phone number. Ship to Beach Hill Museum. That's us. That wouldn't make any sense. I mean, I could try, right? It's still a number to try. 555-6768. Call myself and get some clues from myself. Yeah, it's just Nancy needs to do some soul searching. Oh boy. I'd rather be playing map 2 of Kingdom Come Deliverance than this. And I gotta say, that map drags. There was a certain character I wanted to kill. I ended up replaying over an hour of the game just to find an opportunity to kill him. Don't want to spoil anything, but let's say you find him down in a hidden mine. And every time I tried to kill him in the mine, it wouldn't let me. Even if I explicitly chose the kill him option, he would have some kind of incredible plot armor. But I was able to reverse time to a point where I could just kill him. It was just broad daylight murder. Because I wanted to see how it changed the dialogue and dialogue options down the line. And it did. Credit to Kingdom Come Deliverance for actually reacting to the way that you play the game quite well, I might add. But yes, killing him felt good, because I wanted to kill him, but the game said, no, you cannot. So I did. Oh my days, I am at my wit's end. What can I do? I am truly, truly stumped. I feel like I've tried everything. It's not something daft like this chest opens with the key that I have and I didn't know it all along. No, key doesn't want to open at all. Lock, rather, doesn't want to open at all. I've already cracked this thing open. What was the number for it anyway? Maybe it opens again. Yeah, that was it. Look at all the nothing inside here, though. Yeah, I'm gonna need to call them again and ask them if they understand the meaning of the word express. But let's see, it's midnight, so I don't think they'll be very receptive to that. One last check here, just in case it arrived at midnight. Okay, good. I was ready to scream if it was there now. Alright, so we're going to go back home, we're going to sleep till morning, we're going to contact them and see what kind of snail mail delivery system they were using. But that still doesn't get me a way to contact Rutherford. Been sitting here so long, my butt is starting to hurt. Wait, no, don't bring me back here. Time to ging home. How many hours of Kingdom Come Deliverance do you have? I'm only at 180. I think I've got about 60. 60. Seems about right. All right, Betty bye-bye. Time for you, Nancy. Let's set that alarm. Yeah, fortunately it was fixed in later games that Nancy Drew actually gets a phone book, so you'd have to remember or write down all these numbers, but it took a while. This is already the 6th game in the series, I believe. Although I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Right, 15055551222. Where the hell is my package? It's like me contacting FedEx. Where's my kilt? It was a really good kilt, though. Oh, don't you do this to me. Oh.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Hmm.
Check the number and dial.
Hmm. Fascinating. Also, there are 3 numbers given on the phone screen. Please check. There are 3 numbers given on the... You mean these 3? We've already checked with all of them. Holy moly, what is there left to do? Like you've got all these contacts, but you don't have any contact numbers. Well, no, I lie. I don't like it. Prison of Stone. Must track it down before all is too late. Whisper. Monolith must be a mechanism for punishment. Within the prison. There are keys outside. The North Key is likely among the lost pieces. Contact other museums just to be sure. They're saying no. Rutherford into... I did see it, but how do we contact them? I have 4, I need 6. The 5th one is apparently arriving by post. I have no idea how to get in contact with Rutherford for the 6th one. No idea at all. We've got all the other ones. Alright, let's scroll all the way down here again. Very slowly. This is the CCCC, by the way. We just tried to call them now, and they're saying, well, they're not answering the phone. Supposedly, they sent me the thing, and I'm still waiting on it. We don't contact Nurse Bluefoot. Christ almighty. The nurse does not have the answers for me. Whisperer, desk, notes, culprit keys, Cortega. Henry Daddle, we've dealt with you. I called them. They're sending a mold of the stolen key. Use the mold gun in the lab to create the replica. Yes, I will do that as soon as I get it. But how do I get the package? That's great, Sea Space. You wouldn't happen to have any vague memories on how to contact Rutherford, would you? Rutherford's with the CCCC, but aren't they the ones I'm contacting about this? Which means I need another... Come to think of it, the Rutherford thing is the CCCC, which is what I'm currently doing. So that still leaves one that I need to get. So perhaps there's actually another one that I need to consider. Wait, why did I come through this way? Where in God's name is it? How do I get this thing? It should be here, right? Express delivery. I've been waiting the guts of a week for it. If anybody has some troubleshooting on this, I would love to hear it. In the meantime, I need to suss out which is the remaining one to get. You might need to get packages in order. Ugh, I don't want to hear that. I think some Nancy Jews have soft locks, but surely this isn't one of them. Surely. Okay, right, well, be that as it may, which one do I still have to get? You need the Rutherford package, yeah, which I'm waiting on, unless that's a different one entirely. Pretty sure that the Rutherford package is the one that I'm waiting on. Because Rutherford was affiliated with the CCCC, who I phoned up and requested this. Have you checked the plaques outside of the door? The plaques outside of the... Oh... What?
Topeka Commission for the Arts. That's the organization Prudence Rutherford works for.
But we knew that! We read it in the freaking book! Also, there's Nancy Drew fan. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now what do we do with this information that we already had?
To do.
Go to it.
Perhaps I can contact the Topeka Commission for the Arts? Maybe I can speak to everybody about this now. Taylor seems the most likely to know. Oh boy, it's painful. As we approach 8.5 hours.
Any news?
I'd better get going.
See you around.
Alright. Surely... Well, maybe the Mexican guy, actually. We did mention Tapoca Whatsits. How accurate is this Washington, D.C. metro map, then, Marisanya? Yeah, time flies when you're waiting for Monster Hunter Wilds.
Hello.
I should get back to the museum.
Goodbye.
Wasn't anything here, like a phone number, was there? seem no. Boy, I'll be very happy to see the back of this game. How do we rate it in the Nancy Drew tier listing? Refresh my memory on that one. Accurate to the era of the game, so still terrible, just with fewer lines. This seems like a pathetically small metro for Washington, D.C.
Good afternoon, young lady.
You rest up. I'll be back.
Be careful.
Okay, well, that wasn't helpful at all. I'm not sure we called any of them good, right? It was all relative. Okay, what can I do with this information now? Go back to my hotel? Because that plaque didn't give me any information that I didn't already have, unless now I can suddenly call... Oh boy, I don't want to think about it. Strange how the ring suddenly changes to a red ring. What could it mean? Well, that's not helping. I know someone who can always help, though.
Hi, this is Frank.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Nancy. Any news?
This investigation is stalling. Any thoughts on how to get it back in gear?
Donations to the museum must go through the board of directors in some way.
See what Franklin Rose can tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Talk
As
to you
ever, we're
later,
going to rub
fellas.
this information on
Nancy.
every NPC. Again, information we already had. And we did call Franklin Rose with this information that we read.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
I need to contact a woman named Prudence Rutherford. I noticed she's on the board of the Topeka Commission for the Arts, and that they've donated money to Beach Hill. Any idea how I might track her down?
Well, you're in luck. It so happens that Prudence and I sat on the panel of judges for the Kansas Speak No Evil Mime competition for 3 years in a row. Back when I lived in Wichita. How's that for a small world?
Dad never told me you lived in Wichita.
Indeed I did. I haven't talked to Prudence in about 10 years. But let's see if I still have her in this old dinosaur of a Rolodex. Ah, yes, here we go. Got a pen? It's area code 785-555-7279. What's this all about?
I've got that written down too now. My 9s often come out like 4s, so it can be hard to read my own chicken scratch.
I think Ms. Rutherford had a run-in with a red-handed thief, much like the one who took the Pakal carving.
Ha! You're a real pro, Nancy. Say, why don't I call ahead and let Prudence know what's going on? That way I can say hello, and she'll be expecting you.
That would be great, Mr. Rose.
Not a problem, dear.
Right, give him absolutely no time to do that. And then 1785 with this bizarre USA dialing system. 7279, if my own writing can be believed.
You have reached the villa of Prudence Rutherford. As you may have heard, the sanctity of my home has recently been violated. If you've reached this recording, it means I've gone to my quiet place, so please don't leave a message. You are welcome to try back another time. If you are calling about the Corn Growers Ball, rest assured that the show will go on as scheduled on the 9th.
I guess I'll give you an hour to cope. And again, doesn't give me the number here. That would be much too... Or does it? No, it doesn't. Right. 17855557279. So there's something Americans do. They try and make themselves sound more British.
As you may have heard,
I know we have to sit through this every time.
Recently been violated. If you've reached this recording, it means I've gone to my quiet place. So please don't leave a message. You are welcome to try back another time. If you are calling about the Corn Growers Ball, rest assured that the show will go on as scheduled on the 9th.
Okay, this is becoming highly problematic. Perhaps I should once again just sleep for an entire day. Kind of old biddy won't be around at 10 o'clock for a phone call. Too late for breakfast, too early for lunch, just in time to give me the intel I need. 17855557279.
You have reached the villa of Prince Rutherford.
Stop!
As you may have heard, the sanctity of my home has recently been violated.
Stop!
If you've reached this recording, it means I've gone to my quiet place. So please don't leave a message. You are welcome to try back another time. If you are calling about the Corn Growers Ball, rest assured that the show will go on as scheduled on the 9th.
Okay. I can't wait to try back another time. Maybe I need to call her from the museum. Perhaps the game takes issue with me staying inside the hotel the whole time. Keeps auto-equipping the keys, which is less than pleasant. Alright. Shipping. Where's my express delivery package? Well, it ain't here. Is this the power of American Express shipping? Got a package from Sweden to from Japan to Sweden. I believe it took 4 days. I remember being mighty impressed with that. Okay, how about now?
You have no voicemail. Press 9 for an outside line.
What was it? 785? Don't you dare. Key?
You have no voicemail. Press 9 for an outside line.
I do not understand.
You have no voicemail. Press 9 for an outside line.
Can I just do 555? Long distance call. It's inside the same country. Bizarre. Well, the post isn't here. This person does not want to receive my calls. Maybe I should try calling the big cheese. Just to make sure he's done with his call with the old bat.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
I'd like to speak to Franklin Rose, please.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Rose is out of the office. Would you like to try back later?
Sure, thank you.
Have a great day.
Okay. Here we go again. 17855557279. Don't you dare.
Yes? Hello?
Oh, thank God. Why? I slept for 2 days waiting for this.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew, calling from Washington, D.C. I'm trying to reach Prudence Rutherford, please.
Oh, yes. Franklin told me you'd be calling. Such dreadful news about Beach Hill. I will do everything in my power to help you catch those rapscallions. To think how they violated the sanctity of my domicile. Good heavens!
I'm sorry to hear about your loss. What can you tell me about the necklace?
I can't even think about it. Oh, just the very thought of my precious necklace gone, stranded, orphaned, and in the hands of some dirty stranger makes my blood boil.
Where did you purchase the necklace?
Good heavens, one does not purchase such a piece. I inherited it from my mother-in-law. But you see, the necklace means much more to me than just a handful of priceless rubies.
More? In what way?
I had the necklace restrung to include an exquisite jade carving as the centerpiece, a genuine artifact of the ancient Maya. The carving is not only one of a kind, but a Rutherford family heirloom given to me by my great-grandfather when I was just a little girl.
What does the jade piece look like?
It features a rare glyph. No one's been able to give me a precise translation, but most epigraphers have agreed that it has something to do with a snake, the color green, and the direction south. It's terribly fascinating.
Do you think the thief or thieves had any idea of what they were stealing?
Oh, they must have known. The rest of my valuables were left untouched. Frankly, I don't know whether to be grateful or insulted.
When did you realize that you'd been robbed?
The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was this positively ghoulish red handprint on the wall. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
A red handprint was left at the scene of the crime at Beach Hill, too. Ms. Rutherford, I'm almost certain that these robberies were committed by the same person.
But why? What is so special about these carvings?
Miss Rutherford, it would be so helpful if I knew exactly what your carving looked like. Could you send me a picture that shows it in detail?
I can do better than a photo. The insurance company made this dreadful replica of the necklace with the idea that I would wear such a thing to public functions. Please. But I could send that to you if you'd like.
Oh, that would be wonderful. How soon could you have it here?
You'll have it tomorrow or the next day. My secretary will have the address of the museum. Now, if that is all you would require, young lady, I will need to attend to other pressing matters.
Thanks a million, Miss Rutherford. I won't let you down.
Call me Prudence. Oh, and Nancy, when you find the villains who did this to me, do me a favor and give them a sound thrashing.
I sure will. Goodbye.
Painful. But hey, it's progress. Right, Nancy, you know what to do? That's right, sleep. Sleep for another day. And then maybe sleep for another day after that, just so I can be damn sure that package is coming in. Slept until 7, yes, but what if I slept another 23 hours? Has Nancy eaten at all during this trip? Be a dead girl walking. I don't know, after this game I want to sleep for 23 hours straight. Maybe starve myself to death, but that's actively happening right now. And Monster Hunter Wilds will be available in not very long from now. I wonder if it can be preloaded. Not the laboratory. Oh, hey! Please, okay, I didn't read any of that. Alright, one more to go. Very bizarre that you have to get these things in order, though, isn't it? I'm assuming that's what's going on. I still don't have the other package. Okay, so what are we going to do? Probably going to go home, sleep again for another day. Save and finish for today? God, no. We get Nancy Drews done in one shot. Wasn't always the case, but has been for years now. An important part of the Nancy Drew routine is all suffering together, after all. It's hardly suffering when you take a break from it. Alright, sleep for another 23 3/4 hours, Nancy. Oh boy. Best to do these in one go. The fever dream element is part of the experience. Correctly identifies Baron Von Own. Monster Hunter hype got me too. Thankfully, I've got the whole Iceborne to finish. Don't want to play Capcom and their outrageous fare for Wilds. I was able to get it on a discount, but not a 5-finger discount, sadly. Right, 6 AM too early. We still bust in here when it's dark. Where is my package? Hungarian customs experience notwithstanding. It's here! Express mail. This took over a week to arrive. Alright. We kind of have what we need. Should be rather trivial to close out the finish here. This seems like an excellent moment to save because that was a miserable part to get through. Really was just dancing from trigger to trigger. We had all the information. Miserable. Anyway, that's Nancy Drew at its worst. When you just don't know. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. I don't want to try any harder. There we go. Now let's piece it all together.
According to Henrik's notes, I need
Don't
to make
care.
a key
Just shove it.
out of these pieces.
Yeah, they'll fit together somehow. Well, I figured they'd fit together somehow. You'll certainly not go there. You go here for sure, but it doesn't want to go in. Maybe the top part needs to go on first. And then, donk. No. Donk. Round we go. Donk. And
now I have
done.
the key.
Alright, I think we all know what's coming now. We're going to enter the tomb thing. I have a feeling I'm going to be pretty handy. I've got my military style light, because this is all going Pete Tong from here, isn't it, Nancy? Before we step in, final guess on who the suspects are. Was it the person that was in jail for half the game? The person that's been in hospital for half the game? The person that's been trapped inside the consulate for the entire game? Or the big, fat, ugly, balding, very suspicious, evil-sounding guy? 50-50? Phone a friend? Ask the audience? I think it was a Mayan ghost.
I'll have to choose which side of the cube goes here.
I don't care, Nancy. Shove in that.
Nothing happened.
Then try another one. If that don't work, use more gun. Hope this thing doesn't reset. That would be a joke. Oh yeah, that would be great. Now that you've done all that, go and get the other 3 cubes. I'd be crying. Laughing on the outside, but I'm crying inside as I work on the Jungle Boat ride.
I've already solved this part.
Like that crunchy noise.
I've already solved this part.
I'm extremely glad Nancy is paying more attention than me to this.
Solved this part.
Sorry, Nance, I have mentally clocked out
I've already
long
solved this
ago.
part. I've already solved this part. This should be the last step. I wonder what's inside. It's blank.
Who's your friend, Nancy?
Boo. Taylor Sinclair.
Who'd you expect, the Tooth Fairy? Looks like someone forgot her beauty cream. I guess we can't all age gracefully.
I'm sure she would say the same about you.
You've been a top-notch assistant, Nancy, but I'm afraid you're just not going to make it in the art world.
Why are you doing this?
Nancy, do you have any idea what that book contains?
This tomb and all of its contents belong to Mexico.
Finders keepers, I say. Nobody even realizes this thing has any contents. Won't they get a surprise when they finally open it up and find that it contains a 7th century scribe and a 21st century detective? Adios, Nancy.
Fortunately, we kept a hold of this thing. Now we get out.
Something's missing here.
But what? Maybe it's the...
I'm starting to run out of air in here.
Okay, what else we got, Nance? Something? Anything?
Something's missing here.
You got anything for me? Oh.
I gotta get out of here.
I'm working on it, Nance. Would you just calm down? Sounds of stone sliding.
Suffocating in here. Let me out.
You got anything else in that gob of yours? Okay, as expected, it does not give you long for the final puzzle. But that's the case of all the Nancy Drews. That is gruesome, though. Given the target audience for this game, that must have horrified quite a lot of young American girls.
I'm starting to run out of air in here.
Now, if you would stop complaining, let me think about where that noise is coming from.
This may be the scribe's notes about Bacall.
Well, they're my notes now. And a way out. I didn't notice you could look up and down.
Suffocating in here. Let me out.
Behold! Our heroine emerges from the tomb, like a mermaid from the sea.
Meanwhile, The foolish villain stews in the sour soup of his own miscalculation.
From deep in the recesses of time, a wise royal scribe whispers her thanks.
And a priceless chapter of history is rescued from obscurity. Way to go, Nancy!
What in the world? Ah! Confound you, Nancy Drew!
Dear Dad, it was great to talk to you on the phone last night. I can't wait to see you back in River Heights where I can fill you in on the whole story. Can you believe that your own daughter was recently standing face to face with a real mummy? Now that the scribe's book has been recovered, I understand how important it is and why Taylor thought he could make a fortune selling it on the black market. The book contains one of the only personal accounts of Maya life in existence anywhere. I'm sure it'll be a tremendous addition to our knowledge of the Maya once it's translated, that is. And now that Henrik's memory is back up to speed again, I'm sure he'll be itching to get to work on it. Taylor Sinclair won't be making any art deals for a long time, though, that's for sure. I guess I shouldn't be surprised about Alejandro's discovery that the Pakal carving's provenance documents were faked after all. When Franklin Rose and the board found out, they arranged to return the artifact to Mexico right away. Mexican officials are so happy to have the artifact back, they have pledged a new era of diplomatic relations with Beach Hill. Joanna sure learned her lesson about making deals with shady operators like Taylor. The board has agreed to give her another chance as long as she reforms her business tactics. And what else? Oh yes, Poppy Dada's announced a new direction in her artwork. All her new paintings are going to feature, what else? Mysterious red handprints. So I guess everyone is taking off in new directions now. I'm going to stay and help this exhibit get launched. But I'll see you back at home in a couple of weeks. Have a safe trip home. Love, Nancy.
Dear Nancy, Bess and George told me you're on a case in D.C. I hope everything is working out for you. I wish I could say the same for me. I'm planning on living here, but there's been some trouble. I think someone or something doesn't want me here. Please, Nancy, I'm afraid I can't stay here very much longer. I know you're busy, but I'm desperate. I need you to come out and investigate. Please say you will. Your friend, Sally.
Whoa, that was a pathetic teaser, but that was for Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake. Ghost Dogs of Moon... Yeah, something like that. The shortest Nancy Drew game, if I recall well. One that I still haven't done. I'll need to do something dog-related in order to pick that up. Phrasing. Anyway, I'm glad that's over, because that was a really miserable Nancy Drew game. Did we really rate it good in the tier listing? Guess I needed more hands-on experience. It's an interesting premise, but it's just so bad. It's got that Nancy Drew problem of needing all these triggers, no real tension on who the perpetrator could be. Were the puzzles any good? Not really. Throwing a hole through a hoop by guessing the amount of power and angle. The quiz, some brute forcing. Ugh. Really rather horrible. But we're done. Yet another Nancy Drew game done and dusted. Boy, am I happy about that. And that leaves me with a staggering 11 hours and 10 minutes until Monster Hunter Wilds come out, which is what I'm going to be spending probably all of tomorrow playing. On my own. Monster Hunter is not a game I enjoy streaming. Tried it before, but no. Some games are just better to enjoy in my own time. So indeed, it is done. Another one checked off the list. They are making more of these, right? I hope. It's my key to immortality. In any case, cheers for joining for me. Coming back to streaming after 2 weeks away in Spain, which I enjoyed immensely, and surely we'll talk more about during something like a trucking stream, as is another tradition as when I go away somewhere. But I need to go and rinse the taste of my mouth out from this game with pretty much anything. I'm absolutely starving. So until I am back, probably with a weekly one-shot, assuming I'm not completely absorbed in the ever-evolving world of Monster Hunter. So cheers and cheerio.